Very good morning and a warm welcome once again to Hambantota. We are here at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Stadium in Surya for the third Women's ODI. Sri Lanka women's team are taking on the visiting West Indies women's team. It has been an excellent series so far for Sri Lanka. They have already won the series, winning the first two games, and will be looking for a clean whitewash. West Indies, on the other hand, have a lot to play for, a lot of pride, and they'll be looking for a comeback. Well, it's partly cloudy here. There's been some clouds, but it has disappeared once again. Sun is shining, humidity level 78%. There's a bit of wind as always. Temperature 31 temperature. So yes, conditions are looking excellent here at Surya Weber, and it's fantastic once again for cricket. We have had two tremendous games, and it's all set and ready to go for this third ODI as well. In the last game, Kavisha Dillari was outstanding in 6 overs, picked up 4 for 20. The off spinner, she's a quality all-rounder, has come up leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. Started playing international cricket at a very young age, and now has blossomed, developed, and has really got into a role as the leading all-rounder in this Sri Lankan lineup. It has been a lot of all-round contributions. Everybody has chipped in for Sri Lanka in these two games, whether it's the batting, the top order have got runs, the bowlers, the seamers and the spinners have equally been good. And that was an excellent half century. A second in women's ODI cricket for Vishmi Gunaratne, the youngster 18-year-old, looked in excellent form in that last game. And what really is noticeable is the aggression she has shown. She has been very positive from ball number 1, looking to score runs, looking to attack the bowlers. If it's in her zone, she puts it away to the boundary, not afraid to hit those aerial shots as well. And she's looking very good in prime touch in this series so far, and has been a good partner at the top of the order to Chamari Atapattu. Right and left hand combination has proved very fruitful for Sri Lanka, and hoping that Vishmi Gunaratne can continue that form and be the dominant player she's been in this series. A fantastic 50 or 50 and a good half century in that last game. There you go. So West Indies were bowled out for just 92 in 31 overs. Williams made 24, Elena made 16, Fletcher 16, Nation 12, none got going. Kavisha Dillari, as we said, 4 for 20. Chamari Atapattu, as always, chipping in 2 for 8. Achini Kulasurya, I thought she was exceptional at the top of the order with the new ball, 2 for 16. And the Sanaika 1 for 16, the left arm spinner. Vishmi Gunaratne, 50. Kavisha Dillari capping it off with a super all-round performance, 28 of 38. And De Silva and Sanjeevani remaining and Ramarak 2 for 29. James, Cornell and Alien has picked up 1 wicket each so far in that last game. Sri Lanka winning comfortably by 5 wickets. And of course this series is very important. It's the ICC Women's Championship, and the points are very crucial for the upcoming World Cup that is happening next year. Australia right on top, comfortably through, so is England. South Africa as well look comfortably through. India have some games to be played, a lot of games to be played, so as New Zealand. 24 matches have to be played in total, and Sri Lanka have 4 more games remaining. They play West Indies today, and then they have a 3-match series versus Ireland in Ireland. And Sri Lanka, out of the remaining 4 games, we have been told at least have to win 4 games they have to at least win 3. So today's game is very, very important. They'll be looking for a total whitewash here as well as in Ireland. And West Indies coming close behind, but they have more matches. They have 7 more matches after today's game. They have a series in India as well, and I'm told they have a couple of games against Bangladesh, so they have a lot of cricket to be played. The top 5 teams plus India will be in the ICC Women's Championship. India as the host are automatically qualifying. So the top teams, Australia, England, South Africa, seem to be through. So is New Zealand. And the battle is between Sri Lanka and West Indies most probably to see who will get through as the sixth qualifier. So it's all important games for both these teams coming up. Well, we'll have a look at the surface, if it's a new one or if it's the same old surface which we had for the first two games. Down in the center is Kosala Suresh Chandra.
Hello and welcome. It is match number 3 between the visiting women's West Indian cricket team and the Sri Lankan women's cricket team. It is bright and sunny from 7 a.m. in the morning here in Suryavava. So it just gives you an indication how dry it will look around. And if you look at the outfield, once again, lush green as ever, and equally 65 yards to all parts of the ground. Well, it is a new surface here today, and it's pitch number 3 of the center. And taking a look at it, it looks once again a very dry and hard pitch, but the only indication is that it has been covered for 2 days, so there might be some moisture underneath it, but with the sun bathing from 7 a.m., I don't think that will have much of an effect. If you really look at it, it looks very hard down here, and that is an indication of how dry this pitch and surface would be. So that would say that the batters will always have a chance. But as I said, with the covers on for 2 days, they might have a feeling that it might hang in just a bit at the start, and then the batters might have to get in to that stride early. Well, the winning captain might feel that they would want to bowl first on this surface, and I would say a pass score, they're looking at something around 180.
So there you go. That was the surface, Kosala. It's a new surface out there, he says, and it looks a good batting track. Winning the toss, teams will be looking to post around 180, but most probably, as Kosala says, it's a new surface. Teams will win the toss and look to field first. You never know what's on offer. We saw that in the first game when Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to field first as well. The two captains are down there in the center with Kosala once again for the toss.
It's toss time of the third ODI between the two teams, the Sri Lanka women's team and the West Indies women's team. I have with me the two captains, Chamari Attapattu of the Sri Lanka women's team and Jamin Campbell of the West Indian women's team, and our match referee, Vanessa De Silva. Chamari will toss the coin. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Chamari won the toss, and what do we want to do today?
We're going to have a ball today. Your wicket seems like it's a good wicket, pretty fast bowler. So, I'm thinking the fast bowler that we have, I think we're going to have a ball today.
Any changes in your team today?
Yeah, we have wanted. We have Kiana in for Ghaznavi.
You've not been really clicking with the bat as you expected. So, what are your plans for today's game?
The final ODI is just a chance to come out here and just play my game and batting, spend some time in the middle. I think one's going to come.
So, you'll pack yourself with fast bowlers or spinners today?
We have a balanced side, so we're just going to come out and play our best cricket.
Yeah, wishing you all the very best and hope you come out good today.
Thank you.
Chamari, you're happy to be batting first?
Yeah, definitely good service for the batting. So I'm pretty confident about my batting unit. Yeah.
Well, you've been a little bit short of runs in this series, so hopefully we would like to see you on the runs.
Yeah, exactly. Last tour against South Africa, I scored some runs, and World Cup qualifier said some days is not my day. So I will keep doing what I can do.
But I think you'll be pretty happy with how the teams blended out throughout the series, the young ones standing up when the occasion comes forward.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really proud of my young girls and the seniors as well. They're playing really good cricket last couple of months. I hope they will continue today as well.
Yeah, so wish you all the very best. But before that, any changes in your team?
We have 3 changes. Kavya, Oshadi and Hansima back into the side.
Yeah. So wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the story from the centre is that the West Indian captain has won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
So there you go. West Indies have finally decided to bowl first. We could say they batted in the first 2 games. There is the team. Kunaratna, Attapattu, Samara Vikrama. It doesn't change. De Silva is out there. Sanjeevani. Oshadi Ranasinghe has come into this game today. Dasanayaka and so is Hansima. Karunaratna has come into the game. We have young Kavindi, who is also playing today. Prabodhin is there, and Nisansala. So Hasini Perra has been rested, and she's not in this game. So has been Inoka Ranavira, who has been left out, and Kavisha Dilhari, has been left out as well. So just a rotation policy, giving everybody the opportunity to play in this series, all experienced players. Williams, Captain Campbell once again, Stephanie Taylor, Nation Henry, Halian, she's had a good series with the ball, in particular Fletcher. The leg spinner James is in, Ramarak, Connell and Joseph. So we are Kuana Joseph who's come into this game, and Shabika Gajnabi has been left out of today's game. Unfortunately, the skipper Hayley Matthews is still not fit. She has been unwell. She played the first game, but since then she has been unwell due to viral flu. I've been told that she's recovering really well and probably will be fully fit for the T20 series. So as it's a dead rubber here for these for West Indies, they preferred to give more rest to Hayley Matthews and go with the combination that they have. So we are coming to you live on Channel I, to see the Rupavani Corporation, also coming to you live on YouTube, Sri Lanka Cricket, here from Surya Weber in Hambantota. To the beautiful pictures as we see the teams. They were ready for the photographs, the two teams with the official photographers from Sri Lanka Cricket. This is the West Indies team who is out there. As we say, a very good morning to Paulinus D.S. Vijayaratna, who has just joined us.
Good morning, Ricky, and good morning to all our viewers for the third one-day international between the Sri Lanka women's and the West Indies women, played at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium here in Surya Weber, Hambantota. They see the West Indian team taking their group photograph. It will be very interesting now. It will be the time for the Sri Lankan team to get into it. It's definitely, Ricky, Sri Lankans have made 3 changes in their side. They must be giving the opportunity to the other players to get on with the game. So it will be nice to see youngsters like Kavisha Dillari, Hansini Pereira and Achini Kolasuri been left out and given the opportunity to Kavya Kavindi, also the runner singer, and Hansima Karunaratna coming into the team. So Sri Lankans are deciding to give opportunities to the players who have not got the opportunity in this series. The West Indies too making a change in their side. Shabika Gajnabi being left out and Quiana Joseph being brought in. Of course, with Hayley Matthews, the captain, still unwell, was probably rested today to play in the T20 series. So we'll have to wait and see whether she will be able to play in the T20 series, which will start on the 24th of this month here in Hambantota.
Yes, most certainly we hope so. Hayley Matthews is an incredible player, one of the greats of the women's game of all time. You know how dominant she can be, and the West Indies certainly miss her as a captain, as a batter and as a bowler. She's a quality all-rounder, ranked in the top 5 all-rounders in the ICC rankings, top in the women's ODI rankings as well, in the top 10. So she is an incredible player. Team photographs, that's the Sri Lankan team. So everything's ready and set to go in this final women's ODI. Can Sri Lanka do a clean sweep? It will be an incredible achievement. It already is. They've beaten the West Indies after 16 long years in a bilateral series. So it's a huge victory for them. But can they do the clean sweep? Because West Indies is an informed team. They whitewashed Pakistan in Pakistan. Similar conditions, but West Indies was totally dominant. But so far in this series, Sri Lanka have been dominant. But today it's a different ball game. In the last 2 games, Sri Lanka chased. Today they have to bat first. Today they have to put runs on the board and defend it. So it's going to see how their batters adopt. So far in the first game, they batted 34 overs, 16 overs to spare. The low order hasn't got any batting at all. And in the last game, chased down the target very easily. So it is just been the top 4 or so that have got batting. So it's going to be interesting to see on this surface how they would get going. How with the Chamari Athapattu, she's got out in similar fashion, clean bowled in both occasions. Can she make a big score here? Can Vishmi Gunaratna continue a good form? So can Harshita Samaravikrama continue a good form? And opportunities for Hansima Karunaratna to come out there and bat. And then they have the experience of spinner Oshadi Ranasinghe, who is even replaced the experience in Inoka Ranavira. Spin for seam, but Sri Lanka will feel that their spinners can do the job on this kind of a surface. So we are just a few minutes away from the start of play of this all-important game here between these two sides.
Ricky, you were talking about that last series victory in 2008, and none of these players were in that team, in the 2008 Sri Lankan team. Chamari Atapattu making her debut in 2010.
Well, I'll tell you, that was 16 years ago. We said Vishmi Gunaratna would have been just 2 years old at that time, and some of the others in this squad as well would have been even very young, just going to school at that time. So it's a long time coming, and certainly that's our lone Sri Lankan flag bearer, Pubudu. He's been here right from game one. He's going to be here for the T20 series as well, supporting Sri Lanka women's team, giving his time, his effort, and of course a big thank you to Sri Lanka cricket. I must tell you that for being here, looking after Pubudu as well in Hambantota, and because they are, I mean, win or lose, they are great supporters. Some of these fans, and Pubudu is around the country wherever the team plays, always always giving a tireless effort, even if it's alone. So certainly, and it's good to see him here.
Well, I was talking about the 2008, Ricky. Udeshika Prabodhani made her debut in 2009, and Chamari Atapattu made her debut in 2010. So those two players are the closest to be in the 2008 side, but none of these players have been there in the 2008 side. So they must be pretty happy to win a series against the West Indies after 16 long years. So there you see the two umpires, there Dunne De Silva and Lauren Agenbach from South Africa taking the field. Well, they'll be followed by the West Indian team, who decided to field first today after winning the toss. And Sri Lankans getting an opportunity to bat first and test their batting lineup. Of course, their regular openers, Chamari Atapattu and Vishmi Gunaratna, will be going up, right up there.
Yes, Lauren Agerberg, as we've been saying, the first female umpire from South Africa, the youngest to umpire in a World Cup as well. First tour to Sri Lanka, she's enjoying it on and off the field, been touring in and around the Hambantota, taking a look at all the wildlife that is offered. A lot of diversity here, of course, in Sri Lanka, a lot to see, and she's using this opportunity, a great experience for her as well, especially with the up and coming World Cup, Women's World Cup to be held in Bangladesh. So she's cherishing this opportunity. And Lyndon Hannibal is our reserve umpire for today, and Rojira Palliuguruge, ICC umpire, is our third umpire as well. That's the team that has been in charge of this Women's ODI series. As the two umpires out there, West Indies led by Shaman Campbell is out there as well, and we'll have the two Sri Lankan batters. So yes, so once again a warm welcome to all our viewers who have joined us on Channel I. If you're at our homes watching from TV, following women's cricket, or if you're watching on YouTube, on the YouTube channel of Sri Lanka Cricket, wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are, whatever time zone you are in, you're watching from the West Indies as well, a warm welcome to all of you, and we are looking forward to a good day of cricket.
There you see Vishmi Gunaratna batting at number 1. She's been among the runs in the series. 40 in the first one day and 50 in the second one day. And Chamari Atapattu, the other captain, the opening partner. Well, Chamari Atapattu has got 38 in the first, but second game she couldn't do anything much. Because as he said in the toss, she's pretty happy. There's the Vishmi Gunaratna's statistics. 245 runs, 50 being her highest, 250s, 84.02 is the strike rate, 18.85 is the average.
What is interesting to see, she has got 2 half centuries and her highest score is 50. So that means on both innings, either she has been not out on 15-1 or she has been dismissed for 50 in both. And probably today is a day that maybe she can get a bigger one. Hoping so. She deserves it. Just a youngster still, 18 years of age, still finding a way, raw. She was thrust into this international side because of her talent, her ability, and now she's, showing us the faith that the selectors and Sri Lanka cricket, the coaches have had, Vishmi Gunaratne. Cornell hasn't had the best of a series. A lot of expectations, a lot expected of her. Hasn't really been able to bowl with a lot of pace. Has been expensive as well in both games, Cornell. So she'll have a lot to do here. West Indies need early wickets, and I think she has to provide those breakthroughs.
Yes, definitely. Vishmi Gunaratne has been among the runs. 40 in the first, 50 in the second. Played some beautiful shots on both the occasions. Well, both occasions she has been dismissed for 50, Ricky. So there's Chamari Atapattu's statistics: 104 games, 3,552 runs, 195 not out being her highest, 36.24 at the average, and strike rate of 52.30, 916 half centuries. So definitely going to expect something from her today. Well, she said during the toss, even though it was not her day, she was pretty happy with her team. The lineup, batting lineup in particular, most of the batsmen getting in among the runs.
Yes, I think as long as Sri Lanka keep winning, Chamari Atapattu won't bother if she performs or not. Because I mean, she has performed around the world. There have been over the years that only when she scores runs that Sri Lanka have won a game. But now she knows that even when she has failed in the recent past, Sri Lanka have been managed to win games. We saw that in the T20 qualifiers. We saw that in South Africa. Youngsters like Vishmi Gunaratne, Harshika Samaravira, Hasini Pereira have come to the party, and they have Nilakshi De Silva. They have scored runs. So I think now she is, comfortable. Probably a little bit more less pressure on Chamari Atapattu. In the years gone by, when she goes out to bat, that burden is there on her shoulders. I have to score, I have to score. But now I think she's more relaxed out there. The coaching setup is such that they're given that flexibility, freedom, so that she can go out there and express herself as well. And that is good for women's cricket, and good for the future of women's cricket.
Yes, Ricky, a lot of credit on that should go to Ramesh Ratnaik and the coaching staff, and also Sri Lanka Cricket for backing them up very well. Vishmi Gunaratne during that time pulled a shortish delivery and got off the mark. She's on one now. Sri Lanka won without loss. This brings Chamari Atapattu on to strike. Definitely, if you see the top line batters, Harshita Samaravikrama, Hansini Pereira, all these girls got on to runs in this series. So definitely, that's the end of the first over. 1 run on the board for Sri Lanka, 1 for no loss. You see the hundreds scored by Chamari Atapattu during her career. 195, the highest against South Africa away in 2024. 178.
That was the most recent one, that 178 versus Australia. That was remarkable. 140 versus New Zealand. 115, 111. You see a lot of run scorers. She's one of the leading centurions in women's cricket, up there in the top bracket. And whenever she has scored those hundreds, it has been a winning efforts. I think that 178 versus Australia. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka fell short, chasing a mammoth total in Australia. But that was when she really, showed what she's capable of, and started the bowlers in women's cricket or started to watch her, fear her as well. These are the trophies that at the end of the day will be awarded to the winning teams and the individual players.
Well, we saw Chamari Atapattu's centuries, Ricky. 5 at home and 4 at away. So that she's got runs outside Sri Lanka too. A lot of runs, no doubt about that.
She's got tons of runs outside Sri Lanka. She likes pace on the ball. That's her forte, playing in the power plays against the new ball. So when you give the quicker bowlers, it's Chanel Henry, who is operating 32 wickets in 48 games. Good economy rate, 3 for 28 at best. So she will be looking to try and get that early breakthrough as well. Good action. So yes, I was talking about Chamari Adapattu. She likes pace on the ball. When you're playing England, Australia, South Africa, they have quicker bowlers. She cherishes those opportunities, challenges, and she's been remarkable, whether it's playing international cricket, whether it's playing a league cricket around the world. She's been a dominant force and is been a great of women's cricket.
Channel Henry to Vishmi Gunaratna, pushing it on the onside, no run. Vishmi Gunaratna's recent success has been really good. Wonderful for Sri Lanka cricket, especially at the top, batting with Chamari Adapattu. If they can post up a good start, that will definitely give confidence to the rest of the batters.
Yes, had a chat with her today morning before the game with Vishmi, and you know, she was happy that the way she's performing at the moment. You could see her before the game having some throwdowns, you know, warming up, getting prepared for this game, and looking confident. She's looking confident, looking forward to the series, the next series coming up in Ireland. So yes, it's good to see these opportunities been given to these youngsters, and credit to Sri Lanka cricket as well for bringing these games alive. In the years gone by, women's cricket were hardly being broadcast. Most of Sri Lanka didn't even know that there is a women's game happening. But now the publicity is there. They are live on TV, live on YouTube. You can watch it from anywhere around the world. So, you know, the players, this is a boost for them as well to go out and show what they're capable of and perform. 2 overs completed, just 1 on the board.
So it's Cornell to continue, and she'll be bowling to Chamari Adapattu. Yet to open the account. That's one down the leg side, a wide being called, taking the Sri Lankan score on to 2. Well, we're talking about Sri Lanka cricket, broadcasting this live for people to watch. Definitely, Ricky, that has taken the game towards the outstation. You see a lot of ladies playing cricket in the outstations, and in this team too, we see a lot of girls coming from the outstations.
Yes, and that is good for the game. The game is growing. You know, Sri Lanka cricket, they're reaching out, to the villages, to the lesser known towns, finding young talent. We saw that in that under-19 tri-series. You know, the youngsters of ages of 14 or 15 coming from rural areas, far as Monoragala, and, you know, shining and showing what they're capable of. There's a lot of talent out there. It is the exposure, it is the opportunity. That was short, that was there to be hit. Short fine leg, Chamari Adapattu finding the fielder. She'll be disappointed. She didn't get it either side of that field, and that would have been 4 for the taking. So far, West Indies have been disciplined. They have bowled good lines, good lengths. This was probably the first loose delivery that they have delivered. Almost carried, or did that carry? Was that a drop opportunity? Paulinus will take a closer look at that one. Once again, I hope that we could get another replay of that, a closer one. I thought it dropped short, but it seemed it carried.
It looked like it carried, but otherwise it might have been just short. It was a very close one. Chamari Adapattu could consider herself a bit lucky there. You see the replay on that. It was just short of the fielder.
I think she could have taken that one. She'll be disappointed. I wonder who the fielder was. But that was a close call. I think they'll be disappointed. That's called wide. Didn't get her hands under it, didn't get her fingers under that one. Probably she would have thought initially that is not going to carry, and really didn't, go for it, commit herself, unfortunately. Luck going Adapattu's way.
Yes, definitely that is a close call for Chamari Adapattu. Sri Lanka 3 without loss. 2 wides in this over. That's pushed on the onside and gets a single. Let's wait for the umpire signal. It's off the bat, so 1-2 Chamri Atapattu. She's off the mark.
It's a bit tentative, just pushing at that one. I think it's the length of Cornell. She's coming round the wicket, angling it into the left-hander, wide of that return crease. A big inside edge onto pad. But you could see a tentative looking shot by Atapattu. Not sure whether to go forward, whether to come back. Couple of people watching the game from the shade under those trees. Probably family, friends of some of these players.
That time shortish and which we Gunaratna off the back foot very quickly, pulling it towards the deep square leg. Gets a single. Taking the score on to 5.
So not forgetting Paulinus, today's important day. It's Poson Boya here in Sri Lanka holiday. All those who are celebrating Poson, of course, all of Sri Lanka. I mean, they look forward to the day. It's a strong day for all Buddhists as well. Poson Boya will come back to that. 3 overs completed, 5 without loss. Well, Paulinus, we'll come back to that. 5 on the board. Well bowled, beautifully bowled. Vishmi Gunaratna trying to use a feet against Henry. A bit of swing, late swing. Just ball moving away from the right hander. Take a look at that one again. The first ball of the over. Yes, a bit of extra bounce as well. Paulinus, Poson Boya is famous for its dansal. I have been told that you're looking forward to it on your way back to Colombo today after the match.
Yeah, definitely. There are so many dansals right around the grounds and right around Surya Weber. So definitely we can walk into some of these things.
Our colleague Dhammik has made a list of the dansal in and around the ground here in Surya Weber. So he says he has the timings as well. He's going to visit all of them today. And it's a good, actually. I mean, it's nice thing that happens. Free food and drink. I read somewhere that Sri Lanka probably is the only country that gives free food for Vesak and Poson, nowhere else in the world.
Yeah, Ricky, you get ice cream dansals, buns, you say fish buns, just normal tea buns. You can go and visit all this, and rice and curries, beautiful dansals all around Surya Weber here. And people in this area really celebrate this Poson festival.
Yes, we're talking about it because there's a lot of listeners from overseas as well. Poson is a full moon holiday, and it's a religious day here. It's observed in Sri Lanka. Short and wide, cracked through that cover point region. Beautifully played by Vishmi Gunaratna. A loose delivery, and she has capitalized. This time, stand back in a crease, waiting for it, and the placement absolutely perfect. That went like a bullet to that backward point boundary.
Yeah, that was definitely a beautiful shot by Vishmi Gunaratna. Lovely square cut. She placed the shot very well. This one, she got it into the gap. No stopping once you pass the fielders there. Very fast outfield here in Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium. So Sri Lanka moving on to 9. Vishmi Gunaratna getting 6 of those.
Yes, she's quick to latch on to the loose deliveries. We saw that in the last innings as well. West Indies so far have been very good with their lengths in particular in this first 4 overs. Just a couple of short deliveries we saw in the last over. Atapattu missing out, but Vishmi Gunaratna didn't miss out. Soon as she saw it in her zone, she's put it away. West Indies will be disappointed, touch disappointed in the first couple of games that their faster bowlers haven't been at their very best. They've been leaking a lot of runs, unable to get those early wickets.
You see that one, she on her hips, she nicely put it away on the leg side, and she was very quick on her feet, getting 2 there, taking her on to 8, and the score moves on to 11. So 4 overs gone, it's 11 for no loss, Sri Lanka.
There you go, 11 without loss after 4 overs. A decent start for Sri Lanka. West Indies, after winning the toss, elected to bowl first. The other day they decided to bat first and were bundled off for 92. So just reversing their decision, taking a back step, putting Sri Lanka in. This is a new surface used for today. And a fresh wicket.
Well, that really had given the opportunity for the Sri Lankans also to test their batting lineup. The batters getting the opportunity, they got to bat the 50 overs. The intention of Chamri Athapaththu and Vishmi Gunaratne to put up a good start and give the opportunity for the rest of the batters to bat right throughout.
There you go, Paulinas, that's the first runs for Chamri Athapaththu with a boundary. So she's put it away to the fence. This time it was on the leg stump. Easy pickings. She's very strong off her hips, off her pads. Earlier she missed out on the boundary opportunity, but this time making full use of it.
One thing, Ricky, you see the West Indians are planned to attack Chamri Athapaththu on the leg stump. They have a deep fine leg, a deep square leg right on the line and a short fine leg. They are bowling short on the leg stump to Chamri Athapaththu.
Yes, it's a good tactic because Chamri Athapaththu likes the room outside the off stump. She likes to throw or bat anything short or full. She's very, very powerful in that region to the off side. So you're cramping her for room, but then you have to have the field. As you mentioned, there's a deep square leg, but with the fine leg in the circle, it's a small margin. Soon as you stray on the bats, it's going to go for 4. So your length and line has to be immaculate when you bowl into that field. Now this is much better from corner. Now that's where she needs to be bowling. No width outside the off stump, but not strain on the leg stump as well.
Yeah, you're right, Ricky. They should have brought the third man in and put the fine leg down on the boundary, because you're 2 only allowed in the outside the circle. You have a deep square leg, but the fine leg is inside the circle. You have a third man right down there on the boundary. That, of course, for shots like that, it goes down towards third man, and Athapaththu gets a single there, takes the score on to 16.
This time she adjusted her shot. Now this is the type of shot she's got out twice in this series. Coming down the track and then sort of half-cocked defensive, not going through with the shot, and she's been clean bowled. Even this time she was caught, you see, outside her crease, but she managed to adjust and run it down towards the third man. In the first 2 games, it was much straighter. She didn't have the room, and she was clean bowled.
Yes, both these 2 batters, you see, they're from batting in front of the crease. So that's we'll talk about it later. 5 overs gone. Sri Lanka 16 for no loss.
So there you go, at the end of 5 overs, Sri Lanka 16 for no loss. 2 openers trying to settle in. Gunaratne on 8, Athapaththu on 6. Stage is set for both the openers to go for a big one, as I welcome Kosala Suresh Chandra on commentary. Very good morning.
Morning, Dhammika, and morning to all our viewers in whichever part of the country you're watching on a holiday. Maybe you're relaxing at home on a Posan Poya holiday. And if you are somewhere part of the world watching the live coverage with our streaming platforms, it may be a good morning, it may be a good evening, or it may be even a good afternoon to you.
The strategies by the West Indies bowlers not to provide room outside the off stump for Atapattu. We saw coming around, angling in towards Chamari Atapattu. This time moving away. Chamari Atapattu trying to go for a booming drive. Very close to the outside edge. Gets the bowler excited.
Slight movement at the end for Henry. You can see straight away Atapattu realizing that she's getting some movement off the deck. Decides to come down the track, smother that movement, not allow the ball to dictate terms. This is what experience comes in, because that's how quickly she adjusts to that movement of the surface. Well, you've been around for 15 years in this scene. What experience do you carry?
You said it right. She's been around for a long period. That's a fuller delivery. Oh, what a great piece of bowling. Only thing was missing there is an edge. Henry steadily gets Chamari Atapattu to things twice. Full enough, but just a little bit of movement. Very good piece of bowling by Henry.
Well, there you go. She's setting Atapattu up for something here. That's what you need to feel. 2 balls, inward movement, and the next one she takes it away from the left-hander. Let's see what she's going to do now. Back in, but the line was wrong. The pressure taken off Atapattu right now. But good contest. Very good contest here. 17 for none. Sri Lanka been put into bat. A few of the supporters have come in. Now, this is something that you will see very regularly today, especially on Poson Day, because you see these type of various dramas and stuff happening around the country. And in Sri Lankan terms, you might... That will get them another single. I'll come back to that. So they're looking for 2 here, and they get it quite comfortably. Well run. And if you can get a look at that picture again, now these are like masks that they've been using, but you get a very famous drama saying the Olubakko dance in Sri Lanka.
Very interesting, of course, this time of the year. Vesak, Poson, usually. We saw those dances, decorations, cultural acts. Vishwe Gunaratne, meanwhile, looking very solid, trying to treat each delivery on its merit. Once again, they've been having fun time.
Well, this is something you see mostly in the southern part of Sri Lanka. And that is a age-old traditional drama or stage act that happens during especially Vesak and Poson, and even continuing to Asala, what I was referring, the Olubakko dance.
Yes, just a moment ago, Ricky mentioned the stuff in order for tomorrow. Today, in fact, Poya Day, a holiday. Meanwhile, Gunaratne and Atapattu looks very determined, very cautious, of course, understandably. The surface quite different. The ball not coming onto the bat in comparison to the pitch we used for first 2 ODIs. Therefore, 2 batters. Let the ball comes into them. Still settling in. 6 overs gone. Under no pressure. Run rate 3. If they settled in, of course, you know, Chamari, she knows how to move through gears. Hardly out of second at the moment. There you go. Didn't time it all that well. Fortunately for Atapattu, had she got it from the meat of the bat, could have easily gone into the hand of the fielder. Well placed.
There goes at a short, and that just gives you an indication of how this pitch is behaving. That one, I would say, hung up a bit, and it came a little late on to Atapattu than she expected, because she was looking to hit over mid-wicket, but she ended up going down square leg. So that is indicating the wicket has been covered for 2 days. That moist that we were talking about. That might be a wide. Yes, it is. So that might come in handy. So, but with the sun bathing in, it will start to dry up. And it'll get more easier. It'll be more comfortable for batting. Maybe batting on the second innings might be more preferable on this track. But at the moment, it's not really coming on to the bat as the batters would expect.
Must be the reason why two batters act according to each delivery, not going for their usual stroke play. Atapattu instinctively very aggressive, but at the moment, there you go, compulsive puller. Vishnu Gunaratne, 50 last innings, and today Ricky and Polly was mentioning 2 half centuries, 2 50s, nothing beyond that, and I'm sure today she will be definitely fancying her chances. Yeah! This is very good running. Straight away, Vishnu Gunaratne response, direct hit, but I think Chamari Atapattu was way in. Excellent piece of running between the sticks.
Don't please.
We got a referral upstairs. Umpire Deduni sitting in upstairs for a...
Thank you. Thank you, Dishan.
comfortably in. Gunaratne has moved on to 11. Atapattu is 9. I like the approach from these two batters at the moment. They're not trying to throw the kitchen sink at the bowling. They're just turning it around, working the single around, studying the surface, which is not really coming in. Again, you see that short delivery, more of a tennis ball bounce.
You rightly said, while Chamari was playing that pull shot on a surface that the ball comes onto bat rather slowly. There are tiny adjustments you need to make. Two batters looking solid after 7. Sri Lanka 25 for no loss. There you go, beautiful views of Surya Vava. Flat landscape, unique looking. The trees aren't very tall. Lush green all around us. An area where wildlife thriving. As you can see, very big playing surface, very well maintained, of course. Good to see international cricket taking place here at Surya Vava often enough. Oh, superb delivery. Beautiful shape in towards Atapattu. Well defended.
Well, I thought it kept a fraction lower than Atapattu expected. But I like this contest. Let's take a look at that again. There you go. I thought it kept a fraction a little low than what Atapattu might have been expecting. Good. Now we've got 2 balls that is angled into the left-hander. What does Henry do with the next?
Henry working good lines and lengths, more or less in towards Chamari Atapattu. Someone who likes a little bit of room outside the off stump. We saw previous 2 one-dayers coming down the track in order to make some room and play through the offside. Wasn't successful. For the same reason, Atapattu looking very patient today. There you go. Advancing ever so slightly to negate the movement on offer for Henry. Beautifully bowled. West Indies, in comparison to their bowling efforts in the first 2 ODIs. Today, much improved performance. For the same reasons, an increased amount of attention being given by 2 openers from Sri Lanka.
Henry's been good. She's into her 4th over. So far, only 9 runs coming off that end. 4 dot balls now against a vastly experienced Chamaria Zapatu. That's not easy to do, Damika, especially when you're up against the top ODI ranked batsman in the world in women's cricket.
Number 1 in the world, an iconic player, superstar in women's cricket in Sri Lanka. There you go, no room whatsoever. This is perfect bowling by Henry so far. They must have developed a strategy to restrict Chamariyatapattu from scoring. And previous 2 occasions, Chamariyatapattu was trying to be a little bit more innovative, trying to come down the track, trying to make a little bit of room. But today, played each deliveries according to its merit, which is good to see.
Dot ball, a maiden over, the first of the innings, very well done by Henry. Sri Lanka 25 for none. Now, this is something that we were debating during the second ODI. I don't know still what that is, but it's something that is getting a lot of attention around the area. And I've been told that this has something to do with coconut. So I don't know the exact term that I would want to describe it, but it's amazing the amount of effort done to do the drying of it. And I've been told that they have been exported to various parts of the world.
Some insights from the experienced commentator. Beautiful views. There you go. The mountain range not too far away from us. Beautiful pictures going around the world on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel and available to you on Channel I across the country. Exciting game. Usually, once you wrap up the series, Alia Alain comes into the attack. 31 matches, just 20 wickets. Economy impressive, 3 for 19. Bowled exceptionally well in the first 2 ODIs. Now Sri Lanka wrapped up the series with a 1 game remaining, but they can't still be complacent. Important ICC Champions Trophy points on offer. Right now Sri Lanka gained progress, 2 out of 2, and I'm sure Sri Lanka wouldn't mind going 3 out of 3.
So, Damika, this is what you were referring to, the ICC Women's Championship standings so far. You see, Sri Lanka is placed at 5th at the moment, 6th at the moment, and West Indies are placed 8th at the moment. But the remaining thing is that the West Indies have more games than Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka have 6 games where they need to win 5 to be in contention. So it's a tough call. And England, or rather the West Indies, have a tour against the Ireland, in Ireland. So the amount of matches, so it's going to be a tough call for the Sri Lankan women. So as you said, though the series is won, they need to keep continuing on that winning streak to get ultimate. This time Vishmi comes down the track, gets it in the gap. That's a boundary. Vishmi Gunratna says, I've had enough. I need to get a move on.
What's impressive about that from Vishmi Gunratna? Look at the footwork coming down the track, charging, muscled it away for a boundary. This is how usually Vishmi Gunratna bats. Likes to get on with things. From time to time, now Sri Lanka picking up boundaries. These 2 batters set things up really nicely to start off the series in the first one day, 80+ runs partnership. This time in the air, but safe away from the fielders. Just a single. This is good to see. Picking up a single after taking a boundary. Good batsmanship.
Yep. Not a bad delivery. She was stretching for that. Got it outside edge, but it was good enough to take it for a single. So, concluding that statement, Sri Lanka needs to keep on that winning streak, despite winning the series, to get automatic qualifications for the Women's ODI World Cup.
As simple as that. Win everything on offer. You might consider Ireland not the strongest nation, but weather down in Ireland during that period, little dodgy. As we rain, someone who spent time there confirmed us. So Sri Lanka, win everything on offer is in order. Athapattu looks very determined, very patient. That very pleasing to see someone who changes gears rather swiftly. Today, little circumspect, but very intelligent.
Yeah, very watchful, I could say. Athapattu. Let's see how Alan can finish this over. Into the gap. Chase for the fielder. This outfield is lightning fast, and that will just have the legs to beat the two fielders to the boundary. Athapattu gets the boundary, the second of the over. Sri Lanka end over number 8. Take a look at that again. Didn't try to hit it too hard. And once it got on those practice turfs, it just kept running away from the fielder. It is always a teasing chase for Cornell and Ramrak. And Athapattu will take that welcome boundary. Sri Lanka will end over number 8 on 34 for none.
We've been getting these beautiful pictures right throughout the day. Very picturesque looking surroundings of Suryavava. Impressive looking stadium. Sri Lanka did everything right in the first ODIs. And they'll be looking to wrap things up. Meanwhile, West Indies staring at a whitewash. Something you don't often see in women's cricket. Gunaratne 17, Athapattu 14. Are pretty much settled, and they can adjust their techniques according to the pace of the track. Henry, excellent previous over. And that previous boundary, Kosala, a real teaser. Timed it well and get past the infield. Another boundary. Perfect pull shot from Vishmi Gunaratne.
Well, I thought that was a bit of a misfielding. Got caught on a bad bounce from those practice turfs. And I'll tell you one thing, once it hits those practice turfs, the ball just intends to shoot off the ground, and that's exactly what happened. And that is a welcome boundary to Ramrak. Henry's not happy, quite correctly. Now, we had a maiden over previously from Henry, and since that, the remaining 9 balls have produced 3 boundaries already.
Goodbye, the Sri Lankan openers. They've been waiting patiently till loose deliveries coming their way. Previous delivery was short from Henry, not that much, but really well played. Punch off the back foot once again, straight to the fielder. Henry, after conceding the boundary, coming back really strong. Still very good figures, 4.4 overs, 13 runs conceded. Today, being a holiday, slightly better crowd when you compare with first 2 one-dayers.
They found the shades of the grass banks here at the stadium. Straightened up Vishmi on that occasion. Young Vishmi, 18 years of age, hails from Anula College, Anula Vidyalaya in Colombo.
I thought Vishmi is from Ratnavali, Gampaha.
Sorry, Ratnavali Gampaha.
Once again, pulled it away. Chase is on. Coming back for the second. Very, very easily. This is good cricket. Sri Lanka upping the ante after 10, 40 for none.
At the end of the first power play, it's been a steady start for Sri Lanka, fought without loss. The most lucrative power play thus far in the series. Chamari Atapattu being very cautious early on, playing against her grain, realizes what's demanded of her in this situation. And Vishma Gunaratne, who's been exceptional throughout the series, continuing from where she left off. Let's say very good morning once again, Ricky.
Good morning, Viren. Yes, and what is good to see is even in the last game, the aggressor has been Vishmi Gunaratne. You know, Chamari Atapattu has taken a time, 27 balls for 14 runs, almost at a 50 strike rate. Vishmi Gunaratne much better strike rate. We don't generally see that often in any sort of cricket when Chamari Atapattu is there. Whomever she is batting with, she will be the aggressor. So I think that's a lot of pressure off Chamari Atapattu's shoulders when Vishmi Gunaratne is batting this way, because in the past what we have seen is in the power play overs, if Chamari doesn't score or if she's tied down, the run rate is very low. You know, Sri Lanka doesn't get going. It's sort of a stop there. And then it's very difficult to catch on later. But here at 4 runs per over in the first 10 overs is very good. And when you haven't lost a wicket, it's very good. So Vishmi Gunaratne, to her credit, has done a good job.
A breath of pressure, as you said, Ricky, in terms of alleviating Chamari of that pressure of having to score quickly. She's able to get her eye in and play the long innings. We've seen her do that very often. And our recent outing in South Africa was the prime example of that. Seeing us through in tough run chasers and being the stalwart she is, she's able to get into her groove thanks largely to other players and youngsters like Vishmi chipping in.
Yes, especially when you're a bit of a low of confidence, out of form, you know, the others around you, you need that support from the other end. So if at all, I don't think Chamari Atapattu is out of form at all, but if at all, if she's finding it difficult on the surface, when you have the other batter at the other end scoring the runs, you know, she can relax, she can take it easy, she can play a few dot balls, because you know Chamari Atapattu can always catch up. It doesn't matter if she's going at a 50 strike rate. End of the day, she will go past that 100 strike rate. She's that sort of a player. She can play the big shots. So this is a good combination, left hand, right hand combination, beautifully played. Good use of her feet. I mean, all they could do, the fielders, is just stand and watch and just go and bring the ball from the boundary line. Beautiful. Look at the use of her feet up to the pitch of that delivery. There was a mid wicket in place, but she had no chance. This is excellent batting by Vishmi Gunaratne. And the shots she's played, Viren, so far in this innings has been risk-free. She's played proper cricketing shots. We haven't seen her swing wild, you know, trying to play those innovative shots. She's just played the bowlers on their merit.
A batting masterclass by Vishmi Gunaratne in the form of her life thus far in this series. Was unfortunate to miss out on what would have been a well-deserved half-century in the first game. Cracked the code in the second and is on course, having made a prolific start here.
So that's wide. just trying to overcompensate. The earlier one was much straighter. Vishmi played it towards mid-wicket. This time Alin going wider, and umpire Dedunu deciding that's just too wide, and another extra to the total.
The West Indies have to be patient. Elaine bowled really well in the first two games, but has been slightly wavered early on in her first spell this morning. Yes, they haven't got that elusive breakthrough just yet, but as we've seen in the first two ODIs, wickets can fall in quick succession here.
Salian adjusting a length in particular after that clip to the boundary for 4 runs. Comes back with 2 dot deliveries, 11 completed, 48 without loss. So 48 of 66 deliveries. 28 of 37, 16 of 29, partnership chair well shared. Right and left hand combination. Vishmi Gunaratne, just 18 years of age, giving that all important support to Chamari Athapattu. Excellent start. West Indies, after winning the toss, electing to field first. Would have wanted a couple of early wickets, unfortunately. There was that half chance of Chamari Athapattu which they could not take. And now seems that the two Sri Lankan batters are settled in, got the measure of the surface, and looking to play the long innings.
Yes, it's a fresh strip here in Hambantota as Ramharak comes into the attack. And with the field spread out now, the second power play spanning the next 29 overs. Chamari Athapattu and Vishmi Gunaratne will be looking to continue to rotate strike as the West Indies become rather defensive in their field setting.
None there. Moving, Gwen, moving,
Well,
Gwen,
we
moving,
don't
Gwen.
see very often bowlers wearing the cap to bowl.
Work, girls.
Ramarak
Come on.
preferring that option, comfortable with it. You have to inform the umpire, of course, as long as there is no destruction to the batter. Beautifully played with outside the off stump. Athapattu capitalizes.
Keep working.
You cannot bowl in that area to Chamari Athapattu. She's very strong to the offside field, especially backward of square.
Work, Chrissy Chris, come on.
And she's now looking really good as Sri Lanka bring up their half century.
Yes, a brilliant 50-run stand between Chamari and Vishmi, breaking the shackles there with a delicate late cut. Straying down the leg side, easily dealt with by the skipper.
Keep working, Chris.
There's a lot to do for West Indies. They seem fairly down after losing those two games quite convincingly. It was big victories for Sri Lanka. The first two games, winning with 15 overs to spare. Then in the last game, it was a trash and they were bowled out for 92. So they seem a little bit low on confidence. You look at them in the field, their heads down. They need something to just lift them up. Maybe a couple of quick wickets that they can lift themselves up and think, yes, we are into the game. But so far, Sri Lanka have done well.
This right-hand, left-hand combination for Sri Lanka is causing some issues for the West Indies bowling attack. Not able to bowl consistent lines and lengths. Straying down the leg side once again. Fuller. That was a lot better by Ramharak. Now they'll be looking to peg these batsmen down. They've been easy freebies on offer to relinquish any sort of pressure. Both Chamri and Vishmi have been quick to capitalize.
So Ramarek coming over the wicket to the right hander. Just bowling that off stump line. I like the speed and the length. She's concentrating now to the right hander. That's where she needs to be bowling. Excellent running. Very quick between the wickets, Vishmi Gunaratne. 12 overs completed, 55 without loss. So there you go. This is that 50-run partnership between these two. Shots on both sides of the wicket. Vishmi Gunaratne in particular has been the aggressor, using her feet against both spin and pace, and Chamari Athapattu just playing a natural game, hanging in there, and has put the loose ball away when it mattered. 55 of 72, and the contributions have been equal, 21 and 29, so they have supported each other well. They run hard between the wickets and have set the platform for Sri Lanka for a big score. So Alian into a third over, 9 for 17. She's been the successful bowler for West Indies so far in this series. Picked up wickets in both the games in those losing causes. Once again, just short of a length. Easy single.
Rotating strike with ease now. It's important for skipper Campbell to make sure that they don't go ball chasing. And what do I mean by that? We see changes to the field setting. We see changes to the field setting at regular intervals, trying to close up gaps that both Chamri and Vishmi are managing to find with regularity. It's important to stick to your plan. Yes, things aren't going your way. The luck of the green is in Sri Lanka's camp right now, but you've got to be patient. And as I said earlier, in Hambantota, one wicket can lead to a procession, so it's important for them to retain their composure.
Yes, Aline. So far, decent over, just a single. That's the Sri Lankan dugout, Romesh Ratnayaka. Speaking to the girls, Harshika Samaravikram, big smile on her face. I'm sure something funny must have been told. Tarindu Pera, the assistant coach and the analyst. Chamari Athapattu looking to use her feet. Alien saw it early, dragged the length back. Now this is where Chamari Athapattu got out in the first two games, looking to use her feet, and then sort of a cock shot and was clean bowled. She has to keep her cool, her patience. The runs have come. That's too short, and that's pulled away. Just a single, isn't it? Straight to the field at 13 overs completed, 57 without loss.
Once again, that's a freebie for Chamari. She'd have that for breakfast, lunch and dinner all 7 days of the week.
Almost took the umpire with her as well with the ball. That was very close to that square leg umpire. The Sri Lankan dugout looking much more comfortable. 3 changes today. That shows the trust, the faith, the confidence they have in the squad, that they could rotate any players at any given time and each one is good as the other. So that's great to know. And yes, chatting to the assistant coach Sarindupera as well today morning. He says as long as the girls are performing, you know, we will keep continuing with them. Age doesn't matter, young or old, but what we want is consistent performances.
Oh God.
Names do not matter, he said. Names do not really matter, but performance is what is needed. And he says that there are backup players as well. Youngsters are coming through. So, you know, the senior players are under pressure to perform. Unlike in the years gone by, you know, they were relaxed. Even if they didn't perform, still they were in the team because there was nobody to replace them. But now there are others who are pushing. So every player has to keep performing on a regular basis, which is good for the women's game.
Vishmi Gunaratne here, putting on a masterclass. There was a very, very vacant long on region, and she timed that to perfection.
Yeah, sure. Chris.
Stroke play at its finest by Vishmi.
Yeah, sure.
A valiant attempt in the deep, but to no avail. She's gotten her eye in now, and finding those gaps with ease is Vishmi. Surgeon-like precision there.
So what is good to see is she likes to use her feet and go through that long on mid-wicket region, isn't it? Even against pace, we saw her doing that. She doesn't really try to hit it across the line towards square leg, fine leg. Prefers to play those straight shots. Even in that last innings when she scored a half century, look to play down the ground, offer the straight bat.
Walk, Chris, come on.
So good signs from Vishmi Gunaratne. A small crowd in, watching the game. Parents, friends, supporting Sri Lanka cricket. Good to have them here at Surya Weber.
Yes, Ricky, a historic day for Sri Lanka cricket. An opportunity of whitewashing the West Indies at home, which would be an unprecedented feat.
That is a nicer place to be in,
Chris,
those grass banks under a tree, you know, relaxed. It's, I think, a much better place to watch the cricket from. I prefer so. There is some breeze flowing across the ground as well. Unfortunately, we cannot go there. Well, Kosala from behind asked me, why can't we go there? By the time we go there and come back, it's a long walk. Our commentary stint will be over. 14 complete at 63 without loss.
As we have a look at Sri Lanka's bench, Ricky, you spoke about Sri Lanka utilizing their bench strength in this game, and it only bodes well for Sri Lanka cricket as we see the scorecard thus far. The wicket column hasn't troubled the scorers just yet. Vishmi Gunaratne being the aggressor in this innings, continuing with where she left off in the first two games, and Chamari Atapattu getting her eye in. Kosala during the toss stated that a big performance is due from Chamari. As we see the bowling card, 4 bowlers utilized, and Henry has been the most economical.
Yes, so what is good to see is just 5 extras. West Indies were very loose in their first 2 games, gave away a lot of extras, wides in particular. So they've been disciplined in 14 overs, just the 5 extras. That's a very big improvement. So we have a Joseph who is brought into this game. Kuena Joseph, 11 games, 11 matches, 4.45 her economy rate, 2 for 24 her best. We'll see how she goes on the surface.
Another player who's impressed in the women's CPL. I was expecting to see her play in the first 2 games. Has something different to offer, flights the ball very well.
You have followed the women's CPL quite closely, Viren. You know all these players by heart, by name. We would like to remind all those in and around Surya Weber, come and watch the game. It's entrance free. Sri Lanka Cricket, of course, opening the gates for these women's games. So if you like to watch some quality cricket, international cricket at its best, some quality players, the likes of Chamari Atapattu, Stephanie Taylor, among others, you could come over to Surya Web and watch the game.
Walking ladies, walking ladies, walking ladies, come on. Still at work, still at work.
Yes, we spoke about the importance of franchise cricket for these women in our during the first two ODIs, and I hope scouts all over the world tuning in are watching closely. There are so many youngsters here delivering on the big stage. It's a high pressure situation with both teams vying for spots in the World Cup next year. And it only bodes well for these youngsters. And speaking of youngsters, you spoke about the stiff competition in Sri Lanka cricket now. The competition for places, no better example than Inoka Ranavira, a stalwart in the game, being dropped after the first game.
You just took that out of my mouth. Wherein I was thinking the same thing. Just played the one game. She was normally a starter in any game, but now there's others to step into her boots, and that is good. We'll see Inoka Ranavira, I'm sure, in the T20 games, but this is good, healthy competition, good for women's cricket. 15 completed, 67 without loss.
Sri Lankan women's team. If you're just joining us, from whichever part of the country you're in, Sri Lanka put into bat, have done extremely well at the end of the first 15 overs with a half a century partnership between Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamari Athapattu, the captain, but Vishnu Gunratna has been the more aggressor compared to Chamari Athapattu in this partnership. Well, there you go. 67 over 90 balls. Look at those contributions, 37 and 25. Normally, you would say it would be the other way around, how Athapattu, but I've been very impressed with this young Vishnu Gunratna, the way she's come into the whole system and how she's adapted. Amazing. And we're back live. And hi, Polly.
Yes, you're right, Coach Vishnu Gunratna, very consistent in this series. She got 40 in the first, 50 in the second, and now she's 37 not out. Really, she's the find of the series, no doubt about that. She's been among the team for quite some time. Now she's developed into a great opener and a great partner to Chamari Athapattu.
Now this is what was lacking in Sri Lanka women's cricket, isn't it? A batter, now take a look at this again. Didn't turn much as it just went on with the arm. Oh, that one turned. That one turned and gripped. So this is what this surface will offer, because I did mention the sun bathes down from 7 a.m. in Hambantota, and that will dry off this pitch. Take a look at that again. That one spun very sharply, Polly.
It's definitely, that one spun a lot. And there you see Chamari Athapattu watching that one carefully, trying to get some runs as quickly as possible. 68 on the board now. They put on an 88-run partnership in the first one-day international between these two batters, and now they're the second good partnership in the series. Because Vishnu Gunratna has been really the find of the series, been really batting well, very consistent. She's on strike now. Yeah, of course, we were talking about the wicket at the toss too, and when they're on the pitch report, and you did say that it might take a bit of turn towards the latter part of the game. The Sri Lankans, on the other hand, too, they do have good spinners to exploit this type of surface.
I think Sri Lankans wouldn't mind that. Let's see how it turns out, but I feel that it will start to turn, start to grip as the game goes on. Oh, lucky for the bowler, unlucky for the batsman. It's the end of the over. It's 68 for none. So this is the surface that we've been talking about. You see, you hardly see any grass on it, Polly. It looks very dry. And this time, Chamari Athapattu goes aerial. And that is a maximum. Is that the first? Or yes, it is. Umpire Deduni says that's the maximum. First of the innings. And coming courtesy of the Sri Lankan skipper. Givanaya picked it up well, and away she goes.
She's not going to leave them alone, just a straight one. Lovely shot by Chamari Athapattu. Plenty of time, watched it very carefully. You see the replay, full swing of the bat. Once again, Chamari Athapattu drives it firmly, this time down towards mid-on, deep mid-on, just gets a single. 75 on the board for Sri Lanka. Very good partnership for the first wicket. Put the Sri Lankans very much on command.
There you go. This is the 6. She, as you said, watched it right to the end. Look at the head position when she was in contact. Joseph is the one who came into this side for today's game. The left armer. Doesn't seem to be a big spinner of the ball. Polly just fires it in. These are a few of the spectators maybe friends, parents, siblings. Good comeback from Joseph. This has been a good comeback. Gone for 6 in the first ball. He's come back with 3 dot balls against Vishmi. Again, that slowness of the pitch, not really coming on. You see, Vishmi, where she was striking that poly, she was looking at going more square of the wicket, but it didn't really come on. End of the over.
There you see the West Indies bowling card. Cornell none for 16 or 4 overs. Henry bowled pretty well, none for 15 or 5 overs. Well, you see the others got pretty expensive. Ali Alain none for 19, 6.33 is economy rate. And Maraka, the off spinner, none for 14 of 3. And Quiana Joseph, the left arm, slow left arm, who came into the side, none for 11 of 2. So Ramarak, the off spinner, to continue. For 3 overs, given away 14 runs. Atapattu on 33 and Gunaratna on 37. Wonderful partnership of 75. Sri Lanka being put into bat, 75 for no loss. In this third one-day international between the West Indies women and the Sri Lanka women.
Oh yes! She don't decide to do that from
Angle
early.
she's creating against Atapattu here. Right arm over the wicket, spins one, holds one back, gets it to come the other way. That's one that can turn much. Was good. They're looking for 2 here, but decides against it.
That is it.
Cornell's got a good arm.
One more thing about Vishmi Gunaratna is Kosala. She's very quick on the run in between the wickets. She was looking for that second run, but of course Chamari Atapattu decided against it. And also talking about Ramarak, she's wearing the delivery as well. This one to Gunaratna with the front foot. Just pushing it on the offside, straight to the fielder.
It is a misfield. Ramarak would not be happy with that. Short. Vishmi Gunaratna, oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Gunaratna will take the boundary. She will move into the 40s with that. The third time she's done this in this series. Yeah, she's not happy. Ramarak is not happy. But wasn't the best of deliveries as well, Polly. Now, Vishmi Gunaratna is a good player square of the wicket. She's got 13 on the onside square of the wicket and 14 on the offside. So that gives an indication she loves playing that horizontal bat strokes. She's not driven much down the ground.
You're right, Kosala. She's a very good square cut. And that's down the leg side, a wide being called, taking the Sri Lankan total on to 81. Gunaratna on 41, very consistent in this series. And that was lacking in the Sri Lankan players, you know, the consistency. And when Vishmi Gunaratna bats like this, definitely the entire lineup will be pretty confident with the start like this, 81 runs on the board without loss.
This is the second time they've done that, isn't it, in this series? Take a look at that again. Ratna played it uppishly, but was into the gap. Taken on the full. Not been able to get it out of that square. End of the 18th, 82 for none. Joseph continuing with a left arm spin.
Keep working, Kiki.
You can see
Working, Kiki.
Polly,
Keep working, Kiki.
weight transformation on Joseph's delivery. Take a look at it very closely. There you go. There. Really doesn't give that pivot, doesn't get much side on, more straight on, more open. That's why she's not getting that added spin coming off the surface.
Well, I think Kosala, she's trying to push it a bit faster rather than giving it with yaw. Normally a left arm orthodox bowler like to toss it up a bit. Definitely. That's again nicely played by Chamari Atapatu, getting the gap between deep mid on and mid wicket. That's gone to the boundary for 4.
Now you know why Joseph doesn't want to toss it up. Because Chamari Atapatu is going to murder you the moment she sees flight. That's exactly what happened. Little bit of air, and Atapatu says, this is where I want it. Boundary for the taking.
You see, that's a beautiful shot by Chamari Atapatu, getting into the gap. She's not in a hurry today. She's batting pretty well because Vishnu Gunaratna, the more attacking type of player today. You see the...
Now, you see, Chamari Atapatu is quite different to Vishnu Gunaratna. She's got runs all around the park. She's not favoured any particular area. Short this time, and that has been given the treatment. Chase of the fielder, and that will just tease Ramshak into the boundary. Second to the over. Sri Lanka marching along. Highest partnership of the series. It's 91. Again, Joseph a fraction short. Chamari Atapatu is a very strong player off the back foot. We'll put that away on any given day.
Well, we see Chamari Atapatu now on full stride. She was not in a hurry at the early part of the innings. Of course, Vishnu Gunaratna was getting the runs, but now Chamari Atapatu has said, okay, I also got to do it. She's got up very quickly. She's on 42 now. 91 on the board.
So she's caught up with Atapatu. It's the end of the 19th. 91 for now.
Sri Lanka 91 for no loss. You see 29 singles, 3 twos, 11 fours and 1 6 in this 91. Goes 70 dots also. But they will not mind it. They got a good partnership here. That's nicely played by Vishnu Gunaratna this time. There is a fielder down there. Just gets a single. Ramaraka bowling a fifth over, 9:52.
Oh, jeez.
This time it's Atapatu
Let's watch
laying
it.
it straight down to the deep mid wicket fielder. Well, now the two batters are playing shot to shot, isn't it, Kosala?
Keep working, ladies.
Yep, I think just gives an indication that wicket is now easing out more. It's getting more comfortable for batting. The occasional ball is turning, but they're picking it very well. Gunaratna, third time she's passed 40 in this series. Went on to make a half century in the second one. This time she tries to go over the top. Is a fielder getting under this one. It's taken. Vishme Gunaratne trying to do it too often. Ramrak picks up the first Sri Lankan wicket. Vishme Gunaratne's innings comes to an end.
Once again, another 40 to Vishme Gunaratne, 44 this time. Definitely the 50 was off. If she had just concentrated a bit, coming down the line, hitting it over the top, trying to hit it over the top, didn't time it properly. Of course, a good catch taken there at the mid-arm position.
Vishnu Gunaratne departs. Sri Lanka lose their first. She goes for 44. It's 93 for 1.
Harshit Samaravikrama at number 3. Another wonderful batsman to watch. Just shots all around the wicket. She too has been among the runs. She got a good 40 in the first. There you see the statistics.
So it's two left-handers now in the centre. Very interesting bat grip from Harshita. She holds the bat very low down. This is the fall of the wicket. There you go. I thought the bat turned on Vishmi on that occasion. She was in two minds whether to go over mid-wicket or whether to go over long off. Take a look at this again. There you go. The bat turning on her.
You're right, of course, like even in the second game, same thing happened to her. The bat turn. She got to correct that. She got to go back to the nets and see about that.
There you go. Take a look at this again. There you go. The bat turning. Not really getting it in the centre. And that is the downfall for Vishmi Gunaratne.
It's a close one. And it's given out. So that's the end of Samaravikrama. Ramrag getting 2 wickets in this over. Sri Lanka 95 for 2.
Well. Another one bites the dust. Harshita Samaravikrama played down the wrong line, I would say. That one didn't turn from her. That one came on with the arm. Take a look at that again. There you go. She was playing for the turn. That just crept through. And this is what Ramrak can do. She picked up 2 in the previous game. She's got 2 more. And this time, 2 wickets in the same over. Harshita Samaravikrama's short stay ends for 1. Sri Lanka 95 for 2 at the end of 20.
Hansima Karunaratne brought in for this game will be an important one for the right-handed batter. Excellent first wicket stand out all of a sudden. West Indies goes bang bang as Ricky joins me alongside in the comm box.
Yes, Dhammika, so 2 in 2 for West Indies. That's something they really wanted to get back into this game, crawl their way back. Hansima Karunaratne today playing in place of Hasini Pereira. Hasini Pereira being rested, Karunaratne being given the opportunity. Now these are the opportunities they should grab. It's not easy nowadays to break into the Sri Lanka women's lineup. So every opportunity you should perform. Score runs, pick up wickets. And with the 30 overs remaining, your skipper at the other end, Hansika Karunaratne can really just settle down, take her time and play her game. Yes, the ball went in with the angle, played down the wrong line, hitting the back leg, and umpire Agamberg thought that would go and crash into leg stump. So Ramarak picking up 2 in 2, 2 big wickets to inform players now dismissed, and Atabatu has to now ensure that she bats as long as possible. As you see, 33 IS score, just 19 games, 208 runs, but another talent for Sri Lanka going forward.
There's lots of young talent in this squad. This is the last we're playing for turn, which isn't there. Go straight on with the arm. Why I had very little hesitation. Oh, what a fine delivery. A little bit of turn. Luckily, there was no touch. Fletcher into the attack. Leg spinner. Straight away. Getting some turn off the surface. Came off the glove of the wicket keeper. Rashida Williams straight away indicating there's no edge. So, no appeal.
None there.
Generously flighted, and Hansima Karunaratne pushed that one away towards extra cover region for no run.
Understand, Mama Sita. She don't understand.
Yes, Fletcher has done well so far on this tour. Particularly, beautifully bowled. In that first game, she bowled impressively. She likes bowling to the right-hander, so it's not going to be easy for Karunaratne with the ball turning away. Good attacking cricket by Campbell, having a slip positioned as well. See, that fell short, almost into her hands. Big smile on Fletcher's face.
Beautiful piece of bowling by Fletcher. Another dot ball to complete the 21st. Sri Lanka 96 for 2. While the opening wicket stand is in progress, for Sri Lanka, things looking very good, and all of a sudden, West Indies spinners getting some bite out of the track. Fletcher in particular, fishing it in line with the stumps and extracting some turn. Hansima Karunaratne understandably nervous.
Oh, sweet.
Ramarak has been outstanding, 2 for 25. I mentioned earlier in my comment 15 that Atapattu, longer she bats, she will catch up on her strike rate. She was going at around 50. Now that gap has reduced, 45 of 61.
Oh, glorious looking drive straight to the fielder. You said it right, Ricky. While Vishnu Gunaratne was batting really well, Atapattu very keen on giving more strike to Vishnu Gunaratne. As a result, runs are flowing. Things looking good for Sri Lanka. What a fine delivery.
That was a beauty. That turned, that bounced. Classical orthodox right arm off spinner, finger spinner's delivery by Ramarak. She's taken a liking to this surface. Oh, that was a wicket taker. This time slightly too short. And West Indies now certainly throwing themselves around after those 2 wickets. Something that has boosted their confidence. They feel if they get rid of Atapattu here, then you'll have 2 new batters in the centre. It will make life difficult for Sri Lanka.
Absolutely no doubt. She's the one who controls things in the middle for Sri Lanka. Of course, vast amount of experience. She knows the track isn't conducive for stroke play. Ramarak working good lines and lengths. Very well bowled, solid looking defensive stroke. Now, while the partnership is in progress, you saw energy levels going down in the field for West Indies. Now all of a sudden, spring in the heels. Quicker, defensively negotiated. Another good over, just a single off. 22 done, 97 for 2.
You can see there's buildings. Sri Lanka were progressing really well. Just a couple of maiden overs in between in the power play. And then Vishnu Gunaratne in particular stepped on the accelerator, but those 2 wickets have pushed them back slightly. 2 very good overs since then for West Indies. from Fletcher and Ramarak. Just 6 extras in 22 overs. That's very impressive. It's a very good comeback from the first 2 games.
This time goes aerial. Luckily short of the fielder, just short. The spectators would have had their heart on the mouth. Atapattu, the top attraction. A good crowd is in. They'll be definitely hoping something big from Atapattu.
Yes, certainly that was a good attempt too. She came towards the ball. She didn't wait. She thought she will attempt that catch. Generally, fielders look to hold back, take it on the bounce. But unfortunately, just fell short. So that was a very good attempt. Credit to the fielder. Because they know Atapattu is the prize wicket here. As spectators watch from those grass banks under those trees, cool wind blowing across the grounds. 40 dot deliveries in this innings so far, but a very good strike rate. This could be close. Did she get a hand on that one? I am sure they'll go up to the 3rd umpire. I feel that Karunaratne seems to be in a spot of bother.
We have an umpire's referral for a run out at the bowler's end. Can you just give me the frame where I can see whether the ball touches the fielder's hand, bowler's hand, please? Wrong replay. Wrong replay. Now you have to, Tushan, you have to give me a different replay. Maybe front on reverse would be perfect. Reverse angle. Yeah. Okay, confirm ball touched the fielder's hand and give me the side on for the run out, please. Run outs. For the run out, I need the side on angle to Shan. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen. It's... Yeah, I know. Guys, make the signal at the signal out on the on-field, from the on-field, because the lights are not working. Tushan, lights are not working, so on-field out.
Well, there you go. She's been given out, run out. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a technical problem. The lights were not working, but umpire Rujire Palliogurage, our 3rd umpire, has given the decision to the on-field umpire, umpire Deduno, and has been given as out. There you go. So that's unfortunate for Hansima Karunaratne. Straight away, I thought that she was out of a crease. We needed to just to see if the bowler got a hand to it. Backing up, it was powerfully struck by Chamari Atapattu, but that's very unfortunate. Getting an opportunity, her first game for this series, and a run out at the non-strikers end. Sri Lanka are now 99 for 3.
Lakshmi Silva, very reliable finisher for Sri Lanka. Coming in at number 5 today. She needs to bat long. Sri Lanka, excellent start, 93 runs. Now look at the figures. All of a sudden, oh, that one almost carried to the bowler. Chamari Atapattu seems to have realized now things getting a little tougher while spinners in action. With the addition of just 6 runs, Sri Lanka have lost 3 wickets, 3 key wickets. Hansima Karunaratne, of course, unfortunate way to go out. Swept it away. The chase is on, but couldn't prevent that one from going into the boundary. Came off the bat. 4 more runs to Chamari Atapattu. 50, the first of the series. The champion. has delivered today. 51 not out.
Yes, that's a very good knock by Chamari Adabatu. Patient knock, took her time. She thought probably she missed out on the first two games trying to accelerate. But let Vishmi Gunaratne do the run scoring in the power play overs in the start of the innings in that partnership. And now she has got to another half century, yet another half century by this Sri Lankan skipper. 23 overs completed. It's 103 for the loss of 3 wickets.
There you go, scoring areas for Chamariata, but 15 runs. Square leg region on the leg side in particular. Few scintillating shots through cover region. 6 and 4 boundaries. 6 boundaries and a 6.
Also, what we see in this graphic, Dhammika, is that West Indies have bowled with a plan to Chamari Adabatu. She's very strong on the offside, outside the off stump. They haven't given her anything. Just what we have only 17 runs through the offside. So they have looked to bowl straight as much as possible, target the stumps. And there was a half chance in the start of the innings. If they took that, this would have been totally different. But credit to the West Indies bowlers as well. They have not just let her, get away. But Chamari Adabatu has shown a lot of patience, found a way to score runs. That's all the experience she has, and it's yet another half century.
Lakshya De Silva averaging 20, just a solitary 50, much better player than that. Trying to work away for a single, straight to the fielder at the wicket region. You saw when things were not going their way, West Indies running out of ideas. All of a sudden, with the introduction of spin, things looking to have improved. And as Kosal rightly mentioned, this surface, very dry one, offers a little bit of spin so far from what we have seen. Ramarak as well as Fletcher working good lines and lengths, making things very tougher for Sri Lanka. All of a sudden, apart from Atapattu, the rest have struggled.
Yes, you have to play the patient role. The ones and twos running hard between the wickets are very important. Wait for the loose ball and then put it away to the boundary. That's the type of innings Atapattu has played. We were talking about her experience playing around the world, so she knew exactly what has to be done. Getting back to Sri Lankan as De Silva gets off the mark. Remember, today they'll come back for 2, get their home safely. Kavisha Dilhari and Hasini Pereira both are not playing, batting at number 4 and 5. So 2 of their better players are not in this game, being rested. And Lakshya De Silva probably coming in 1 notch ahead in the batting order as well because of that. So they don't really have a longer batting lineup like they had in the first 2 games. You see, Anusha Sanjeevani probably will come in at number 6. General she'll come in at number 7. So a bit of a thinner batting lineup, more all-rounders in that lineup, more bowlers. So a lot of work to be done by this pair at the end of the 24th over. It's 105 for 3. We'll take a look at Chamari Adapattu's innings. Started off slowly, took her time, just used the pace of the bowlers on both sides of the wicket. But whenever the loose delivery was presented, she's deposited it to the boundary. Very strong as always down the ground, aggressive against the spinners, and she's good on the short ball, on the front foot. Had her luck, and she's done well to get another half century.
Fletcher glided, fielded the deep, cutting it off, and today Lakshya De Silva will have to play a different role. Usually someone who comes at the end and do the finishing role, but today, take a look at it. Beautiful 6 over wide long off region. Leg side preferred, of course. Very strong player on the offside. Few boundaries. Excellent knock so far. Looks good for a bigger one.
She has to get a big one. And Lakshya De Silva, she has 25 overs to bat. Easily, she could get in a big score here as well. But that's close. Right across the line. She's been given as a not out. Did she get some bat on that one? Did she get a bit of a bottom edge? Umpire Dedun Disi was signaling as not out. That was close.
Most probably must have been something.
Probably also umpire Dedun Disi might have thought that she was struck outside that off stump line. It's a close call. It's a touch and go. Could have gone either way. But the first reaction, I felt that umpire Dedun Disi probably thought that she was hit outside that off stump line. Maybe that's the reason. But very, very close.
You said it right. Height must have taken into consideration. Another defensive shot by Nilakshi De Silva. Although she got every reason to consider herself lucky. Usually compulsive sweeper, anything slower flighted, she prefers to go towards square leg region. Of course, very strong over there. And on the dot ball, Fletcher working her magic.
Yes, she's been good. Amy Fletcher into a third over, just 8 runs. She's bowled with a lot of accuracy. Not easy, these right arm leg spinners, the wrist spinners in general. But she's shown good control in this effort so far today. So halfway mark, 106 for 3, Sri Lanka.
We've reached the midway juncture of the innings. Sri Lanka 106 for 3 in 25 overs. They were very well poised at 93 without loss. Some rebuilding work needed out there. Let's say a very good morning once again, Kosala.
Morning, Viren. 106 for 3. After being 90 for no loss, Sri Lanka might feel that they've been pegged back by the Indies women. The good thing that Sri Lanka, no, that was again turning. The good thing that Sri Lanka has is they got Athapattu still batting.
Very well said, Kosala. And Ramharak, West Indies linchpin with the ball, just has 3 overs left. Being bowled out here by skipper Campbell.
Oh, geez, Bella. Oh.
Well flighted, but they scampered through for that single.
Well ball, Ramas,
Ramharak, in one of her interviews prior to the women's CPL, said that Sunil Narayan was her idol.
Good bit of fielding. Definitely saved a run for her side. Interesting to find out. Your comment. Oh, did she miss it? Or was it intentional? Let us say, but though being the idol, her action doesn't resemble Sunil Narayan, I guess. It's good. Good flighted delivery. Varying her line, varying her length, varying her speeds. That's very important. Especially if you're a finger spinner, Viren, that's what you need to be crafty with the modern day game. You've been picked out otherwise. You need to vary your flight, you need to vary your speeds. That's very important.
Yes, of course. And in the modern game where you have the element of mystery spinners as well, if you're a conventional off spinner, you need to have some variation to keep the batsman guessing. And this has been the pick of her performances thus far in the series. She took a while to settle into her groove. And she'll be a force to reckon with in the T20 series as well.
Sri Lankan dugout looking on. It's good. She shifts to going over the wicket now to Athapattu, trying to create that angle. I think what she might be really trying to do, Viren, is go across and trying to bring that ball back into Chamari Athapattu.
exactly an attempt Charmari to do just that. There's protection in the deep on the leg side for that fall stroke, trying to induce that fall stroke from Charmari. And at the end of the 26th, it's 108 for 3 as we see that once again. Trying to induce the big stroke on the leg side. She knows that Charmari is being pegged down slightly. Brilliant spell by Ramharak, 2 for 30 after 8 overs. In line with her economy, this is what she usually does. This is her role for the side, to bring some stability in those middle overs, and especially without Hayley Matthews and Stephanie Taylor not in operation with the ball. She has a crucial role here.
Yeah, I think you're right, because the finger spinner's role mostly is to be the containing bowler of the side rather than the wicket-taking bowler. You would expect your wrist spinners or your missed spinners to come in and pick up your wickets for you. But when it comes to conventional finger spinner, now here we go. You see straight away Fletcher in action. There's an appeal for a catch. Now that's your wicket-taking bowler.
A container and an aggressor bowling in tandem, just as the doctor ordered for the West Indies. This is a crucial juncture of the game. We know their plan, and there's a lot of purchase on offer for Afi Fletcher, who's been brilliant throughout the series. It seems to be the mantra for the day. Flight it and induce the outside edge.
So what the Windies want is the right-hand batter against the right-arm leg spinner and the left-hand batter against the right-arm off spinner. Now, what the Sri Lankan batters need to do is they need to change that. That's the wrong one.
Nilaksha De Silva didn't pick that out too well. So it's important for her to rotate strike now. And we see that communication between the two batters. To get Charmari on strike, she's been quite comfortable against Fletcher. And this is exceptional, boy. This is wizardry in a nutshell.
Look at the turn. This is what I was talking. Just look at that. That one just spun like a Shane Warne delivery.
Yes. Even the great Shane Warne would be very impressed. But there you go. Got a tad too greedy there. And gives Nilaksha De Silva the opportunity to relinquish the pressure she was under. And once again, we see protection in the deep on the leg side. There's a strong cross breeze as well, Kosala, which could assist Afi Fletcher here.
There you go. That's the indication of the blowing that we were talking about. It's taken Duni's hat away. But this, I think the breeze, we didn't have this breeze in the morning. This just come in as the day progresses, because when I was down there in the center, we didn't see this breeze going cross from left to right or right to left. But now, we're just seeing it. This time, Chamari Athapaththu goes big, tries to go aerial, but finds the fielder down there. Good intent from the Sri Lankan skipper. She marches on to 54 as the over comes to her, and it's 110 for 3.
Yes, it's a very squarish long on. And Charmari looking to continue with the momentum she's had throughout the innings. That was intentionally played, Costa. She knew it was a very squarish long off.
Now we're seeing this, the blowing that we were talking about. Now during this period in Sri Lanka, during the month of June, especially when you have the Poson Poya coming in, it's called in singular terms Poson Hulang. That's what it really happens. This is Poson Hulang in Sri Lanka for you. The Poson wins, to be very precise. This time Athapaththu goes big and connects very well for a maximum second for Athapaththu, the second in the Sri Lankan innings. You just can't afford to give Chamari Athapaththu any leeway.
And the wind seems to be blowing from the offside to her leg side, assisted by the wind. That was Absolutely pummeled by Charmery.
It was in her zone, isn't it, Viren? Very much in her zone. Charmery loves that mid-wicket region. What does Ramrak do now? She's into her ninth. She'll most probably bowl out here. How good has Atapattu been? 60. She missed out in the second game. She wanted to get into the runs. She's been fantastic.
And looking for the leg side again, Charmery. A tad lucky on that occasion. Comes back for the second. Got the top edge. But yes, of course, early on, Charmery got her eye in. And now has gone up a notch. Took the top edge there. Look for that conventional sweep. But Ramharak changed her length slightly.
And also the speed, I would say. She fired it in a little bit quicker than the previous delivery. This time, Atapattu hammers. Oh! Now, was that a drop chance? But it was a valiant effort, I would tell you. If that had stuck, that would have been the catch of the series, without a doubt. Take a look at that again. She gave everything into that. What a great effort. That one hand didn't stick.
One stalwart nearly dismissing the other, Stephanie Taylor. That was a brilliant attempt. That would have been potentially even the catch of the Women's Championship thus far. Prize scalp in Charmery. The stats will indicate that as a drop chance, but that's being very harsh on Stephanie.
Brilliantly. Brilliant effort. Brilliant. Maybe if she had gone with both hands, there might have been a chance. That's what she was indicating right now. Now, what does Silva do? I think what she needs to do is play the second fiddle role to Atapattu. Because Atapattu has decided that she needs to make a move on and she'll get on about the game. Get the single, get things working around for Atapattu. That's what Nilakshi Silva needs to be doing now. The last ball of the over. That might be wide. Yes, it is.
It's an age-old adage. You need to keep the scorecard ticking. And that's Nilakshi's role now. She can't afford to get bogged down at one end. Well flighted once again by Ramharak. A slightly expensive over. At the end of the 28th, it's 120 for 3. You can afford to toss these projected scores out of the window if Charmery gets her eye in and bats out the next 10 to 12 overs.
That predicted score that I mentioned, about 180, might just be beyond the 200 that we're looking at.
Once again, finding the top edge. Charmery's been a tad fortunate in the last 2 overs. Once again, of course, perhaps a subtle change of pace there.
Also, I felt that might have been the wrong one. And Charmery was playing against the turn. Now we got the right hand in strike. Now this is going to be a good contest. Fletcher against De Silva. That's a bad delivery. That's a bad delivery. Might be a wide plus an extra. Run being given. We'll wait for the call. Yeah, it's a wide and a run. 2 added to the Sri Lankan total, 122. I wonder whether you've noticed what these when you really look at leg spinners, how they stray down the leg side and how they really get it right. Now see, again, if you watch them very closely, Viren, it's all about how they release. The moment that release goes towards 1 o'clock, then you're ill-directed. The moment it comes from 12 o'clock and turns, you got it on.
It's one of the finest starts in cricket. Your leg spinner once again with the flight. And on this occasion, with a lot more straighter in terms of the angle. Mind games on both ends.
So what Athapathu is trying to take Fletcher out of the attack. That's what she's trying to do, because she knows that Fletcher, this time she goes again. And this time, on the first bounce to Taylor. So Chamari Athapathu, what she's trying is, or rather Cornell is the fielder, trying to take Fletcher off the attack, but they know that Fletcher is the danger again. Now that was the wrong one, but Athapathu picked it.
Yes, and Fletcher's been using the wrong one as a surprise element. Sometimes leg spinners can get carried away, but it's good that she's utilizing her stock delivery to keep the batsmen on their toes. Nilaksha De Silva has a work cut out for her. Too full on that occasion. But there's a brilliant captaincy by Campbell, using her strike weapons from both ends. As you said, the container and aggressor bowling in tandem.
Keep working, girls. Keep working, girls. There you go. Let that energy, girls.
Now Athapathu, I would say, has pummeled that one away to the boundary for 4 to end the over. Not the best of overs for Fletcher. She's gone for 12 in the over. Again, straying down the leg side. And Chamari Athapathu would do it any day of the time. Any time of the day, rather, to put that one away for a boundary.
Well said, Khosla. Easy pickings for a batsman of Chamari's stature. As we look at Chamari's 9 ODI centuries, a good mix of both home and away, which shows us her prowess, not just in South Asia but around the world, and especially in those Sena countries that are very difficult for batters from our part of the world to thrive in. Brilliant 195 against South Africa, topping the list, and in most occasions potentially taking the side home as well.
200s in Australia, not easy. Ramchak will end her spell from this over. She's gone for 40. They wouldn't mind that because she's picked up 2 wickets. She was a tad expensive in the previous over, but apart from that, she's been good. This time Nilaksha De Silva tries to get it away. Only a single. I don't think that's what Nilaksha should be doing here, Ren. She needs to be just working it around. Let Athapathu do the big hitting.
Exactly, Khosla, well spotted. But when you're a natural aggressor and when you have Chamari at the other end scoring with ease, you'd like to up the ante yourself. But as you said, she has to resist the temptation. It's not her role right now. It's just to keep supporting Chamari. And good captaincy by Campbell to have that first slip in place now.
Gives you an indication why that slip was brought in. There is some purchase of this track if you're really giving it up, turn, and the slower you push it through the air, that's where it starts to grip and turn.
There you go once again. An outside edge through to the boundary. Chamari Athapathu keeps the scorecard ticking. She's a natural aggressor. This is the way she knows best. It's worked out brilliantly for her throughout her career. But Ramharak would feel a tad unfortunate on that occasion.
Yeah. Loose out on that delivery. Short, wide, Atapattu. He's been there for quite a while to spot that one. That one turn again, slower through there, grip and turn.
Speaking of grip and turn, our Sri Lankan spinners will be awaiting the tantalizing prospect of bowling out here. There's a lot on offer for the spinners. Flying once again by Ramarak, fittingly to wrap up her spell. Camper through for that single. So at the end of the 30th over, Sri Lanka are 135 for 3, and it's drinks.
So there you go, Ramarak 2 for 46 of a 10 overs, excellent spell. Vishmi Gunaratna and Harshita Samaravikrama, 2 quick wickets in space of 2 deliveries, brought back West Indies into the game. And yes, they need a partnership. Economy rate just 4.60, 36 dot deliveries. She had a good outing. She'll be happy with her performance, Karishma Ramarak. West Indies needed somebody to step up, deliver with the ball. Today she's done justice. It's a built-in time once again. Sri Lanka, after losing those wickets, they'll need to consolidate. But as long as their skipper is there, nothing is impossible. 74 of 87. Catching up really quickly. Getting close to that runner ball. Vishmi Gunaratna, fantastic 44. Samaravikram and unfortunately Hansika Karunaratna run out at the non-striker's end. She'll feel very unlucky indeed. Lakshya De Silva, 24 deliveries for 6, but still 20 overs left, so she knows that she could take her time, no hurry at all. She knows that as long as Atapattu is there, the runs will keep coming. And 2 for 46, as we said, for Ramarak. Henry has been economical, 5 overs for 15, so has Cornell at the top of the order. Joseph has gone for 20 over 3 overs. Fletcher, once again, brilliant. She's troubled the batters. And Alien just 3 overs for 19. We'll see them in the latter part of this innings. So with 20 overs to go, Paulinus, Sri Lanka will be looking at least to a minimum of another 100 runs. 100 to 120. They'll be looking to get to 230 plus. Yeah, and especially if Atapattu is there, that's certainly possible.
Yeah, there you see the buildings, last couple of overs, runs coming quite easily. Yes, you were talking about the target Sri Lanka will be looking at. Khosla during the pitch report said 180 was a pass score, but definitely that's going to overtake that score a lot, because 135 for 3, 20 overs remaining Sri Lanka, and Chamari Atapattu in particular looking very good. The value of Chamari's innings is, Ricky, the determination she had. She knew she had not done well, not done to her potential in the first 2 games, and she was determined to come good in this game. And she has really done that and shown the rest of the batters how to concentrate and how to work on an inning.
Yes, certainly. I mean, there is very rarely a series that goes by with Chamari Atapattu failing in all the games. I mean, it's hard to keep quality players away for too long. As we say, it's, form is temporary, class is permanent. So Chamari Atapattu is a classy player, and sooner than later she's going to come to the party, and she has done that in this game so far. So a few of the spectators following women's cricket come here to Surya Veva to support the game. Across the line, that was heading down the leg side. She'll be disappointed she missed out Atapattu. There was runs on offer.
definitely tossed up delivery. Well, ball held on a bit. Chamari Atapattu played the shot early. Watching the ball very carefully. 74 coming off 89 deliveries. That's again mistimed.
Work, mama, work, mama, work,
Fletcher
mama.
bowling her 6th over, just given away 19 runs. She's really troubled the batters.
Yes, so she's trying to hit Fletcher through that long on mid-wicket region, looking for the slog sweep. This time Fletcher drops it short. Oh, that's a misfield. Should have stopped that. The comeback for 2 should have kept it to a single, probably. Now, this is a good thinking by Fletcher. The first 3 deliveries were tossed up. Chamari Atapattu looking to play that slog sweep, missed out. So Fletcher dropped it slightly short, made a go for that pull, bottom edge, and gets a couple of runs. So this is an interesting battle. 2 quality players. Fletcher is a quality leg spinner.
This time Chamari Atapattu flashes it on the offside. No run there, straight to the fielder.
Brilliant ball in Paulinus. Bowls the wrong one. Floated it up. Come and hit me, she said to Chamari Atapattu. And bowled that wrong one, but Chamari Atapattu didn't leave the crease, deciding to stay on the back foot. Just a single to end the over. Excellent. Just the 3 runs. 31 completed, 138 for 3.
They see the giant scoreboard here at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium. 138 for 3 of 31 overs. Chamari Atapattu on 77 and Lakshya De Silva on 6. We had Vishpi Gunaratna getting 44 and putting on a very good 93-run partnership for the first wicket. And then Sri Lanka suddenly lost 3 wickets. Heads of Gunaratna. Harshita Samara Vikrama was out for 1 and Hansima Karunaratna was run out for 1. And from there it's from 99 for 3, now it's 138 for 3. So a 39-run partnership between these 2 batters. Most of the runs coming off the bat of Chamari Atapattu, who's on 77.
Talking about Surya Weber, this is a dry zone area. That's why there's a lot of cricket played, even during rainy days. It's not easy maintaining this ground as well. A lot of water is needed, a lot of hard work. Ground staff do a lot of hard work to maintain the square and the ground in general. So Stephanie Taylor, look at that, 160 matches, 155 wickets, 4 for 17 are best. Look at the economy rate, 3.57. So much experience. Starts off with a poor delivery though, and banged away for 4 runs. Atapattu is not going to miss out. Doesn't matter who the bowler is. A good attempt on the boundary line. Did the hard work, had to put in the dive in, but just could not get a hand on that one because it was powerfully struck by Atapattu. So welcomes Stephanie Taylor to the bowling crease in fashion.
Yes, one of the senior most cricketers in the field, Stephanie Taylor, making her debut in 2008.
Probably one of the most senior players in world cricket now. When you look at the years they made their debuts in women's cricket.
Atapattu off the back foot, cuts it down. There is no fielder there, a long chase. A big tease. Well fielded there. Just inches inside the boundary. I don't know whether she knocked the boundary. Gone for the 3rd umpire.
There's a lot of balancing work on the boundary line. So I think she did well to keep that in play. To keep it in play, not concede a boundary. Need a good balancing effort to not trample the line. Brilliant, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Well done. Straight to the field. Once again, Chamari Adabatu. She's missed out on a few of those today. Picking that short fine leg field. Oh, that's good to see. A decent number of spectators have come to watch this game. We invite all those once again to come in. Free entrance. If you're in Surya Weber, come and watch the game on this holiday. It's a person for you. Come over and watch ladies cricket.
There was a loud appeal there for an LPW. Always have a look at that again. Definitely going down the leg side or pitching outside leg stump.
Yes, so certainly that's turning into the left-hander. That would have missed the leg stump quite easily. Just came in with the arm. Stephanie Taylor. She's mixing it up. She's such a crafty operator. 32 completed, 144 for 3. Yes, Stephanie Taylor has a huge role to play because Hayley Matthews is not here, so she's the senior most player. And not forgetting Hayley Matthews is not only the captain or the batter, but her 10 overs is so vital. She's up there in the bowling rankings. She's in the top 10 all-rounders of women's cricket. So her 10 overs is a key cog in this West Indies bowling lineup, and without her, they're certainly hampered. So Stephanie Taylor will have a few overs to bowl. She'll have to take on that responsibility and do that job for West Indies in this passage of play.
Yeah, a vital inning from her is needed in this long chase also. Sri Lanka batters put up a good score. 145 for 3 at the moment. Might be looking at something 200 plus. It's Atapattu up the back for this time. Gets it past cover point. That's gone into the boundary for 4. So she moves on to 88.
Chamari Adabatu at her very best. I mean, she was quick to judge the length of that delivery. Rock back, front of square. Not an easy shot to play, but she has all the power, the timing. Nobody on the boundary to protect that one. So that was one of those few loose deliveries that Fletcher has bowled. Goes back to that foolish one. This is a tussle here. Soon as she bowls it full on the stumps, Chamari Adabatu looking for the slog sweep. And she hasn't been able to make proper contact.
She's on 88. There you see the runs coming all around the wicket. With Chamari Adabatu getting closer to her 10th 100.
So this innings also indicates that the wicket is playing a touch slow. It's not easy to play those lofted drives to go straight down the ground. You see a lot of runs has come beyond square. You know, a lot of the back foot. Generally you'll see Chamari Adabatu going over mid-off, going over the bowler's head. But not much in this innings. So shot making isn't easy as well. So whatever Sri Lanka get here, it's not going to be easy for the West Indies batting to chase down unless there is something special, especially with the amount of spinners Sri Lanka has.
150 on the board, 150 for 3 Sri Lanka in 32.4 overs. Atapattu 189, Nilakshi De Silva on 6. And Nilakshi De Silva not getting much of the strike in the recent time. Chamari Atapattu was having most of the strike, a run rate of 4.59, which is a very good run rate at this stage. 7 wickets in attack. Sri Lanka might be looking at 200 plus. Fletcher bowling a 7th over, just 27 runs given away.
So Nilakshi De Silva should look to rotate the strike a bit more. At the moment she's in a bit of a shell. That's better. That's what's needed. Not the big sixers or fours, but just getting those ones and twos. Give Chamari Adabatu much as the strike as possible. 33 completed, 151 for the loss of 3 wickets.
We see the partnership of 52 runs between these two batters of 63 deliveries, the contribution of that being 42 coming off the bat of Chamari Atapattu, and Nilaksha De Silva just 7 of 26 deliveries. But still hanging around there and supporting Chamari Atapattu is it is what is needed from Nilaksha De Silva at this stage, because Sri Lanka, after a very good start, 93 for no loss, they were down at 99 for 3 when Nilaksha De Silva came into bat with Chamari Atapattu. They have put on 52 runs up to now.
She's a very experienced player now. Nilaksha De Silva has been around this Sri Lankan setup for quite a while, for a number of years, and now senior player in this lineup, so she knows her role well. Good shot delivery. Cornell. There's also what is key, I think, in the Sri Lankan side is each individual player knows their roles, so what they have to do, whether it's bowling or batting. Now that is what I think Romesh Ratnayaka and his coaching staff has brought into this setup. You know, they identified roles to play, who is going to bowl, who is batting, you know, and they know exactly what they have to do going out there. They practice hard, they do their routines hard, and then they go out and perform. So it's a very good setup at the moment.
So Cornell being brought in again, the first delivery. Nilaksha De Silva played it pretty well, and this time Chamari Atapattu driving it towards the extra cover boundary. Gets a single, takes her on to her 90s, so getting close to her 10th century. She played a wonderful innings, a lot of determination in it. That's another good delivery by Cornell. Nilaksha De Silva.
So when you see Cornell running into ball, you may think that she's quicker than what she's delivering at the moment. But she had to wait till that arrive. A long wait for Nilaksha De Silva. That was another slow delivery, this time going for the short one. So trying to mix it up, Cornell, not letting the batter settle down. Is that the one for the over?
That is the wide being called.
Yes, I think she bowled one in the first delivery as well. Well over the head of Nilaksha De Silva. Yes, the square leg umpire signaling is wide.
That's nicely played by Nilaksha De Silva. Waiting for the short delivery, getting off the back foot, pulling it away. 155 for 3. Sri Lanka being put into bat by the West Indians. Run rate of 4.6 per over. That's a very healthy run rate, Ricky.
So Chamari Atapattu looking for that first 100 versus West Indies in women's ODI cricket. She has 9 before this against other oppositions: Australia, India, New Zealand, England, and this will be another milestone for her in her career.
Definitely, she's coming towards the end of her career. She must be wanting to get 100 against the West Indies. And again, a shortish delivery. Nilaksha De Silva getting underneath it. So that's the end of that over. 34 gone. It's 156 for 3.
It's 156 in just 204 deliveries. Current run rate 4.59, 2 sixes, 16 fours in this innings. Sri Lanka have maintained that run rate right throughout. Well set for a good total here. So you mentioned coming towards the end of her career. I think she has a lot more to offer Paulinus. So there had been rumors in the past. I think she. Ah! Oh! Chamari Atabatu. What were you trying to do? Now this is what I was talking about in the last over. She was floating it up there. Chamari Atabatu was looking. This time she was looking to play much straighter. But in the early over, looking to play that slog sweep. And it was a challenge. She mistimed a few. She could not get bad on ball. She was hit on the pads. This time Flyden trying to go over long on. A bit of turn. Knocks back the middle stump. Well, she'll be very disappointed. We were looking forward to it. That would have been a 10th century. It was there for the taking. Her first against West Indies. But Fletcher, she's bowled brilliantly. Deserving wicket. Atabatu gone for 91. Sri Lanka 156 for 4.
There's Anusha Sanjeevani coming in at number 6. Right hand bat. Definitely Sri Lanka lost a wicket of there her statistics of Sanjeevani, 331 runs, high score 46, 11.82 the average, strike rate of 45. Definitely she must be wanting to get a good score today. It's Chamari Athapattu, Ricky, on all 3 matches. She was out bowled on all 3 internationals, first, second and third, all 3 games she was out bowled.
They say generally good batters get bowled normally, or LBW Paulinus, because they rarely hit the ball in the air and get caught. Beautifully bowled by Fletcher. She's been the pick of the bowlers. If you analyze the entire series, even during those huge losses in the first 2 games, Fletcher has been really good. She's troubled the Sri Lankan batters. And that was that wicket. She was looking to go downtown. But Fletcher had the last laugh. And she picked up the prize wicket of the Sri Lankan skipper.
Yes, that one did turn a bit. And there's a good bit of fielding there in the boundary.
I think she hurt her leg, Paulinus. She pulled it in, brilliant fielding, but she could not come back to gather the ball. I think she pulled a muscle. Maybe she sort of jammed her knee into the ground. There you go. Yes, she rammed her left knee into the ground, I feel. Or maybe it's a hip. But she's in a lot of pain, Stephanie Taylor. She's their most senior player now. One of their most vital players. I hope she's okay. I hope it's not too much damage. But she's certainly in a lot of pain. She's down on the ground. There you go. I thought it was her left knee. No, it is her right leg that has been damaged. Hip, I think. Yes, it was the hip. Her thigh area. That's certainly not looking good. Not looking good for Stephanie Taylor and West Indies. But we hope that it's not too much damage. Pull it in. And there you go. I think on that twist, when she twisted, maybe she did some damage.
So anyway, back into the game, 158 for Sri Lanka. Pushing it on the offside, no run. Fletcher bowling her 8th over, 1 for 30.
Yes, sir, she's off the field at the moment. Play will continue. We have the reserve player on the field. Brilliant stuff by Fletcher. Just 2 runs in the over. Picked up the wicket of Athapattu as well. 35 completed, 158 for 4. As Stephanie Taylor leaves the field with the physio and the doctors. Just we hope that she will be okay and she will be back on quickly.
Well, at an important juncture, Sri Lanka losing the big wicket, that of Chamari Adapattu. Here are the projected scores. 6 and over 248. Touch too far at the moment. Current run rate, they get to 226. Kausala once again joining alongside me in the comm box. As you rightly said, this is not the track you straight away coming in and blazing away. You need to take some time to settle down. Now De Silva and wicketkeeper Sanjeevani will have to do some serious resurrection.
Good move by Campbell. Bring back the paces in. Change the difference of the momentum of the game. This is Stephanie Taylor, who injured herself. Hope it's not anything serious.
Almost a mix-up. The call came at the right time by Sanjeevani. De Silva, someone who very keen on getting on with things. She thought, pushed that one away, straight away. The single was on. Sanjeevani smartly sending her back. Cornell trying to hit the deck hard. Played it straight to backward point region and for no run. Like I said, good captaincy, bringing the Pacers back.
Big, tall structure for Cornell. Scamper home for a quickie. Now the whole momentum will change around with the departure of Adapattu. Adapattu definitely was the aggressor. There you go. Good pick up, but the single is always on.
I thought that was a very good piece of bowling by Fletcher. Flighted, little bit of drift. Adapattu trying to go downtown, messes it all together. 100 runs was on the cards for Chamari easily. Still a best part of 14 overs remaining. So the rest of the batters will need to bat out these overs, get maximum out of it. Cornell, very economical, a pull shot. There's protection. There's no protection in the deep. Fielder from square leg region has to come around, picking it up and sending the return. 2 runs taken quite easily by De Silva.
It wasn't very hard or firmly hit by Sanjeevani. She got enough bat on it, but didn't have the legs to take it to the boundary. Last ball of the over. Go through for a quick one. That will mark end of over number 36. 1624.
Looking at the bowling figures, Karishma Ramarak standing out. 2 for 46, put brakes on Sri Lanka scoring, made things difficult. Rest of the bowlers, more or less, doing their stuff, and Henry, very economical, so is Fletcher. Taylor, unfortunately, jammed her knee onto the ground while fielding. Not too sure whether she'll get the chance, the opportunity to bowl again. Made by Fletcher onto her 9th. Good crowd is in. They've been so far having good time.
Fletcher's economy has been very good, 3.75. Some of the fans cheering the Sri Lankan women. Oh, that fit everything. Now, what is the wicketkeeper asking? That's the question. I thought there might have been a bit of bat on that. No, it's been signaled buys. It's not hit anything. Interesting to take a look at that again. What was the keeper asking? Take a look very close. Look at that. That one turn. Oh, good call. Well judged by the umpire. Take a look at that again. Maybe the wicket keeper thought that it brushed her back leg. But good bowling. Short on that occasion.
Beautiful piece of leg spin bowling by Fletcher. Beaten everything, the edge, stumps, and the wicket keeper. It's a case of being punished for good bowling. 4 runs, Sri Lanka will take that anyway. 166 for 4. Going across the line, bottom edge. Towards quite clearly on. Fielder has to come around. So all in all, good over for Sri Lanka so far. 6 runs being taken. Fletcher, meanwhile, looks threatening.
So what Sri Lanka needs to do now is see off Fletcher. She's got 1 over after this one. But she looks to be the danger. Not give her any more wickets.
Play Fletcher safely. And move on to the final passage of play. Another dot ball, Fletcher wearing her length from time to time. Times generous in flight, like the one she got Chamari Athapattu's scalp. Athapattu batted beautifully. Just the way, just a lesson for youngsters how to construct your innings. A wide outside the out stump, little too much turn on that occasion. The back foot little quicker to complete Fletcher's 9th. Very good one for Sri Lanka. After 37, 169 for 4. As you can see, the crowd taken shades. It's very warm, very bright out here. Those are the buildings. As you can see, Sri Lanka, by losing wickets, lost a little bit of momentum. Outstanding opening wicket stand between Chamari Athapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne. 15 extras. Though it was a very concerted effort by the West Indies, still number of extras been a concern.
Changing the bowling. Elaine comes into the attack. Now, out of those 15 extras, 11 of them have been wide. So they've almost conceded 2 extra overs to the Sri Lankan batters. Oh, good start. These are little things that hurt you at the end, Dhammika. Those extra runs given, the extra balls being given. How much does the Sri Lankan batters get in those extra 12 balls? Those are things that you need to look into.
Exactly, at the start of the series, West Indies, they ranked 6th, Sri Lanka 7th. Now things have changed. By winning first 2 games, Sri Lanka worked their way up, ranked 6th at the moment. It's about building on. Sri Lanka, we've been talking about it right throughout the series, on and off commentary. It's about automatic World Cup qualification. Very important. Lane, someone who hits the deck very hard. De Silva, who likes to work almost all deliveries on the leg side and go for singles, finding it little tough against a Lane who's bowling straight in line with the stumps. All in all, Sri Lankan batters They know for sure it's a period for resurrection, because important concluding part coming up. Another single, well played, good running between the sticks.
I would say that's poor on the fielder. That was a single taken. It went to her strong hand, but she looked very lackadaisical in picking that one up.
Little serve off the block. Could have prevented that single. De Silva straight away spotting that weakness and completing the single without any trouble. Good delivery, still managing to find the gap. Sanjeevani hasn't had many opportunities in the first 2 one-dayers. Today, I think these two batters, that's their responsibility to bat, to be till the end.
But I think Campbell is missing a trick here. They've got rid of the dangerous Atapattu. They'll take another quick one. Well run. So when I say they're missing a trick here, is they're not applying pressure on these two batters. They're just allowing the singles to go by, taking it quite comfortably. This is Chamari Atapattu looking on. Very much involved. She's been a fantastic servant of Sri Lankan women's cricket for the last 15 years. And she likes guiding the youngsters, giving all what she knows, sharing a lot of experience and thoughts with the newcomers. That's what you need. 38 overs have been completed. And she's led Sri Lanka for so many years. Changing the field now. Fletcher to finish off her spell.
It's very important De Silva and Sanjeevani play Fletcher safely. Flighted. This is good cricket. Direct hit would have been interesting.
Direct hit might have had De Silva in a spot. Now, has he hurt herself? Let's take a look at this again. It was a good pickup. The release is good. Maybe it would have been touch and go. I would have liked a slip coming in for Fletcher. Her last over, looking for that wicket. Bring those fielders in the inner ring a little bit closer. Try and stop that single. Build that pressure. Now that will earn them another single. You see, if you look at Sanjeevani and De Silva, they don't seem to be the big bashers and hitters of the cricketing ball. They like it more to turn it around, work it around. So the moment you stop that single in that inner ring area, that's where they start to do something different.
Spot on, Kausala. Bringing in the field, a slip fielder, definitely for Fletcher. There you go, far too easy. Lesser number of fielders inside the inner ring, allowing two batters to take singles at will. 3 out of 4. Sri Lanka been adding some momentum. Some of the back foot finds a fielder. By having enough fielders and bowling according to the field, Fletcher, someone who gets a little bit of purchase off the track, could back herself. Oh, excellent delivery to finish off the spell. 1 for 36. Sri Lanka after 39, 175 for 4. There you go. 1 for 36. You'll take that any day. Experienced campaigner for West Indies. Did manage to deliver with a ball the first 2 one-dayers, but today, under conducive conditions, excellent spell of bowling. By looking at this, I'm sure Sri Lanka, largely comprising of a spin bowling attack, quite a few spinners, the likes of Oshadi Ranasinghe, might be licking her lips.
Allen starts over number 40. Now I like that. That field at short extra has been brought into the brought in much closer. Now these are the traditional sound drums that you see in a Sri Lankan match. Papare band is using the pipes and the trumpets, but still manage to drum their way and enjoy.
We certainly missed this during the first 2 one-dayers. So nicely glide that one away. Fielder comes around and misses it. I thought she did fantastically well to reach, but unfortunately ball found a way to sneak through another boundary. Then Lakshmi De Silva adding some momentum.
She did the hard part to get to that. Couldn't finish off well to pull that in. I thought overran it just a little bit.
Since the departure of Chamariyatapattu, there hasn't been too many boundaries. 4.53. Still Sri Lanka maintaining a very good run rate. De Silva, constant stream of singles. So she occupied the crease for 44 deliveries. Sanjeevani, 18 deliveries. They know they need to bait their till the end. Sri Lanka little thin on batting today. Made 3 replacements.
2 balls of the second power play remaining. And after that we move into the third power play, where the fielding side has the luxury of having 5 fielders rather outside that 30-yard ring. But I don't think the West Indies would be much worried about that. We're not, as you said, we're not seeing much of the boundaries coming in. It's been singles being nudged around, but I still feel that the fielders need to be brought in a little bit quicker. 4.51 is the run rate. They will look for one. She's quite happy to work the ball around. She's moved on to 19 of 46. Sanjeevan has made 9 of 18, but they need a partnership here.
Yes, these 2 experienced campaigners in the middle need to bat at least another 5 overs for Sri Lanka to get over the score of 220. That'll no doubt be a very competitive score. Excellent partnership. 24 runs of 34 deliveries. A dot ball. A very good over for Sri Lanka. 5 runs off. So after 40 overs, 180 for 4.
Game is well poised now as we enter third and final power play. An extra fielder permitted to be outside the 30-yard circle. With 6 wickets in hand, Sri Lanka well poised now to be a tad more aggressive, especially in Lakshmi De Silva, 19 or 46. So very good afternoon to you, Ricky.
Good afternoon, Viren. Afternoon to all our viewers. Final 10 overs. What will Sri Lanka be looking with 6 wickets in hand? Interested at least another 50 to 60 runs. I'm looking at 230, 240 at least. Patapattu was there, probably a bit more. But at least 50 runs, 5 runs per over. They should be able to get it with with a couple of senior players out there. But like you mentioned, Nilakshi De Silva is crucial because she can hit the boundaries. And she's very quick between the wickets as well. And she's quite aggressive. And she can get going, and Sanjeevani has to give her that fuller support.
Premeditated lap sweep there by Sanjeevani. Yes, Ricky. There's no need to do anything extravagant. Play each ball on its merit. And if Sri Lanka gets to 230-240, there'll be an imposing total, especially considering the fact that Stephanie Taylor is off the field as well. West Indies' most reliable batter in this lineup.
Slightly short, but a strong offside field there for Joseph. Nobody deep. If she pierces the gap on that 30-yard circle, she could pick up a boundary. But yes, West Indies managing to crawl their way back, picking up regular wickets, just slowing down the run rate a bit.
Joseph has been consistently quite full in terms of her line, in terms of her length rather. At the end of the 41st, it's 184 for 4.
So there you go, those buildings have been quite consistent in their performance. A few big overs as well. But Sri Lanka managed to get 3-4 runs over quite regularly to keep and maintain that run rate. 16 extras now. After the first 25 overs, it was just 5 extras. Last 15, they've conceded about 11. But overall, I feel they've been much more disciplined in their effort.
Beautiful toss in the offering by Elaine. Nilakshi De Silva still trying to get her timing right. 22 or 52. It will be important for her to slowly up the ante while Sanjeevani continues to settle in. Crucial passage of play here.
Lucky. Big inside edge. Aline has been consistent with the lines and lengths, unable to pick up a wicket today, but probably I think she's been the best seamer for West Indies in this series, isn't it, Viren? She's bowled with much more control and has had some sort of impact on the Sri Lankan batters.
Back in.
Yeah, she's varied her pace quite well. Kept the batters guessing. Quite deceptive in terms of her pace. She was the pick of the bowlers in that first ODI. Has been fairly economical throughout the series. Seems to me be the plan to execute those Yorkers. And with just over 4 overs left of her spell, it'll be interesting to see whether she continues to bowl out from this end.
Yes, they will be happy that they dried out the boundaries in this spell. That's what West Indies need. So keeping things quiet, as you see, wicket to wicket. The Sri Lankan batters have to do something different if they're going to pick up those boundaries. It's not an easy surface as we see. Probably the ball coming onto the bat a bit more slow, so it's not easy for stroke making. It's not easy to just drive through the line. Just a single to end the over 42 completed, 188 for 4.
To see the breakdown of the innings, 151 dots in there. So there has been sustained phases of play with applied pressure, but 17 boundaries and 2 sixers. Most at the hands of Chamari Atapattu, who missed out on being the sole player in third place in the highest number of ODI centuries in that pecking order in women's cricket, behind Meg Lanning and Susie Bates.
If you look at those names, Meg Lanning, Susie Bates, big names in international cricket, isn't it? And Chamari Atapattu next on that list. Another couple of runs. A good sweep shot by Sanjeevani. Very effective. Meg Lanning, Susie Bates. Susie Bates has been around for a long time as well. And they have been match winners for their respective countries. Whenever they have scored those hundreds, their country has gone on to win the game. Oh, that was close. Very close to that leg stump. She was walking across her stump, signal wide. She exposed the middle and leg stump. Very, very close indeed. Joseph will feel a touch unlucky with that call. Oh, that's well played. That's running down to the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs. So Sanjeevani trying to be a bit innovative.
When you can't play it down the line, it's best to bring out the reverse sweep. And yes, Sanjeevani relieving herself of some pressure. Previous delivery missed the leg stump by a whisker. And speaking about Chamari Atapattu, Ricky, I would say she's in English company because there are 4 players on 9 ODI centuries: Charlotte Edwards, Beaumont, and Nat Skyver-Brunt. So the sole South Asian representative in the top 5.
Yes, so many records behind her name. That's well played. That's a beautifully timed by Nilakshi De Silva. Short delivery from Joseph. Joseph waited on it. And off the bank foot. Important boundary. The runs, boundaries were drying up for a bit. And like I mentioned, Nilakshi De Silva is a player that can accelerate. She has the shots. She's very good against spin. And her role is pivotal if Sri Lanka are going to make a 230 plus in this innings.
That's it, Q. That's you, Q. That's it, Q.
So she's been expensive. Good over for Sri Lanka. They get 10 runs out of that one. 43 completed, 199 for 4.
As we look at the batting card, Chamari Atapattu falling 9 runs short of what would have been her 10th ODI century and her first against the West Indies. Vishmi Gunaratne with a brilliant knock of 44. She'd feel rather hard done by because she has 2 40-plus scores in this series, only converted to a half century in the last game. Sri Lanka's most prolific batter in the series. As the lane continues. Nilakshi De Silva finding her groove now. taken her time, been quite patient. As the 200's up for Sri Lanka with 41 legitimate deliveries left.
So they'll be very happy to reach that milestone after being put into bat. Powerfully struck Sanjeevani. That was a good blow. It was in the slot, and she intentionally took the aerial route. Clears the mid-off fielder with ease. So the boundaries are started once again to come. 2 boundaries now in these last 2 overs. Now that will worry the West Indians, because boundaries in these last few overs is not going to help. It will further take the game away from them.
Powerfully struck, as you said, Ricky. Over mid-off. Sanjeevani on 21. She has a higher score of 46 in ODI cricket. And this time over mid-on. Exquisite stroke play by Sanjeevani. 2 boundaries in quick succession.
So pleasing to the eye, Viren. It was up there, and once again taking on that mid-on fielder, taking on the aerial route, brilliantly struck. 50-run partnership as well between these 2. Equally shared the strike, equal runs. And this is good to see the way Sanjeevani is batting. And right throughout the series, what the Sri Lankan batters have shown is consistency. Every batter that has got the opportunity has come out there and got runs. In the first 2 games, they hadn't much of opportunity. First game, yes, chasing 195, but the top 4 got those runs. Second game, just stayed 93. But even today, Nilakshi De Silva has got an opportunity. Sanjeevani has got an opportunity, and they have come out and perform, and that is good to see. This is what Sri Lanka cricket needs, the others to bat around Chamari Atapattu, and they're doing it successfully well.
9 runs off the over with a delivery to go. And over mid-off again. This is a batting masterclass by Sanjeevani at the death. When you have mid-on and mid-off up, you don't want to bowl too full. But Elaine was caught napping there, and Sanjeevani has struck thrice in that over.
I don't think they expected this from Sanjeevani. You know, the first boundary, but they didn't expect her to repeat this, and she's not been afraid to throw her hands. Soon as it's full, she backs herself to clear the 30-yard circle. And a very expensive over for West Indies. Pushing on the accelerator now with 6 overs to go. That's 36 legal deliveries. 56 of 59, the partnership. 29 of 32 to Sanjeevani. Those runs have come in quick time. 29 of 57, much slower Nilakshi De Silva. But she's held the middle order together. And Sri Lanka now, in this last 6 overs, they'll be looking to get close to 250, I'll tell you, Viren.
And it's quite promising signs for Sri Lanka that Sanjeevani is taking the attack to the bowlers. We expected Nilakshi De Silva to be the aggressor at the death. But there's been a role reversal of sorts. And Nilakshi De Silva can just continue to keep rotating strike and allow Sanjeevani to continue on her merry way.
Yes, the confidence these players are showing is so pleasing. That kept a touch low. Nilakshi De Silva on the back foot. Yes, certainly. Cornell the bowler. She's lucky that didn't trickle onto the stumps. So Campbell trying all her options. That was a good delivery, right in the block hole. Now that's what West Indies need. They need a lot more of that coming in to this final 5 overs.
And I won't be surprised if Cornell and Elaine continue to operate in tandem till the end. They both have a very good Yorker in their repertoire. Once again, Foolish. And a half chance there for Cornell off her own bowling. West Indies would like the luck of the green to go their way. Tough chance of her own bowling off her follow through.
Those are never easy. Reaction time is very limited. You have to be very quick. She got her fingertips to that one. Good attempt. But a good bowling by Cornell. Changing a field around for that next delivery. Getting at the mid of long off field much straighter. Sanjeevani has decided she's going to go at everything. If it's in the slot, she's going to target the boundary. So a lot to do for West Indies here onwards in this in this remaining 5 overs. It's a containing period for them. How much they could keep Sri Lanka too, because they just cannot let the game get away. Dangerous times for West Indies.
They'll rue their missed opportunities. At one stage, Sri Lanka were pegged back from a position of strength. They were 93 without loss. Had 3 wickets falling in quick succession. They were 98 for 3, but the 4th and 5th wicket partnerships have, as you said, Ricky, taken the game away from the West Indies. Chamari, Nilakshi and Sanjeevani have been very prolific with their run scoring. Deft touch there by Nilakshi De Silva, finding the gap on the leg side. Brilliantly timed.
Yes, sir, she waited for that one. She saw the fielder in the 30-yard circle, and all she did was use the pace of the bowler, just gliding it away off her hips. Good hands and a boundary to end what was, I thought, a good over from Cornell up till then. So 45 overs have been completed.
Very well played by Nilakshi De Silva. Playing with soft hands. As you see, Nilakshi De Silva's wagon wheel, the spread, quite prolific on both the leg side and off side. She's targeted that cover to mid-off region. Hasn't played across the V too much, just 4 runs in the V. As I say, very good afternoon, Paulinus.
Good afternoon, Viren, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Sri Lanka definitely in a commanding position at 218 for 4. The final 5 overs of the innings. And these 2 batters have been really looking for the runs. That's again nicely played by Nilakshi De Silva, joined down towards deep mid-off. They get 2 there, taking the score on to 220. 220 on the board, wherein Sri Lanka definitely might be wanting to look at 250 by the end of the 50th over.
Yes, Paulinus, a runner ball from here will get them there. And you have that psychological edge as well when you post 250 on the board. Oh, Sanjeevani is showing us a full repertoire of strokes now. Judicious stroke play. Vacant gap in that fine leg region. That was a short fine leg who stood no chance. And Sanjeevani is going at over a runner ball, Paulinus.
Yes, definitely. 36 coming off 35. That was more or less like a dill scoop. She played that one very well and get 4 more runs to her and 4 more runs to the total. Well, 93-run partnership for the first wicket between Vishvi Gunaratna and Chamari Athapathu. Then a couple of wickets fell, and then we had another 57 runs partnership between Nilakshi De Silva and Chamari Athapathu, and now another good partnership here. 6 68-run partnership between Nilakshi De Silva and Sanjeevani.
And that's the ideal template to post a daunting total in an ODI pointers. Yes, they were pegged back significantly. They lost 3 wickets within a span of 5 runs, but they didn't hit the panic stations. They realized what they had to do in terms of role fulfillment, and all 3 batters have been brilliant. And Nilakshi De Silva joins the party. If Sanjeevani can show her deft touches, so can Nilakshi. This is premeditation at its best. They have their eye in now, and that was brilliantly played.
Yes, definitely. Watching that ball very carefully into the bat, hitting it over the wicket-keeper's head. Both these 2 batters got shots of that caliber. 2 boundaries coming in this over.
As we say in modern day cricket, that's 2 360-degree batters out there, Polydus. And that's a captain's nightmare if you're on the field. As we see, fine leg being pushed back to deter Nilakshi from playing that stroke again. She'll find a gap on the offside.
Yes, suddenly you see wherein the run rate has gone up to 5.01, and these 2 batters they were taking their time but watching the ball very carefully, and now just pushing on the pedal to get much possible runs. So 250 must definitely be their target. 230 on the board now. That's a huge hit. Well, that's gone over the rope. 6-2. Sanjeevani takes it on to 43.
18 runs off the over. Sanjeevani, 43 off 37. Usually a fairly defensive player, showing us that she can up the ante when required. Potentially a candidate for the shot of the day, Paulinus. Brilliant hit over mid-wicket. And she's closing in on what would be a first ODI half-century.
Well, the way she has played, she deserves that, Viren. She played really well. 43 coming off 37 deliveries. Got on to a slow start, and well supported by Nilakshi De Silva. There you see the runs coming all around the ground for Sanjeevani. So definitely 43 runs on the board of 37 deliveries with 4 boundaries and a 6, a strike rate of 116. She definitely deserves that half-century.
Yes, and a true testament of what I was saying earlier in terms of her being a 360-degree player. 19 runs in the V, 14 odd runs behind the wicket. She's been absolutely outstanding. Very, very promising signs for Sri Lankan cricket, Paulinus. You have finishers now coming to the fore. And it allows Nilakshi De Silva to just continue rotating strike while Sanjeevani takes the attack to the bowlers. Well disguised there by Connell. A well disguised slow delivery, taking Sanjeevani by surprise.
As you said, good signs for Sri Lanka cricket. Yes, add Harshita Samaravikrama, Hasini Pereira, all this, and Kamisha Dilhari into this lineup. Of course, Samaravikrama didn't get much today, but they are real batters who are quite capable of getting runs. So very strong batting lineup for Sri Lanka. It's building up to be, and hopefully they qualify. Of course, tough tasks ahead of them. They got to win 3 of the 4 games remaining. They must be wanting to get the better of the West Indies in this game too. If they get 250, they have a very good chance of doing that. The run rate increasing ball by ball now. It's at 5.12.
Yes, a whitewash here for Sri Lanka would definitely help their cause in terms of automatic qualification for their final series in Ireland. A couple of wins there will guarantee them a spot in next year's World Cup in India. That's exactly what Ramesh Ratnayaka, Chamari Atapattu and co would want. be a monumental feat for Sri Lankan cricket to seal automatic qualification for the marquee event. Straight down the leg side. Easy pickings for a single.
Yes, it's a leg by signal. Adding runs to the Sri Lankan total. 240 on the board. Sanjeevani on 44. De Silva on 41. Very, very good partnership here. 84 runs added by these two batters. That swept away nicely, but didn't get hold of it properly. But still they managed to get a single.
Yes, change the partnership to 85 in quick time. At the end of the 47th, it's 241 for 4. As we see the acceleration in the last 7 overs by both Nilakshi and Sanjeevani. It's been absolutely outstanding to see. They were well poised at 180 for 4 after 40 overs. They've scored 61 runs in the last 7 overs. Paulinus going at a tad shy of 9 runs per over. And that is the ideal template at the death.
Yes, definitely the Sri Lankan innings, you see just 2 maiden overs, that's at the very start. Within the first 10 overs, from there onwards, runs have been coming right throughout. And they have accelerated now rightly towards the end of the innings. Just 3 overs remaining, 241 on the board. Now we got to revise the target. We're into about 270.
This is deft touch by Nilakshi De Silva. Be it on the offside or the leg side, it's premeditation and skill at its best. Now that was brilliantly played. She knew it would be difficult to lapse it on the leg side, so delicate change at the last minute, and Nilakshi De Silva gets another boundary in there. 4 runs shy of a brilliant half century.
Well, no doubt wherein both these two batters deserve their half centuries. Nilakshi De Silva started off very, very slowly, but now accelerating, hitting shot to shot for Sanjeevani, matching shot by shot. Wonderful bit of thinking also, getting a couple of dill scoops working together. Both these two batters getting the runs quite easily. 5.19 the run rate at the moment.
Yes, using the scoops quite well. Miscommunication at the crease. They wouldn't want this now. Both batters nearing what would be well-deserved half centuries. And as you said, Pointers, there's been a natural progression / aggression in Nilakshi De Silva's innings. Started off very slowly, got her eye in. But as you say, when you have value for your wicket, these are the rewards you reap. A direct hit there would have been quite close.
Yes, that's exactly value for the wicket, wherein you're quite right there. You've got to put a value on your wicket, and that's a valiant attempt there for a catch. But couldn't get a hold on to it. Nilakshi De Silva gets another single, takes her on to 47, and the score to 246.
Good attempt there at mid-on by Afi Fletcher. Was brilliant with the ball. And Anushka Sanjeevani here has been outstanding. Going at over a runner ball with 5 boundaries. Showed us a judicious range of strokes. And once again, crisp timing by Sanjeevani. And once you're in there, once you feel like you're timing every delivery, Pointers, it's a very good place to be for a batter.
Yes, it's a race on. And 250 is on the board, and a race on between the two batters. Who is going to reach the half century first? You hit a shot, I give it. I give the reply to that. That's the way they're batting. Beautiful batting.
We spoke about the importance of retaining wickets for the end, and it gives them a free license to take the attack to the bowlers. Nilakshi and Sanjeevani putting on a show here in Surya Vava with 14 legitimate deliveries left, 250 on the board already.
Sanjeevani getting her 14, 18, 41 deliveries now. That's pitched outside the strike, outside the off stump. Very clear one. 5.23 the run rate. Sanjeevani on 48 or 42 deliveries. There I see pitched outside the off stump, hitting outside the off stump. No doubt about that. 48 to Sanjeevani, 47 to Nilakshi De Silva. Just a single delivery in this over. That's the 48th, 8th over coming to an end. We'll have to wait and see whether she got an edge to it. That's a four more runs. Yes, it's off the bat and Sanjeevani gets a half century, her first half century. She's on 52. And a wonderful partnership of 98 runs between these two batters, Nilakshi De Silva and Sanjeevani, Anushka Sanjeevani.
Yes, her maiden half century, very well deserved, and she got a bit of luck towards the end. That was well bowled by Elaine. But luck tends to go your way when you've played this well, and Anushka Sanjeevani will be thrilled with her day's work. Came out there at the fall of Chamari Athapattu's wicket. There was a mini collapse at the top. She steadied proceedings and then in the final 10 overs really upped the ante. It's 254 for 4 after 48. But the West Indies batters will be looking forward to the prospect of chasing this down as well, Paulinus. As we see a wagon wheel, this is 360 degrees batting at its best. Scampering back for the second. It was quite close at the bowler's end. But as I was saying, Paulinus, this seems to be the best batting strip we've had throughout the series. So if you're in the West Indies think tank, you'll be quietly confident about the prospect of chasing this down. A lot will depend on skipper Campbell and experienced campaigner Stefani Taylor.
So that's the 100-run partnership and 100 runs partnership coming in 84 deliveries, and that single brings Nilakshi De Silva's maiden half century. Well, really these two batters really deserve this half centuries. They put on 100 runs, 101 to be exact, 101 run partnership, and the Sri Lankan run rate going further up at 5.32.
Prolific batting by both Sanjeevani and Nilakshi De Silva. This is what's required at this stage of the innings. Both very experienced campaigners. A more even spread by Nilakshi, as I said earlier, got slow to get going. Did the needful by supporting Chamari, by anchoring that middle order, and now is reaping the rewards of all the hard work early on.
Yes, Viren, she was involved in two very valuable partnerships. First 57 with Chamari Athapattu and now 100-run partnership with Anushka Sanjeevani. There's 102 runs coming off 86 deliveries. Nilakshi De Silva's contribution being 50 and Anushka Sanjeevani 53. That's nicely played again down towards the square leg boundary. 4 more runs. So Nilakshi De Silva takes her on to 54 and the Sri Lankan score goes on to 262.
When it rains, it pours, Paulinus. Boundaries are plenty for Sri Lanka. But yes, West Indies will rue those opportunities. In the middle overs, they applied a lot of pressure on the batters. Ram Harak and Afi Fletcher were brilliant bowling in tandem. They had an aggressor and a container bowling in tandem. But the Pacers haven't followed through at the death. And Nilakshi De Silva is taking the attack to the cleaners here. Taking the West Indian attack on towards the end. And Connell and co don't seem to have much in response.
Yes, that's a wonderful shot again. A slower delivery. She spotted that on well. Waited for it. Hit it over mid-wicket. That's a wonderful shot by Nilakshi De Silva. She moves on to 58, 266 for 4. Sanjeevani got 53 of 44 deliveries, but Nilakshi De Silva, the importance of her role is she supported Chamari Athapattu well in the early partnership, and now she's started accelerating, and these two have put on 110 runs up to now.
And pulling us 86 runs in the last 8.5 overs. Going at nearly 10 runs per over is this pair at the death. If you want an ideal finish to an innings, you can't look any further than this. This is textbook death overs batting.
Yeah, we're in halfway through. We were thinking of a total of 220, 225. Now it's 266, and definitely it might go past 275 too. Just 7 deliveries remaining in this innings. Once again, Adil Scope going towards the boundary. 4 more runs to Nilakshi De Silva, takes her on to 62. And the score moves on to 270. Wonderful batting, isn't it, Viren?
Late scoop there by De Silva over the keeper. Once again, a vacant fine leg region. 360-degree batting at its finest. A.B. de Villiers would be impressed. And that's 270 on the board. Exactly 90 runs in the last 9 overs. Going at 10 runs per over is this pair at the death. And with an over to go, Sri Lanka very, very well poised here. 34s, 3 sixers, 138 runs coming off boundaries for Sri Lanka in this innings. It's been absolutely brilliant to watch.
Yes, Viren, you got the correct name, A.B. de Villiers, no doubt about it. Batting the way A.B. de Villiers batting. That's nicely hit again this time. You see the replays, some of the replays of shots they have played. Beautiful batting. Sanjeevani De Silva on a 50. 50 coming off for 44 deliveries. Wonderful shots played all around the wicket. One more over to go, the last final over of this innings. That's shot, they got a 50, taking edge.
And in the last over, I said that the Pacers weren't doing the trick for the West Indies, but it's always a risk bringing on a spinner for the final over. It's basically 5 free hits in the offering for Nilakshi De Silva and Sanjeevani now with 6 wickets in the tank. Well flighted by Joseph. Good cricket all round, well flighted, scampering through for a single and a direct hit. But she seemed to be comfortably in. As I said earlier, Ram Harak and Afi Fletcher were the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies. And Sri Lanka's spinners will be quite crucial on this deck pointers. If the West Indies batters can get a grip of proceedings and handle the spinners with ease, it should be a very, very interesting run chase.
It's definitely 275 is on the cards. Might be going a little more than that. Nilakshi De Silva on 63, Anusha Sanjeevani on 55. Run rate at the moment is 5.52. Coming down the wicket and hitting it right over.
Lightning strikes twice for Sri Lanka. We saw a run out at the non-strikers end earlier, and this was timed to perfection. But Joseph managed to get a finger on it, and Sanjeevani has to walk off. Quite unfortunate. Yes, caught in no man's land there is Sanjeevani. Disappointing way to go. But the West Indies will take it. Good anticipation there by Joseph. And the fall of the 5th wicket with 2 deliveries to go. It's 273 for 5. And that's another scalp for Joseph. Back-to-back scalps. Sri Lanka looking to take the attack to the bowlers, but Nilakshi De Silva walks off. Flighted, a slow one. Deceived by the lack of pace. And Joseph, the cordon bowled. Nilakshi De Silva walks off for a brilliantly played 63. A knock to Saver with a delivery to go. As Sachin Nisansala makes her way out to the centre. An innings well received by the Sri Lankan camp. Looking for the big heave on the leg side. They look to scamper back for the second. And they do so with ease. There was good running there at the end. And they get to that 275 mark pointers.
It's 275 for 6 Sri Lanka. After the end of their 50th over, Sansala, the last batsman, not out on 2, and also the runner Singer unbeaten on not. So 275 for 6 Sri Lanka, end of 50 overs, and it will be Kosala Suresh Chandra to take over.
Thanks, Polly. Tremendous effort at the end. 275 for 6. Sansala and Rasen just doing the finishing touches, but it's been a good all-round batting effort from Sri Lanka that have taken them to somewhat a very respectable total. The West Indian men will have to bat their hearts out if they are to. So this is the Sri Lankan batting card. Gunaratne and Athapattu at the top look very good. And then De Silva and Sanjeevani both getting in with 2 half centuries to make sure that they made 275 for 6 at their 50 overs. And in the bowling, 2 wickets for Ramrak, 1 apiece for Joseph and Fletcher, but I thought Fletcher looked very good. And apart from that, Cornell Henry just couldn't keep the runs under control. So the Sri Lankan women were put into bat. Sanjeevani and Athapattu started things off. Sanjeevani pretty much more the attacker in the innings rather than Athapattu, who got off to a quiet start. But anything that was loose, Athapattu was severe. There you go, that was the first 6 of the innings. Sanjeevani, or rather Gunaratne. Then Athapattu got into her stride to make sure that Sri Lanka got off to a flyer. A very good partnership of over 9 runs. It was a good catch. Vishmi, and then 2 quick wickets fell, but Athapattu just kept things going from one end. Completed another half century. She was very severe on anything on the leg stump and short. She favoured going towards that square leg area. And finally, misread one from Fletcher to get a demise. But then it was De Silva and Sanjeevani who came up with another very good partnership. West Indian fielding didn't live up to standards on this occasion. And De Silva and Sanjeevani just kept capitalizing on anything that was offered to them and made sure that Sri Sri Lankan batters kept the scoreboard ticking at all time. At one time, it somewhat looked like a 225. Sri Lanka will manage to go beyond. You can see a few lusty blows from De Silva and Sanjeevani at the end of the Sri Lankan innings. Saw Sanjeevani complete another half century. Very innovative shots also, and that was unfortunate dismissal. And then just at the end of the innings, so departing. So the West Indian women need 276 to win from their allotted 50 overs at 5.50. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with the Windies run chase. Good afternoon and welcome. We're live from the Surya International Cricket Stadium in Hambantota. It is the West Indies women taking on the Sri Lankan women here at Surya. Sri Lanka batting first, made 275, so the target for the Windies is 276 from the allotted 50 overs. They have to start at a run rate of 5.52. Last minute huddle from the Sri Lankan women before they get into centre stage. As you say, good afternoon to Polly.
Good afternoon, Kosla. Definitely the Sri Lankans who put into bat got up to 275. Chambre Atapato top scoring with 91. Vishwi Gunaratna getting 44, and late 50s coming from Nilakshi De Silva 63 and Anushka Sanjeevani getting 55, taking the Sri Lankan score out to 275. So West Indies need 276 to win this game. That's going to be a tall order for the West Indies. But they are capable batters with them. They can get through to it.
Yeah, looking at the past form and how the batters have gone about in this series, it just looks a little bit hard for the Windies batters. But this looks a good batting surface, Polly, and that was the concern. That was the reason why the Windies opted to bowl first. They felt that the wicket will stay good, but we saw that there was some grip and turn on occasions. Fletcher got some turn and purchase of the wicket. Ramrak also did the same. The Windies didn't really have the additional spinner or the third spinner who could really put the brakes on the Sri Lankan batters, and that's why the Sri Lankans capitalized on that. But it's a totally different Sri Lankan bowling outfit. They got 3 to 4 spinners who can really work their way through the surface. Williams is the batter. Rashada Williams, she made 24 in the second game. And she has been partnered by Cheddar Nation. Now she's been promoted in the batting order. She batted at, I think, number 5 or 6. It not Here's a start by the Sri Lankan left arm. Rashada Williams, strike rate and average definitely needs to improve into her early days of the career. Prabodhini starts proceedings for the Sri Lankan women. Interesting call, isn't it? Nation been asked to open the batting.
Yes, sir, you're right, Kosala. Nation batted at number 5 in the previous game. There you see Nation's figures: 61 innings, 905 runs, high score being 51, 16.76 an average, a strike rate of 39.20.
Now, you would feel that Nation's promotion is because they need runs at the top, but looking at her strike rate, that doesn't justify that she's a big basher.
The normally opening batsman Healy Matthews, the captain. She's unwell and been told that she might be able to play the T20 games, but then they brought in Shakiba Gajnabi in the previous game, but she didn't do anything much, and now given a promotion to Chedi Nation. So Williams on strike. Opening the attack for the Sri Lankans. Bowled pretty well in the previous game. She bowled 7 overs, giving away 25 runs in the first game. And in the second game, she bowled 5 overs and gave away just 5 runs.
Sanjeevani is standing up to the stumps from ball number 1. Just indicates the pace of this surface. And Prabodhini, just gentle medium pace. She will bowl a wicket-to-wicket line, not offer much width to the batters. keep it very straight. There's a fair amount of bounds. A maiden to start proceedings for the Sri Lankans. It's none for none.
West Indies still to open their account. 1 over gone. A maiden over bowled by Prabodhini. She's bowling good, very tight line and length. Kosala might definitely might be wanting to have some wickets in her bag. She to get a wicket in this series. Kavindi making to the team in this game. She's been brought in. She made his way into the team in place of Achini Kulasurya, who bowled really well in the previous game. Kavindi bowling to a field of a slip. There is a third man right on the boundary. Cover an extra cover that goes down towards the third man region and gets a single. So Nation is off the mark. So with the West Indian total, 1 run on the board.
A little bit of width offered by Kavya Kavindi. Kavya Kavindi is also a player who's been in and out of the Sri Lankan playing 11. Hasn't been really able to secure her place in the side. Will want to have a good outing here today. The Windies would want to try and finish things off with the win, but it's a tall ask for them, considering how they battered in this. I hope Taylor is all right. We saw her come back onto the field, so that means she'll be okay. A little bit of movement there for Kavya Kavindi. Probably they go into a T20 tournament, a T20 series after this, at the same venue, which starts on the 24th. This time Williams advances, but still no run. Now this is frustrating for Williams. She's faced 9 deliveries and yet to get a run.
Yes, definitely the West Indians might be wanting a very good start from these two batters. Like the Sri Lankans, they got off to a flyer by Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamari Atapattu. What was interesting to see is Kosala, how the Sri Lankan batters paced their innings. They batted very well, understand each other. That's what was needed when Chamari was looking for the runs. Nilakshi De Silva was quite happy to be just hanging around there, providing the support to Chamari Atapattu. But once Chamari Atapattu left, it was pure hitting by Nilakshi De Silva and Anushka Sanjeevani. The Sri Lankans go up to 275. So the West Indies too need a good start. So 2 overs gone, it's 1 without loss.
So this is how it's planned out, the West Indies Women's Tour. We're here with the third ODI. Sri Lanka winning the first two ODIs. The T20s start on the 24th, 26th and the 28th. All of them are day games at the same venue. No, this is frustration on the Windies. We've had 13 deliveries with just a single, and 11 of them from Williams yet to get off the mark.
The target also 276 to win this game. It's tall order, no doubt. That's nicely played, wide of the slip position. He gets a single. So Nation moves on to 2, and the West Indian total also on to 2. Williams still to open an account.
Outside edge, just wide of the lone slip. This time Williams slaps that one, but still no run. Sanjeevani is standing up to the stumps, just giving an indication that Prabodhini is not generating much pace. And also the wicket not really coming on. Look at that. This time Williams finally manages to beat the infield. So that, if you take a look at that ball, Polly, I thought that kept a fraction low.
Well, one other reason for Sanjeevani to stand up is with this pace of Prabodhini Kosala, the batters might want to bat a little bit outside the crease. So Sanjeevani is forcing them to bat in the crease, and she's standing up. That's a good bit of thinking by Sanjeevani, I would say.
Yeah, good ploy. But I would still like a slip or a gully to come in, because Prabodhini has been getting it away from the right-hander. We've seen a couple of runs going in that region. A dot ball will end over number 3. Windies are 4 for none. So this is what they're all playing for. A place in next year's World Cup in India. Sri Lanka lying 6th currently, and the Windies are 8th. This is a good start. This is a good start from the Sri Lankan women. They're bowling on good areas, wicket to wicket, not trying to do anything fancy. Both of them are not express pace. They will just keep it in that area.
Yes, definitely good bowling by these two bowlers, keeping it on the spot, not allowing any room for the batters. That's a bit of outside the off-stump, a little bit of width given, but Nation misses it completely. There was a bit of movement also. Kawindi bowling a second over. That's a fuller delivery again, this time by Kawindi. Nation didn't get hold of it. Williams facing 14 deliveries for just 1 run. Nation 7 for 3. West Indies needing a further 272 runs to win this game in 46.3 overs. A loud appeal, but definitely too high.
And also would have been missing leg you go. Definitely needed another set of stumps. Polly. And also, as you said, the height. This is good stuff. Both Kavindi and Prabodhini have been excellent. 4-dot balls. And make it the 5th.
They're not allowing the batters any width to try to swing their arms. Just bowling good wicket-to-wicket bowling by these two bowlers. Required run rate going up to 5.89. They started at 5.52. Kavya Kavindi, the final delivery. So that's the end of that over. 4 overs gone. It's 4 for no loss. And a maiden over by Kavya Kavindi.
So this is the 5th wicket partnership between Sanjeevani and Nilakshi De Silva, which was 119. And in fact, it's the second highest 5th wicket partnership for Sri Lankan women in all ODIs. The best being 170 odd. That was also Nilakshi De Silva was involved in that with Chamariata Pattu in South Africa. And it's the 7th highest in women's international ODI cricket overall. So credit to the Sri Lankan batters.
That's a wicket. And that's a wicket gone there. So Prabodhini gets the first breakthrough. Williams caught behind. So West Indies losing their first wicket at 4.
So the pressure that the bowlers are building comes to and there you go, outside edge, good take by Sanjeevani, and she's definitely having a good game today. And Rashada Williams departs for 1. Windies are 4 for 1. So the skipper, Campbell, is the new batter in. And she's here because of this. It's a good take. Pressure on the Windy. This is Campbell. Over 1,500 runs, almost 100 innings. Strike rate is good, but the average needs to improve. Given the burden of leading the side in the absence of the regular skipper, Hayley Matthews, hope the talks that she might be available for the T20 series. Good stuff. Prabodhini is on the ball at the moment. 5 dot balls and a wicket in this over. Can she finish off a wicket maiden for Sri Lanka women? And that's exactly what happens. 2 maidens on the trot for the Sri Lanka women. The Windies are in a bit of a bother. They're 4 for 1.
Looking at the West Indies scorecard, there's nothing much to speak of. Nation on 3, Campbell just joining in. Sri Lanka done everything right, set things up really nicely, scoring 275, a challenging total, and 2 opening bowlers started off fantastically well. As I welcome Ricky once again on commentary.
Yes, afternoon, Dhammika. Early wicket for Sri Lanka. That's what West Indies didn't want. Unfortunately, they've lost one. And these 2 players are experienced players. Nation has been around for a while, though her statistics doesn't really show a lot. But I'm sure she's a very capable player, experienced now. And Campbell, the skipper, they have to put up a partnership. They have to take their time. I think they have to take a cue from how Sri Lanka batted. You know, Chamari Athapattu took a time to settle into the innings. So did Nilakshi De Silva. So that's what they need to do. Just get the 1s and 2s. Try and build up a partnership. Set a platform for the likes of Stephanie Taylor and the others to follow.
As we've spoken about it, this is sort of a track you need to settle yourself in. Spend some time. Later on, things will eventually become easier. Good delivery, loud shout, and given. Lauren Aganbag thought for a moment, and Sri Lanka strikes once again. Kavindi comes in for the first time in this series, picks up a wicket. Outstanding piece of bowling.
Well, another close one. My initial reaction, did that hit the back leg or the front leg, Dhammika? That we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll have to take another look at one. Umpire Lauren Agamberg took her time and decided that would have gone on to hit the stumps. Charmaine Campbell, this is a prize wicket, a big one for Kavindi. It's 5 for 2.
Just we're looking at the figures of Campbell. She's someone who went on to score a century for West Indies, and she needed to repeat that today, but Kavindi striking. Experienced Stephanie Taylor comes in at number 4 with huge responsibility well on her shoulders. Now West Indies will have to settle things down. Bit of a turmoil at the moment. They know for a fact outstanding figures, average 43.32, 7 centuries and 41 50s, 160 matches, truckload of experience. And today, Stephanie Taylor will have to deliver if West Indies to have any chance of make this game a competitive one.
Indeed, their best batter in this side now with Hayley Matthews not playing. Stephanie Taylor, can she use all her experience? She has to play innings like what Chamari Athapattu did for Sri Lanka. Starts off in excellent fashion. Beautifully timed through that cover region. Easy pickings for Stephanie Taylor. Standing tall, using her height really well to get that into the gap. That's a good way to start off the innings. There's a lot of repair work to be done by this pair. But the Kavindi, Achini Kulasuri was bowling brilliantly. She was outstanding in the first 2 games, rested for this game. And Kavindi comes in and she's done a superb job. Young in age, still lacking in experience. But she's been very disciplined with the ball in this power play.
And also from the team's perspective, when you've been given a chance, and this is how the previous wicket fell. Pitched in line with stumps, probably would have gone on to brush the leg stump. Captain Campbell has to depart.
Yes, so she had to consider a lot of things. Did that pitch in line? And was it hitting in line? Well, that again could have gone either way. Probably an umpire's call. if it was there anything at all. But yes, Campbell was disappointed. 6 overs completed, 10 for 2.
After 6, West Indies 2 lost. And they needed a fantastic start to chase 276 runs. Now they will have to fight hard. Shedding Nation, very capable striker. Taylor starting off with a boundary, always good to see.
Well, nevertheless, 2 wickets for Sri Lanka in 2 overs. Prabodhini and Kavindi striking early. The West Indies batting hasn't clicked at all in this series so far. In the first game, we saw they started off things well. If you remember, 30-odd to Haley Matthews and Campbell put out a partnership, and they sort of showed what they're capable of. But since that partnership, they really haven't got going, isn't it? Their batting has just gone from bad to worse. And without Haley Matthews in the side, I mean, those are big boots to fill, and West Indies have really struggled.
They started off competitively, 195 runs, make things work for their bowlers. They fought hard, but in particular, second game, they were down and out. There were no real competition between two teams. Once again, Prabodhini, clever operator. Not the quickest, but very sharp. Always there and thereabout. 1 for 3 of 3.3. Experienced campaign, of course, we all know that. Fuller, driven straight to Atapattu.
Yes, she's looking good. I'll tell you, Stephanie Taylor, from the word go, she's timing the ball well. She's looking to play her shots. I think she's come out there with a purpose. She hasn't been able to deliver with the bat in this series. So I think she wants to end it on a high. And they have a lot to prove, West Indies, as a team, and Stephanie Taylor as an individual, because she's a high quality player. She would like to show what she's capable of.
There aren't too many players averaging plus 40 in international women's cricket. A dot ball, another maiden, fantastic bowling by Prabodhini, 7 done, 10 for 2. Looking at the equation, 6.19 runs per over required, 8 wickets in hand. West Indies in a spot of bother. Stephanie Taylor will have to rise to the occasion. We all know she is very capable. Kavindi, little leg stumpage on that occasion. Chamari got the chase on, just a single. Sri Lanka outstanding in the field. Apart from that drop catch, fielding exceptionally good.
Yeah, they have been on the money, Sri Lanka, right throughout this series. Their catching has been good. Their ground fielding has been good. No! Once again, sometimes you could see some urgency in Stephanie Taylor where she's batting. Now she's looking to commit herself onto the front foot, looking to show that she's there to look for runs. So this is good for West Indies as long as she bats as long as possible. I mean, if West Indies are going to chase down this target, they need a big innings from Stephanie Taylor. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Another good delivery in line with off stump. Push, a gentle one. Midway through, we thought score of around 230 for Sri Lanka would be a very competitive one, but two batters, De Silva, Atapattu, and later on together with Nisansala built a fantastic partnership. Just a moment ago, as Kosala mentioned, 7th best partnership overall. Oh, that's a nice piece of bowling by Kavindi, little bit of bounce.
There's an extra bounce in that. Stephanie Taylor, she decided she's going to leave it alone. At the last moment, she thought, I will sort of steer that into that gap between slip and gully. Risky shot, but Kavindi certainly running in hard. Well bowled, beautifully bowled. She's targeting the stumps.
What's very pleasing to see from the spectators' perspective, whenever Sri Lanka given a chance for someone to come into the side, they've done very well. Sugandhika got a chance in the second one day in place of experienced Ranavira. Got 3 wickets, bowled outstandingly well. That's another good delivery, straight to the fielder for no run. Another fantastic over by Kavindi. 8 overs done. West Indies still 11 for 2. Looking at the Worms, Sri Lanka dominating the proceedings. West Indies lost 2 wickets. At this juncture, Sri Lanka was piling runs. Fantastic opening wicket stand between Gunaratne and Atapattu. Atapattu's knock today, a classic example on how to build your innings. Very patient at the top. Outside edge, straight to third man region, just a single. It's been hard for West Indies to penetrate the gaps.
Yes, for me what was more impressive was Nilakshi De Silva's and Sanjeevani's batting towards the end, because we have seen Atapattu do that over and over in a career, but those two come in, how they consolidated their innings, and in the last 5 to 6 overs, how they accelerated was great to watch. And the impressive stroke play, I mean, they were innovative, playing those paddle sweeps, reverse sweeps, whatever you may call it in modern day cricket. That was so much thrilling to watch from the Sri Lankan women towards the end. And due credit to them, how innings that looked to be around 230, 240 was propelled up to 270 plus. I mean, that was unexpected and high quality cricket.
One more dot ball, Sri Lanka. Dot ball after dot ball, building pressure. It goes to show, if you're settled in, things becomes easier and you can pretty much do whatever you want to do. That's exactly what Nilakshi and De Silva does.
Yes, sir, the length here from Prabodhini is perfect. She's not letting Stephanie Taylor come onto the front foot. Neither is she dropping anything short. See, beauty, another beautiful delivery. That missed everything. Missed the bat, missed the stumps, and even the wicket keeper's gloves. A beautiful delivery. You could see that length. It's the awkward length. It's neither here or there. And Stephanie Taylor is struggling to get it away. Yes, was there an outside edge Dhammika very close to the bat.
Oh, this is outstanding. Left arm seam bowling by Prabodhini. Gives nothing away. I thought, going by the reaction of the wicket keeper, probably there was an edge. So Sri Lanka
Prabodhini, a very experienced campaigner, gives it a haul when she's on the field. I mean, it was in the air, isn't it? Cannot doubt the commitment of Prabodhini. 200% always on the field. 9 overs completed, 12 for 2.
Alara mentioned the partnership between De Silva and someone else. It should be Anushka Sanjeevani and De Silva. I said Nilakshi and De Silva. Correction. West Indies, things getting tougher and tougher. 2 opening bowlers so far sticking to the task.
Trying to use her feet to stop that one. Trying a little bit of soccer skills. Was that the captain? I think it was. 4 runs to Nation. That was a powerfully struck. This time she got the length. That foolish delivery she was looking for.
I think it was Vishmi Gunaratne.
Yes, she knew she can't reach it. So she tried to put in a bit of a boot, but unfortunately could not stop that one. Welcome boundary.
Not too many loose stuff on offer, but on that occasion Nation took the advantage. Another one firmly driven. Good piece of fielding, nevertheless. Good cricket all around, Ricky. In line with the stump, firmly driven. 2 batters going for a single. Good piece of fielding.
Certainly, this partnership has to go from strength to strength. They need these 2 players to build a platform.
This time outside the leg stump, a wide quite clearly. Right throughout this series and in international cricket in general, we've seen when the partnership is blossoming, fielding team obviously under pressure. There you go once again. Going for an in-swinger. Didn't work for the first time, driving down the leg side.
We have an India versus South Africa series played in India as well. India dominating at the moment. Playing well, winning that first couple of games, if I'm right. So a lot of women's cricket played these days around the world.
Ricky, if I'm not mistaken, the gap was just 4 runs between India and South Africa. The first one day, India won the game. 2 centurions from India, 2 centurions from South Africa. Ricky is referring to the second.
I think that one probably was the second one, isn't it? I thought the first one was by a big margin for India. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Yes, another couple of runs to Taylor.
Sri Lanka now adopted a fielder down in the deep sweeper cover. Given an opportunity to carve in the 2 ball outside the off stump. Smart move. Taylor can be a dangerous proposition. Someone averaging 40 plus. Always is. Let that one go. Fair delivery. Stephanie Taylor looking at the umpire with the hope of umpire Aganback would call that one a wide. Not to be. Under the circumstances, a good over for West Indies. Eight runs off so far, the best over so far for West Indies. Fantastic bowling, little dab and a single. Sri Lanka dominating the proceedings after 10, 21 for 2 West Indies.
great start for Sri Lanka in the first power play of this run chase. West Indies 21 for 2. With their stalwart Stefani Taylor at the crease. Good afternoon once again, Kosala.
Afternoon, Viren. Suprabodhini, 1 for 4 from 5 overs. Look at the comparison. Sri Lanka were 48 for none. The Indies have been 21 for 2. Now Taylor and Nation need to really bat their heart outs. Because the other factor that they will have to keep in mind, Viren, is that run rate, that required run rate. How high that creep. Let's take a look at this one again. They ran the first one quickly. Because at the moment it's above 6 runs. So they have to have that in mind as well.
They'll want to take a leaf out of South Africa's books in that run chase yesterday against India, chasing 325. They fell just short with 2 centurions. It was a record game because there were 4 centuries in the ODI yesterday, the most in a women's ODI. But yes, Kosala, they can't afford to let that run rate creep up towards the 7 runs per over mark anytime soon.
Prabodhani has been very good. She's consistently been on a line, a good length. Definitely not given anything on offer to the Windies batters.
Brilliant bowling with the new ball by Prabodhani. 1 for 6, nearing the end of her 6th over. An ideal start.
Another dot ball to mark the end of the 11th over. There you go. That's might be a pleasant sight for the Windies, because we're seeing in picture the regular captain, Hayley Matthews, coming in after recovery, been sick, so hopefully she'll be fit and ready to go for the T20 series.
Yes, a big miss for the West Indies. Their batting tends to rely on Stefani Taylor and Hayley Matthews. They whitewash Pakistan in Pakistan courtesy of some brilliant individual performances with the bat from their 2 most experienced campaigners. But yes, of course, when you were there earlier, you spoke about this promotion for Shadi Nation. Uncharted territory for her. A naturally aggressive batsman, she'd have to up the ante now.
And that's exactly what she does. Slashes outside, slashes hard. She will get a boundary. This is what the Windies need. They need to make a move on without a doubt. And that will be a welcome boundary. Now the other interesting thing, Viren, is that we are into the 12th over, and Atapat is still going with the 2 opening bowlers.
Yes, and we've got a whole plethora of spinners to bring into the attack. A slash outside off stump. And Shadi Nation looks to be on the attack. Couldn't clear the inner ring. Once Stefani Taylor gets set at the other end, I won't be surprised if Shadi Nation looks to counter-attack in this next passage of play. They're behind the 8 ball. And it's crucial to keep abreast with the required run rate.
The sun has gone hiding at the moment. But no real threat of any dark clouds, but it just got very shady for the players. That came off the sweet spot of the bat, but only a single. Just can see now that Kavya Kavindi might be tiring in. She's into her 6th over, 1 for 22. It's been decent. But Prabodhini has been the pick for me so far. Running with the shot. It's been a good over for the Windies. We've had 6 runs been taken off it so far.
It's exactly what they needed. They don't need to take any undue risks now. We've seen Charmari do this throughout this series. She's not been afraid to give her bowlers marathon spells early on, especially when they've had the upper hand of the West Indies top order. Sun breaks out. And another boundary for Shadi Nation off the glove. That was a short delivery that Shadi Nation looked to get on top of, but took a deflection to a vacant fine leg region.
There you go. Intent was good. Didn't go where she intended, but that will nevertheless be a boundary to the Windies total. They now moved into 33 rather. Last ball of the over. The most expensive one. A single to end that over. 11 runs coming off Kavindi's 6th. It's 34 for 2.
West Indies will want those 2 worms to converge sooner rather than later. There's suddenly an upward trajectory in the red worm. We see that acceleration by Sri Lanka in the final 10 overs, going at over 9 runs per over. Some much needed impetus to that innings. And Kosala, the Pacers bowling in tandem. Time has elapsed for them as Dasanayake is brought into the attack. Short and wide, easy pickings for Shadi Nation. Making hay whilst the sun shines.
Yeah, poor shot, poor delivery rather, and a good shot. Earns Nation a boundary. Best of starts for Dasanayake. There you go. That's better. Let's pick up a single. Good running. In fact, we'll come back for 2. In fact, the boundary that was very well placed. At one time, I thought it was just a gentle push. Back-to-back boundaries for Nation.
Exquisitely timed, and I was also taken aback, Kosala. That seemed like a very unconventional field setting on the offside, a very wide-ish mid-off. A conventional mid-off would have gotten to it with ease, but that was well placed. I think I'll stop referring to the weather just as I wanted the sun to shine. Sun to become a tad overcast.
Four boundaries now. Within a period of 7 balls, 4 Nation. Into the 40s. Not the best of start for Dasanayake. Again. well directed. So Nation battling it along for her nation.
So what you did there, Kosala, top-notch stuff. The punt game is on point.
And also, another fact that is very interesting is that the West Indies, women's or the men's team, goes in for a quick single. This is good stuff. Bringing up the anxiety now to pick up runs. They play as West Indies only in the game of cricket. If you take the others, if you take any other sport that they do, in terms of soccer, athletics, they come in as either Guyana or Jamaica or any other thing. So that's very interesting, isn't it?
Yes, and the rivalry across islands, Trinidad and Tobago, home of the great Brian Charles Lara, Dwayne Bravo, etc. Jamaica, the Windward Islands, St. Lucia. But when it comes to cricket, it's all about rallying around the West Indies. And Shadi Nation is uniting the Caribbean at the minute. 34 off 26. Taking it up a notch. And that's 14 runs off the over. A very expensive start to Dasanayaka's spell. Short and wide once again. You can't afford to give her much width. And at the end of the 13th, it's 48 for 2.
Batting card. Nation, the lone contributor at the moment with 34. 12 to Taylor. Changing the bowling. Ranasinghe. Oshadi Ranasinghe. Playing her first game of the series. The economic rate is almost around the 6-run mark. That's good delivery. Taylor injured herself while fielding, but has recovered.
Just missed the outside edge by a whisker. Ranasinghe. As this partnership continues to blossom. That was very, very close. Well negotiated by Taylor. And just wrapping up our discussion on the West Indies. Kosala, it's 15 islands that form this composite side. Way back in 2016, they had their most glorious year when the under-19 team, the women's team, and the men's side won World Cups, with the women's and men's side clinching the T20 World Cup in India.
End of the over. 48 for 2 at the end of 14. So Nation, no runs on the onside, square of the wicket, which has been good. Square of the wicket on the offside and straight down the ground.
Yes, very prolific, straight down the ground. 12 runs in the V. And with Shadeen playing a counter-attacking knock, it allows Stephanie Taylor to get some rhythm out there. She's been in dire need of getting some form in this series. Dasanayaka would be vying a decent comeback in this second over. It was very, very expensive in her opening one.
Also, the runner singer picked things back after an expensive over by bowling a maiden. Now, Dasanayaka needs to justice that. She went for 14 in her previous over. Decent crowd in. Again, width on offer. Ease protection down in the deep. The Windies would more favour the more shorter version of the game, especially they will be a big threat in the T20 format. As you said, they're winning it in 2016. Obviously the men's, of course, you can't remember the name, was the famous one when Carlos Brathwaite came into the party against Ben Stokes.
And Sri Lankan fans won't have fond memories of what transpired in 2012 either, when Marlon Samuels clinched the title for West Indies at the R. Premadasa Stadium as the 50 is up for the West Indies.
This has been much better from Dasanayaka, just 2 runs of the over. But Nation, 35 from 28. He's been there now to see the ball pretty well. Better. Getting the play on the front foot rather than the back foot. So obviously even a full toss is a better delivery than a short ball.
Exactly, yes. Well said. Very well bowled by Dasanayaka. Much better over here. And just a stat for our Sri Lankan viewers. The last time Sri Lanka whitewashed a side in ODIs was the West Indies in a 6-match series back in 2002.
Oh, that's poor. You normally want to do your own fielding when you're bowling. A run off the last ball, 15 completed. It's 51 for 2.
West Indies 51 for 2. A certain type of recovery. They were 2 down for 5 runs on the board, and these 2 batters have put on a good partnership up to now. Good partnership, but still they need another 225 to win this game in 35 overs. A long ask for the West Indies. Taylor is on 13, the Nation on 36. Nation has been getting a couple of boundaries in the previous 2 overs. So say good evening to Ricky Sims, who joined me in the box.
It's a good evening, Paulinus. When Stefani Taylor came out to bat, she looked to be the one that is going to be aggressive. But since then, since I was here last year in the last 5 overs, it has been Nation that has taken over the aggressive style of batting and has propelled the West Indies to this score now 51 for 2. They're going at a good rate. She's looked to be very positive. This is the best that she has played so far in this series. She needs to continue for West Indies' sake if they're going to chase down this target now. As they're built and they've done all the hard work, they must not give it away. They need to be batting as long as possible. Surface looks good for batting. Oshadi Ranasinghe, well experienced, playing the first game of the series, but has played a lot of cricket for Sri Lanka over the last few years.
So that's another maiden from her. 2 overs, 2 maidens for Oshadi Ranasinghe. 16 gone, it's 51 for 2.
So that's the aerial view of this square, the pitches where the games are being played. There is around 10 available surfaces out there that could be prepared to provide any outstanding. Just an economy rate of just 1. Look at that, 6 overs, 6 runs. Kavindi went for 28 but got that early wicket. Dasanayake surprisingly has been expensive. She was the star with the ball in that very first game Sri Lanka played. Susandika Kumari Dasanayake. It's the skipper. So she needs to stem this flow of runs. Brought herself on.
32 wickets to her name. Chamari Atpato. I heard Viren and Khosla were talking about the islands. Forgot to mention both these 2 girls, but at the wickets are from Jamaica.
We have a Jamaican pair in the center. I'm sure they know each other's game really well.
So nicely played by Nation. They're getting those singles quite easily too, Ricky. Running between the wickets quite fast between these 2 batters.
Every game and every opportunity in this tour to Sri Lanka helps the West Indies. One thing, of course, it's for the ICC Championship and points, but the other thing is for the preparation for the upcoming T20 World Cup held in Bangladesh. They'll get similar conditions in Bangladesh as well, weather conditions, surfaces. So all the practice they get, all the experience they gather from this tour, whether it's the limited over, the 50 over format or the T20 format, is going to be priceless. 2 shot, but dropped. It was there, it was asked to be hit. Nation gave it everything, but straight towards that fielder. It's a Sachini Nisansala who is out there at mid-wicket. That was that quicker, medium-paced delivery. It was a difficult one. It was a difficult one. It was above her head. She had to leave the ground to get a hand on that one. Did so, but just could not hang on. That would have been a very good catch, Paulinus.
Yes, that was a great effort by Nisansala. Gain off the back foot and pushed it on the offside. That's the end of that over. So it's 17 gone. West Indies 55 for 2.
Excellent partnership of just 69 deliveries, 50 run, and 38 of 39 for Chilean Nation. So she's the one that has dominated this innings, and Taylor has played the anchor role similar to what Vishmi Gunaratne and Chamari Atapattu did. Chamari Atapattu generally is the aggressive player, but she let Vishmi Gunaratne go on, and Chamari Atapattu decided she's going to bat through. So it's a similar sort of role now. Taylor is playing with Nation out there, but they need that to get bigger, and they need these 2 to bat at least another 10 to 15 overs.
Yes, Stephanie Taylor, a lot of experience behind her. Definitely, that's nicely played this time. Again by Nation, that's gone into the boundary for 4. So it takes the total on to 59. And Shedin Nation goes on to 42. You see, beautifully played between the cover and extra cover fielder. Long chase given by Nasansala, but at this stage, the pass score of DLS pass score should be 86.
Well, 59 for 2. We're in the 18th over. Another boundary donation. She's moved up to 42. At the moment, she's batting really well. Is some sort of attention needed in the center. So 42 to Campbell, to Nation. Campbell was out without scoring, so was Williams for 1. So 15 to Taylor. They shared the strike, but the Nation is the one that is going at close to 100 strike rate. Extras just 1. Sri Lanka have been very disciplined. We saw this in the last game. I think they didn't give away any extras at all. Probodhini 1 for 6. Kavindi 1 for 28. The Sanaik expensive. Rana Singh has been measly, just 4 runs of 2.1 overs, and Adapati just 1 over so far.
There you see the Worms, the Sri Lankan worm far ahead of the West Indies. West Indies doing a catch-up roll. Still needing 217 to win this game in 32.5 overs.
There you go, those are the skies. There's just a bit of a cloud cover behind us, but I'm sure that will clear away quite quickly. Generally on full moon days there is a bit of a rain, doesn't matter which part of the country it is, but we hope that the weather will stay good. It has been right throughout the series, and we'll have a full game here. This is the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Stadium in Surya Weber. A lot of hard work to get these games going. There's a lot of maintenance needed, of course, and the umpires decided to take drinks because there was a slight hold up in play, injury or just some attention needed to Stephanie Taylor.
If there is any kind of rain, Ricky, the DLS pass score is 89 after the end of the 18th over. Sri Lanka very much ahead of it. West Indies 59 for 2.
Yes, this is a 50 over game, so we need 20 overs minimum. So there is 2 more overs to go after this one, and then only the DLS will come into consideration. So what we have to see is at the end of the 20th over, Paulinus, if you could tell us what West Indies should be if they are 2 wickets down.
It's 95 is the target for the 20th over.
So they'll have to be 95 after 20 overs with still 2 wickets down. So every wicket that they lose, that required a run rate creeps up.
Still a long way to go for the West Indies. They had to do a lot of catch-up work. 52 for 2, 59 for 2.
Just went straight through. Nation looking for that well-deserved half century. She really deserves it, no doubt, the way she's played today. I don't think the West Indies really should look at the skies and worry about the weather. They should just bat the way they are. Try to build up a partnership, continue this momentum.
Yeah, exactly, Ricky. They got to play the way they are playing. Because if there is rain, you can't help it. They're building up a good partnership. They have to continue. They cannot lose many wickets at this stage. Good bit of bowling by Ranasinghe. Bowling her third over. Just given away 5 runs. That's a boundary in the first ball of this over. Again, this time shortish off the back foot and put away by Taylor down to deep mid-on. They get a single. So end of another over, it's 18 gone, 61 for 2. West Indies. Stephanie Taylor on 16, Shedi Nation on 43. West Indies need a further 215 to win this game. Chamari Attapat, the Sri Lankan captain, bowling a second over.
It's a big smile on her face, Oshadi Ranasinghe. She's been impressive so far in this spell. Beautifully bowled. Chamari Attapat tease in Stephanie Taylor, inviting her to come down the track. But she's shown a lot of patience. There is a deep mid wicket, there is a long on. Oh, beautiful ball. That turned. Bit more effort, a bit more quicker through the air this time, Attapat. Take a look at that one. Went through the gap between bat and pad. Narrowly missed the stumps. Very tentative. Yeah, that was a good delivery, no doubt about it.
Good bit of bowling by Chamari Attapat at that time. This time it's short. Nation trying to cut away. Finds the fielder.
The sun once again has crept through those clouds. There was a bit of a greyish dark sky. But once again the sun pushing that away. That's why I said we should not really worry about the weather. Well bowled, well bowled. This is a brilliant stuff. Brilliant over. Just one run. 19 completed, 62 for 2.
You see some lovely pictures taken from the drone camera. West Indies needing 214 more runs to win this game in 31 overs. Required run rate creeping up to 6.90. They started off at 5.52. They should not bother about that very much. These two batters putting up a good partnership. Stephanie Taylor and it looks to be out. Yes, took the edge, and that's a wicket to Ranasinghe. Stephanie Taylor, a big wicket there.
She was bowling really well. Oshadi Ranasinghe. She had a stranglehold on the batters. As Stephanie Taylor departs, there is a bit of drizzle as well. Well, I just mentioned the clouds have gone away, the sun has come out, and with the sun comes the rain. Looking to cut, looking to back cut. She got an edge. And umpire Hagenberg said, yes, you are gone. Sanjeevani takes a good catch. Ranasinghe picks up Taylor for 16. 19.1 overs. It's 62 for 3 as the covers come on to play. Remember, we need 20 overs for a result if there's any rain interruptions at all. But I'm sure this will clear up as soon as possible. Like it came quickly, I'm sure it will go as well. 19.1 overs at the moment. So 5 more deliveries left to get to the 20th over mark. Chamari Atabatu certainly will be disappointed. And probably if Stephanie Taylor didn't get out, probably could have completed the over. You never know. You never know, because West Indies were well behind even at that moment. But they are further in the spot of bother now, as just a bit of a drizzle passes over Surya Baba.
Yeah, the groundsmen started to cover the ground. They're very quick on their feet. The rain has ceased at the moment. A drizzle. But the umpire is still in the center. They see the West Indian batting card. Williams is out for 1. Shade Nation not out 43. We're going to resume play with the bowling card of the Sri Lankan bowling innings. Prabodhani 6 overs, 6 runs for 1 wicket. Having the 1 for 28 of 6 overs. And Ranasinghe just got a wicket, 1 for 6 of 3.1 overs. So they are the wicket takers for Sri Lanka. West Indies 3 for 62 at the moment.
So fast as the covers came, fast it has disappeared as well. It was that, what do you call it, the teasing bit of rain along with a bit of sun. Came the rain as well, just to show us we are above you. And it's good to see the covers gone. Sri Lankan players once again out there. The 2 West Indies batters will walk out nation. Whom will she be joined by? That was a huge wicket. They needed Stephanie Taylor to play a big innings, but unfortunately she has fallen. And now West Indies are certainly in a spot of bother at the moment at 62 for 3.
Sider James, the new batter, coming in at number 5. West Indies really need a good partnership, which looked like developing at that stage, but Stephanie Taylor was dismissed by Oshada Ranasinghe. Good catch taken there by Sanjeevani. Shade Nation not out at 43. She's on the non-strikers end. West Indies needing a further 214 to win this game in 30 overs.
So Zaida James, nothing much to talk about, a high score of 13. Just the 12 games, 48 runs, hasn't done much with the bat for West Indies still. Hasn't been able to make that impression. Can she do it in this game? So 4 deliveries to go to get it to the 20th over. Sri Lanka well ahead on that Duckworth Lewis. West Indies have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, definitely 3 more deliveries needed to make it a game. At least we need to play 20 overs. That's outside the off stump, but they turned away from the batter.
So she's certainly getting some purchase. She's enjoying the surface. Oshadi Ranasinghe getting a bit of turn, trouble in the batters.
Sider James still to open her account. Watching very carefully. Dot deliveries from Oshadi Ranasinghe. 1 for 6. This is her 4th over. So at the end of that over, 20 gone. It's 62 for 3, West Indies.
Take a look at the 3 wickets to fall. Williams was first to go, caught behind of Prabodhini. Then the LBW of the skipper Campbell, and then Stephanie Taylor caught behind as well of Ranasinghe. After a good partnership with Nation, unfortunately she departed soon as there was a bit of a drizzle. The drizzle is gone now, so Nation will have to continue the hard work she has done. 43 of 44. Few people, few spectators gathered here today. And first ball of a new over, just a single.
A little bit of a drizzle, not to interrupt the proceedings. Little fumble, allowing a single to Nation. She's the one to do the job for West Indies right now. To constitute a game, you need 20 overs to be completed. Now Sri Lanka way ahead. I thought Oshadi Ranasinghe bowled beautifully. Little bit of a partnership. 50 plus in fact. Going down the leg side, Atapattu. Another extra being conceded. 2 runs more required. 29.5 overs as I welcome Viren Berualage once again in Combox.
Good afternoon, Damika. Yes, it's been brilliant stuff by the Sri Lankan spinners, applying some pressure on the West Indies middle order. There's a huge scalp of Stephanie Taylor, the backbone of this West Indies batting lineup. But Shadi Nation, it's important for her to leave a mark. Not just in the context of this series, but also looking ahead to West Indies limited overs series in Bangladesh. A crucial series in the Women's Championship for them. With similar conditions, and if she can showcase her prowess batting in the subcontinent, that'll be good. And that she's 5 runs away from notching up West Indies' first half-century in this series.
This Nation, from the moment she came in, shown the intent. On the lookout for runs. Take a look at it. 45 runs of just 48 deliveries. Very straight. James. This is James' 13th ODI in experience. An opportunity at the same time. Gone aerial. Bridges the fielder. Couple of bounces. Gets off the mark with a couple. James looking good. Left-hander. This left-right combination will have to work things for West Indies once again. There was a very good partnership in progress. Now Sri Lanka once again made the breakthrough, controlling the proceedings in the middle.
Yes, ominous signs for cricket fans tuning in. There's some significant cloud cover for the first time in this series over Surya Weather. And just to reiterate, Sri Lanka well and truly ahead of proceedings and ahead of the equation in the Duckworth-Lewis calculations. With 3 wickets down, West Indies have to be at 92 by the end of this over. But that was prior to the third dismissal, so it'll have to be revised. I'm looking at the realms of the 110s, 115s. So West Indies well and truly behind the 8 ball. But for all our viewers tuning in, we hope you get a full game. We've been blessed with good weather throughout the 3 one-days thus far. And West Indies wouldn't want these top starts as well, Damika.
Yes, there was a momentum on their side for a while that partnership between Taylor and Nation was in progress. Sri Lanka were under a little bit of pressure, especially. That was a good delivery. Sliding away from the bat, looking for turn this time by Nation. Batted well, just 5 short of well-compiled 50. Take a look at it. Swirling away. Misses the outside edge. Once again, right on the money. Another maiden over in prospect. Look at her figures. Almost completed a 5th. 1 for 6. Ranasinghe, remember, coming in for Dilhari. This time, fielder in the deep. Cut that one off, just a single. 22 done, 68 for 3 West Indies.
A tall order for the West Indies middle order. They need to go at over 7 runs per over with than half their overs remaining. So it's never an easy prospect, especially when you've got a new batter in as well. And with Sri Lanka's spin quartet applying a lot of pressure, it's going to be very difficult for them to get a grip of this game. But Shadi Nations looked well poised. She's timed the ball crisply throughout her innings. She's shown patches of brilliance throughout this series. So it's great to see her finding her groove. Just as I say that, a half-hearted appeal was clearly sliding down leg side.
Nation's timing on this very iffy track, impeccable in comparison to all the West Indies batters. There you go, the surprise scalp. Adapatu strikes straight in line with the stump. Little bit of turn, and James Nation playing for turn isn't much. Straight in line with the stumps. Stumps are rattled, and Nation walks back, missing out on a half century.
Yes, the commentators curse strikes. Shadi Nation looked well set, but was completely beaten on that occasion. Bhatapattu was playing for turn, but that went straight on and rattled the off stump. Shadi Nation walks away 4 runs shy of what would have been a well-deserved half century, and it's 69 for 4.
Credit should be given to Sri Lankan spinners. They've been very steady. Alia Lane, known for bowling, coming in at number 6. West Indies were competitive while that partnership is in progress, but unfortunately, seasoned campaigner Stephanie Taylor, after her dismissal, now Sri Lanka looking for more inroads, finding one. Atapattu this time. Excellent figures on top of 90 plus runs today. Obviously, very confident. 3.31 for 10, excellent. There you go, Alia Lane, 31 matches, best of 35. Strike rate looks all right, but today needing something very special.
Treacherous task ahead for Alia Lane and Zaida James. Atapattu showcasing her all-round prowess today. Was phenomenal with the bat. Just a few shy of what would have been her 10th ODI century and getting the informed Shadeen Nation. Cusp of another wicket maiden in this innings. Ireland taps on the leg side and gets off the mark. At the end of the 23rd, it's 70 for 4. And West Indies are going and a touch over 3 runs per over. And it's the dark clouds, these ominous clouds continue to hover over Surya Weather. And seems very ominous for the West Indies as well. Scalps in quick successions. There was a good third wicket partnership blossoming between Stefani Taylor and Shadeen Nation. But as we've seen throughout this series, there have been back-to-back scalps. Alia Lane looking to break the shackles. Gets a single. And yes, we spoke of the weather. Some pathetic fallacy and a sense of foreboding over what's in store for the West Indies women.
We haven't seen too many partnerships by the West Indies right throughout the series. Yes, there are a few partnerships in the first game. Shot outside the off stump, couldn't penetrate the gap. While that partnership was progressing, West Indies spectators, West Indies supporters in fact, must have hoped for them to go beyond 100. Because while that partnership is progressing, Sri Lanka was under a little bit of pressure, looking for avenues to coming back into the game. But today they had enough runs in the board. Gone aerial, there are no fielders. A couple of runs for young James, who moves to 4. And I thought Sri Lanka knew they had enough runs on the board. As a result, did few experimenting. They've brought in new bowlers, but always good to see those who have come into this game straight away delivering. Also the classic example. Experienced campaign, of course.
Yes, well said, Damika. But it's been the same test for both teams. West Indies have had to also test their bench strength. They lost their skipper Hayley Matthews prior to the beginning of the second ODI, so they've missed her services last 2 games, and we wish to see her back full force during the T20s. It's going to be an exciting T20I series commencing on Monday. The West Indies are prolific in the format, former world champions. At the end of the 24th, it's 73 for 4.
Dismal looking scorecard for West Indies. Nation, the only hope, 46. Back in the hut. It's been a struggle for West Indies right throughout the series. From here onwards, it'll be even more struggle in store for them. 26 overs remaining. No real hope of chasing it down unless someone coming up with an exceptional performance, which is very unlikely to reign at the moment.
We've seen stranger things happen, Damika. Never say never, as we all say in the cricketing space. Zyder James and Alia Lane are destructive batters, so Sri Lanka should not drop their guard. So it's about being convincing in all 3 departments of the game, be it with the bat, ball or out in the field. And yes, it's a cusp of history for Sri Lanka. As I said, it's been a long 22 years since they last whitewashed a team in a 3-match series or more. They whitewashed the West Indies at home 6 games to love. Back in 2002-2003, there was a unique format of 6 ODIs being played in one series. So yes, history beckons for the Sri Lankan side. And it's, as you can see on your screens now, the clouds are giving way as it coming down quite ferociously out here in Suryavava. Very atypical of arguably one of the driest regions in the country.
Young Nisansala, meanwhile, starting off her first over. Goes in the air, luckily. There was no close-in fielders. Nisansala getting a game. Sri Lanka giving opportunities. That has been the pattern we've seen throughout last 3 series. Ramesh Ratnayaka specifically mentioned that they've taken 17 players on each tour and given opportunities for each and every one. Off the back foot. Only be a single. At this stage, things getting very, very tough for the West Indians.
It's about to get even tougher as it begins to pelt down here in Suryavava. And you've got arguably the greatest ground staff in the world showcasing their prowess in full display. Sri Lankan ground staff deserve a lot of credit. West Indies are currently 68 runs behind the DLS pass score at this juncture. Chamariyatapattu looking quite pleased with how her team has fared thus far. And if we can zone in on these ground staff, they're the heroes behind the scenes. They're the unsung heroes of Sri Lankan cricket. Globally reputed for being amongst the quickest in terms of taking action whenever there have been disruptions to proceedings. It's a cohesive, united effort. As you can see, it's synchronized motions. Each member of the ground staff seems to know their role. And yes, just as we speak, the weather begins to ease up. It's been that sort of afternoon, Damika.
Look at them. It took just about a minute for them to cover the entire square. You rightly said they deserved huge credit. The ground looks to be in immaculate shape, very well maintained, and very good cricket wicket being prepared by the curator. Always needed if you are to play international cricket. There you go, West Indies needing 200 more runs. Very tough task. This is the match summary. West Indies won the toss, invited Sri Lanka to bat first. Sri Lanka, outstanding start. Atapattu 91, De Silva 63, Sanjeevani fantastic 55, and Gunaratne batted well for 44. Ramarak 2 for 46, Fletcher 1 for 36, bowled beautifully. Quana Joseph and Connell chipping in, and disappointing stuff so far for West Indies. Lost 4 wickets, just 76 runs on the board, needing 144 to get over the DL pass score.
Yes, and Prabodhani was the pick of the bowlers with 1 for 6. And during this disruption in proceedings, we'll go in for a commercial break and be back shortly. Welcome back to Surya Weather, as the weather gods have played some hide and seek with us over the past hour. It's been back and forth for the players and the umpires as well, and they can be quite tricky, especially for the side chasing. You have revised DLS targets plus the added burden of having to resettle in every time there's a disruption in play. .200 needed of 153 deliveries for the West Indies. But the issue for them, Damika, is that they've got two new batters out there who will take a while to get set.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's getting tougher and tougher for West Indians. I don't think we need to look at revised targets, because right now the break is about 5 to 10 minutes. Ground staff done a fantastic job covering an entire square within a matter of a minute, then taking it off as quickly. Nishansala coming in for this game for the first time in the series in the middle of a very good over. First 3 deliveries conceding a single and a dot ball. You're looking at a rainbow. Cloud cover around, sun snaking through. Oh, very adjacent appeal, and Tedunadi De Silva given it out. West Indies losing another wicket. Young James walking back.
Nishansala strikes in the first over. Spoke of rainbows earlier, Damika, and Nishansala has her magical moment that looked absolutely plumb. Zaida James again trying to play across the line. There have been quite a few batters today who've fallen short trying to do so. And it's 76 for 5.
Resounding victories after resounding victory, and looks like today Sri Lanka about to register another resounding victory as Chanel Henry coming in at number 7. I think it will be very, very tough for West Indians to get up from this position, Viren.
Chanel Henry bowled brilliantly early on in the power play this morning. Known for her bowling prowess, but has a healthy strike rate of 83, 250s under her belt. A big hitter on her day, but she'd need to first get her eye in, because the Sri Lankan spinners are spinning a web around the West Indian batting lineup, and at the midway stage of the innings, it's 76 for 5.
We're back live, 76 for 5. That's what the Windies are looking, and they're looking down the barrel. Ranasinghe picking up a wicket. Henry and Allen, what can they do? Can they restore some pride into this Windies batting effort? A few stops and starts due to a few showers, but not very heavy showers. It's going to be a tough. Now they really need to pull something out of the barrel here. 78 for 5.
We've had stop starts with the weather, we've had stop starts with the bat. But as the Sri Lankan spinners continuing to spin a web around West Indies batting lineup. Lap sweep by Alia Lane. attempting to break the shackles. But yes, it's a tall order for the West Indies, low order.
Yeah, definitely not easy again. Sweep coming into play. Just a single. They never really looked in the hunt for the runs, isn't it? Viren from ball number 1, Sri Lanka bowling back-to-back maidens in the power play. They really never got a move on, Williams and Nation. But they still can sport a smile on their face.
Exactly. The spirit of the game lives on. And yes, Kosler, this is where scoreboard pressure can do funny things. When you pose a total in excess of 270, it can be quite tricky trying to figure out how to pace your innings early on. And I think the West Indies batters were kind of caught in no man's land. They didn't know whether to go on the attack or to try to set up a stable foundation, and they got caught, as I said earlier, not being convinced on either front.
There you go, a sorry-looking batting card. Just the 46 for Nation. The noteworthy contributor. Taylor just getting into 16, but of 50 balls. The rest, all single digits, where the Windies are concerned. Definitely will not be the call of the day, getting the singles around. But it'll be important for these batters also to have spent some time in the centre, which will come very handy maybe going into the T20 series.
Yes, and the West Indies subcontinental leg continues in Bangladesh after this series as well, so it'll be important for them to carry some momentum and form through to that series as well. It'll be even more crucial for them. If they end up being whitewashed here, that series could be very, very important for their chances of qualifying for the World Cup next year. It's reaching a must-win scenario in each game now for the Windies.
Let's slow they are this time. Now, when you get a run chase like this 275 rain, the point is, what do you really want? How do you want to get about? It is a very big concern. If you have the batters at the top and you don't bat deep, then oh, this is up in the air. There is a chance. And very comfortably taken. Chamariatapattu, the captain. And that is the end of Henry. And West Indies just keep falling like 9 pins.
Henry's hesitancy costing her that wicket. A loose shot there. There was no conviction in her stroke play. And to the bucket-like hands of Chamariatapattu. The fall of the 6th wicket, it's 82 for 6.
Coming back to that story, Viren, is that if you don't have the depth in your batting, Fletcher is the new batter in. I will feel that you need to go hard at the top with your top order, especially use the maximum of the power play. Try and get beyond the required run rate and then start accumulating it within the next period of 30 overs so that your lower order batters don't have a lot to look for and don't have to go beyond 6 runs and over.
And it was rather baffling, Khosla, because I thought that was their intention when they promoted Shadeen Nation, a naturally aggressive batter. As we see Fletcher's numbers, not much to write home about, but as we've seen earlier today as well, figures, numbers don't really mean anything on the day. She had a very good day with the ball early on. So sometimes momentum can be carried forward from one innings to the next. and she'd hope she can make a contribution with the bat. But yes, Coastal, we spoke about West Indies having naturally aggressive batters. That should have been the order of the day.
The dismissal once again. In two minds, whether to defend, whether to go over the top, but then played a nothing stroke and a comfortable catch by the Sri Lankan skipper.
Trying down leg side, and what a take at first slip. A top edge. That would have been a wide had she left it, but what an impressive take. We've seen some brilliant catches today, but that has to top it all. That anticipation by Oshadi was fantastic. To anticipate that from first slip was simply outstanding.
Again, a tossed up delivery and good awareness, I would say, and that is a good catch. Catch of the series without a doubt, and West Indies lose their 7th. Fletcher goes without troubling the scorers, 82 for 7.
And the procession continues. Quiana Joseph playing her first game in this series, was brought on in tough conditions with the ball, had to bowl the final over of the innings. An atypical role for a left-arm spinner. Once again, it's a longish West Indies tail. This is not her forte, but she'll have to make some form of contribution. Oh, this is brilliant bowling by Rana Singh. When you have bowlers bowling well in tandem, Kosala, brings a lot of confidence.
Well, there's the fall of the last wicket. That is a good catch by Oshadi Rana Singh. Sansala picking up here, 3rd wicket.
Yes.
So it's been that Sri Lankan dominant series, if you could say, in this 3-match ODIs, because the first game they've won by 6 wickets, comprehensive chase. The second one was a no game, just chasing a very low score of 92. And today, given the opportunity to bat first, they put on a score that becomes beyond the West Indian team.
Well, so I mean, putting to bat as well, Kosala, and posting a total in excess of 270. This will give them a lot of confidence going into their final ODI series for this World Championship cycle in Ireland. They've got all bases covered now, and Ramesh Ratnaik and the rest of the think tank will be very, very pleased with their progress. And what's been even more promising, Costa, is the fact that we've tested our bench strength as well. Dasanayaka replacing Inoka Ranavira in the last game, getting some much needed experience out there.
Joseph Finale just battling it out. 28 done, 83 for 7.
Great seeing some fans here on a public holiday in Surya Weber. As Nissan Salah continues. Late cut there by Elaine. But she's lost partners at the other end.
It's just a matter of time now on how this game falls out. How long can Elaine and Joseph deprive the initiative of a Sri Lankan whitewash? More than deprive, delay, I would say.
You have longish tails who can frustrate opponents. Looking for the big heave over mid-on, and that's the maximum for Joseph. Read the flight very well, and that was timed to perfection. The first 6 of this West Indies innings. Brilliantly played. Of course, so we spoke about Sri Lanka being clinical in all 3 departments in this series, but with no harsh criticism intended towards the West Indies, they've never really come into the fore. Yes, they've been hard done by with their captain missing out in the last 2 games, but as former world champions in the T20 format, they'd hope to put on a better display in the 3 games next week.
Yeah, you're right, because it's all about, at the end of a series, you would talk about what are the positives that you can take out of this series, even if you're on the winning side or the losing side. But nobody really talks about what are the negatives that you need to forget.
Well said, and it's sometimes important to disregard certain aspects of performances and look ahead with a fresh perspective. If we are microanalyzing positives, maybe the spinners, Effie Fletcher and Ramarak, were brilliant today. That's something to take forward with them. And Shadeen Nation's cameo as well.
End of another over. It's 29 done, 90 for 7. So this is the Sri Lankan bowling so far. They've used 6 bowlers, 3 for Nisansala, 1 apiece for Prabodhini, Kavindi, Ranasinghe and Athapattu. Tasanayaka, the only bowler who's gone beyond 5 runs per over. Yeah, it's very important to figure out going into the next series or whatever, what are the things you don't want to be doing, what that you did in the previous, rather than taking your positives. Your positives have always be a plus point for you. That's a good looking stroke. It's a single. But what do you don't want to do in the next series that you did here? Those are the things that you really need to look into.
It's another aspect of the game they'd like to improve on were the extras. There was a lack of discipline with the ball at certain junctures of the game, at certain junctions of all 3 games rather. And yes, a lack of discipline with the bat as well. Some loose shot selection, some questionable shot selection rather. Big heave outside off stump, and Joseph powers it through the offside. Another boundary. Statement of intent there by Joseph, proving a point to the dugout as well.
Yeah, because she looks to definitely have a lot of power in whatever she dishes out. Some lusty blows, you know, a 6 and a 4. And also coming to the fact that though Sri Lanka win this series, what they don't want to be doing going forward, especially to Ireland and so forth. Allen's proving to be a decent enough batter in that West Indian lineup. Sri Lanka will be really looking at their middle order or the top order, because we got in all the games the starts have been good except for the second, but then the batters number 3 and 4 have been in runs in the series. Those are the things that the Sri Lankans will look into,
and especially in Irish conditions, where the ball do a lot in the initial phase of the game. If you lose an early scalp, you don't want your number 3 and number 4 being overly tentative.
Even today, because they got a start. This is a cheering crowd for the Sri Lanka, and then they lost the number 3 and 4 quite early, and then they came back. So this is what they were playing for. Dasanayake has been the expensive of the Sri Lankan bowlers today. She finishes off with a dot ball, 30 overs done, 96 for 7.
So 96 for 7, 30 overs completed. West Indies looking down the barrel of another heavy defeat here. Unfortunately, it was just Nation who made a good 46 of 57. Taylor looked good until she was out when rain interrupted. But since then, it has been a downfall for West Indies. Another one in there, and another one bites the dust. Nisansala, what a day she's having. 4 for 12 in just 3.1 overs. Joseph going for the slog sweep, a top edge and a simple catch. 8 wickets down now, West Indies. Just bowling wicket to wicket, and none of the West Indies have really managed to get going. So Sri Lanka right on top of having a clean sweep in this series, as Dasanayake takes the catch. Quena Joseph departs for 11, 96 for 8.
So it's Karishma Ramharak coming in at number 10, left-handed batter. West Indies 96 for 8. Facing another huge defeat. They needed 276 to win this game for the 180 runs. 19.5 overs. Sachini Nisansala 4 for 12 or 3.1 overs, Ricky.
So she was expensive the other day, even in that 92 runs West Indies scored. She was the most expensive of the Sri Lankan bowlers. So what a comeback for the young Sri Lankan. Karishma Ramarak, 14 highest score. Bowled well, picked up two wickets in a 10-over spell today. But now there's nothing much left to do. It's interesting to see how she will bat. Will she just go for it or look to block out? So Sri Lanka have been dominant, isn't it? I mean, they've just been all over West Indies right throughout this series. We thought in the first game when West Indies got 195, they'll make a fight of it. But then Sri Lanka got that in just 35 overs. Since then, it has been a downhill for West Indies. That's the last wicket again, top edge, bottom part of the bat, and a simple catch. In the second game, West Indies won the toss, selected to bat first, and then were bowled out for 92. That was an easy win for Sri Lanka today as well. Today they decided to bowl first, and at one time they were well in the game, but towards the latter part of the innings, Sri Lanka just took the game away from them, and since then they have just been totally outplayed. I mean, chasing such a big score has been never easy. So yes, it has been a total whitewash, we could call it, and they have a lot to do before the start of the T20 series.
Yeah, I think in the first game too, West Indies, although they got 195, Sri Lanka got those 195 runs with the loss of 4 wickets. So it's 96 for 8 at this stage. West Indies chasing 276 to win this game.
Yes, so they have some support as well, Paulinus. Good to see a few spectators here to support the Sri Lankan team. They richly deserve it. 31 completed 96 right.
I see the West Indian batting guard, nothing much to talk about. Chedi Nation getting 46, Stephanie Taylor 16, Ali Alain not out on 10, and Kuana Joseph, the last out for 11, are the only batters who came into double figures. Sri Lankan bowling has been pretty good. And it's Lanka to continue. She's bowled 4 overs, given away 24 runs. Ali Alain, 10 of 17 deliveries.
As always, dancing, enjoying the music. The Sri Lankans, does not matter where you play, what the game is, they will enjoy their cricket, and they will always cherish Sri Lankan victories, good performances. And after 16 years, Sri Lanka won the series against West Indies in the second women's ODI, but today it's a complete overhaul, complete whitewash the way things are going. And a very dominant performance, because as I mentioned earlier, West Indies came after whitewash in Pakistan, so they were a team with confidence. But Sri Lanka over the last few months, over the last 1 year or so, have gone from strength to strength, whether it's the T20s, whether it's the 50 over format, have got better as each game has been played.
Yes, definitely Sri Lanka kept on improving, and the next series against Ireland going to be very important for them. Doing a whitewash here and going there, that will boost their confidence a lot to play Ireland in Ireland.
It's just hoping that the weather will stay good in Ireland, that they could have complete series there as well. Sri Lanka need it. The weather patterns, now Kosala says it's going to be early summer, but the weather patterns around the world has changed so much, you never know.
Yeah, definitely you can have some rain early summer. So Sri Lankans' only concern will be that when they go to Ireland, they might be definitely wanting to put up a great performance there too. 99 for 8 West Indies. So that's the end of the over number 32. It's 99 for 8 West Indies.
One for 6 for Prabodhini, 1 for 28 for Kavindi, 1 wicket apiece for Ushadi Ranasinghe and Chamari Athapattu, but 4 for 12 to Sachin Nisansala. Outstanding figures. In the first game, we saw Dasan Nayaka picking up 4 wickets, the other left-arm spinner. Then we saw Kavisha Dillari pick up 4 wickets in the second game. And today it's Nisansala who is doing the job for Sri Lanka. So Sri Lankan bowling is in good hands. Everybody stepping up when it matters, sharing their efforts. And
well, Ricky, something must be said about Prabodhini, right? Now here you see 6 over 6 runs, and that hit a big hit, and that's gone straight over the ropes. 6 to Alain, takes her on to 18, and the West Indies go on to 105.
That was powerfully struck. Alain gave it all, cleared the ropes by a long way. They need a lot more of that.
Yeah, we were talking about Prabodhini, Ricky, right on the top. She had been bowling really very tight, keeping the batsmen at bay, and applying a lot of pressure on the West Indian batters. Even in the second game, she bowled 5 overs for 5 runs. And the Sansala this time to Alain.
Yes, Prabodhini has been very consistent. All 3 games she's been measly on top of the order with a slow left arm seam. Goes a lot of cutters, takes the pace off the ball. And just a stump-to-stump bowler. It's very difficult to get away on these kind of surfaces. And as I mentioned, she has been a good ambassador for women's cricket over the years. Has given her 200% always. Senior player now. Ramaraka hanging around there, giving Aline much as the strike as possible.
Sri Lanka needs to get another 2 more wickets to win this 3rd international and have a clean sweep in the series.
Can she pick up a 5? Richly deserves it. This is, I'm sure, her best bowling figures for Nissan Salah in women's ODI cricket.
That's pushed on the onside and they get a single, taking the score on to 107. Ramarak moves on to 2. That's the end of the over number 33. It's 107 for 8. $107 for 8 West Indies, 33 gone. Ramharak on 2, Ali Alain on 19. Ali Alain got a couple of runs in the first 2 games too. Oshadi Ranasinghe been brought in. 7 overs, she's bowled 14 runs for 1 wicket. She's bowled pretty well, kept it tight. That's going to peel off the caught behind. It's given out. So that's another wicket. That's Ramharak caught by Sanjeevani of Ranasinghe for 2.
Yes, so straight away I thought I heard something. And definitely I think the umpire got it right. It looked straight off the face of the bat. And that was a genuine outside edge. Good glove work as well behind the stumps. Ramarak departs. Sanjeevani has had a very good game. Ranasinghe picking up a wicket. It's 107 for 9.
So that's Shamilia Connell coming in at number 11. The last West Indian pair. 107 for 9. 33.2 overs gone now. So Ranasinghe getting a 2nd wicket. She bowled 7.2 overs, 2 for 14. Her bowling figures. Bowled pretty well today. Shamilia Connell's statistics: 70 matches. She has played 118 runs. Highest been 15 not out. Strike rate of 56.68. And an average of 6.56. So not much can be expected from her. So Sri Lanka definitely sensing victory in this third one-day international.
It's another one very close to the bat. Ranasinghe 2 for 14. Outstanding figures. Again, the dismissal of Ramarak, poking at it outside the off stump. A bit of a deflection into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Oh. Price a silly bit off. That's what they must be wondering. Even Cornell has a wry smile on her face. I think she's better off trying to just go for it. Try to hit Ranasinghe.
At least try to get some shots, get some runs. That one turned a bit for Ranasinghe. It's a part of the happy camp in the Sri Lankan dugout. Must be pretty happy there. That's another good delivery by Ranasinghe, beating Cornell all ends up. End of that over, 34 gone, 107 for 9.
So dismissal looking scorecard there, other than Nation. The rest haven't really done much. Taylor 16, Alina 19 not out. And Joseph got 11, the only ones to get into double figures. Just a 4 extras. Sri Lanka have been so disciplined in their effort in this game as well as the series when it comes to extras. That's a big one. Has cleared the mid-off fielder. A couple of bounces over the ropes for 4. Nisansala looking for a 5th wicket. Aline not going to step back. She's going to try and get maximum out of this innings.
There you see the extra cover fielder being brought in and the mid-off fielder put down on the line. So that would be interesting if Ali tries to go straight. A shortish delivery, cut away. Down towards the third man boundary.
These late boundaries are ruining the figures of Nisansala, no doubt about it. She had what, 4 for 12 earlier, now 4 for 28. Streaky, but nevertheless runs fairly in and West Indies.
She cannot bowl short. She has deep mid-off, both on the boundary. Just toss it up and make the batsman come down the wicket. That's what she got to do. That's a better delivery. But of course, again played towards cover region. Sachini Nisansala, 4 for 28, bowling a 6th over. Looking for her 5-fer. Once again a better delivery. Pushed on the offside by Alia Alain. She's on 27.
It's 2 more deliveries left in this over. Can she pick up 5? Richly deserves it, Nisansala. And she's got it. There you go. She ends it in style of her very own bowling. 5 for 28 for Sachini Nisansala, becomes the 4th Sri Lankan to pick up 5 wickets in a women's ODI. What a marathon performance. One of those is Oshadi Ranasinghe, who has picked up 5 wickets earlier. Dolwata has picked up 5 wickets earlier. And Sivanandam has the best figures way back in 2002, I think it is. 5 for 2 versus Pakistan. And today Sachini Nisansala becomes only the 4th Sri Lankan to pick up 5 wickets in a women's ODI. What a game for her. She'll be thrilled. What a performance by her and Sri Lanka. A huge win. 161 runs win here. It's a complete West Indies have been demolished in this series, we could call it. The first game, Sri Lanka won with 15 overs and 6 wickets to spare. The other day, chased down 93 quite easily. And today, batting first and making over 270 runs and winning by 161 runs is a big victory. Because West Indies is not an easy side to push over. They have been a dominant force in women's cricket over the years. And this Sri Lankan side, led by Chamari Atapattu, has been outstanding. This is the final wicket to fall. Goes for the big one. Gets a inside edge, bottom edge. The ball didn't go anywhere, but straight to Sachin Nisansala, who gleefully accepts that catch to win the game for Sri Lanka.
Yes, definitely the Sri Lankans have really dominated the series, winning the series 3-0. And also huge victories, not just victories, very good victories for the Sri Lankan team indeed, led by Chamari Atapattu. Look very confident in this series, put up a score of 275 today and beating the West Indies by 161 runs.
Yes, this is huge. Sri Lankan supporters, Sri Lanka cricket fans will be very happy. This is something for them to cheer about. It's never easy to be the West Indies, any West Indies side in any format, and to have a clean sweep win here. But they have done it at Surya Weber and won the Women's ODI series quite easily. 3 T20 games coming up next week. Not forgetting that 24th, 26th and the 28th. And Sri Lanka will be looking to try and win that series as well. A lot of work to be done for the West Indies side. We hope that Hayley Matthews, their skipper, will be back for the T20 series, but they have a lot of work to be done, especially in their batting. Their batting hasn't been up to the mark. The scorecard says it all. 46 to Nation. Opened the batting today. 16 to Taylor, 27 to Ali in the final wicket to fall. 11 to Josephs. Only 4 of them got into double figures. The rest all telephone numbers. And 4 extras bowled out in 34.5 overs for just 115 runs.
You see the Sri Lankan bowling figures. Deshika Prawadani, 6 over 3 maidens, 1 for 6, 1 for 28 to Kavya Kavindi, 2 for 14 for Oshidi Ranasinghe, 1 for 11 for Chamari Atapattu, and 5 for 28. 5 for 28 for Sachin Nisansala, 5.5 overs, of which 1 was a maiden. So that is Sachin Nisansala getting his first fifer and the 4th in the Sri Lankan list to get 5 fifers.
It's a brilliant, consistent performance right throughout this last 1 week by the Sri Lankan side. The coaching staff, Rumesh Ratnayaka and his team will be very happy with this outstanding performance. You can't ask for more from the Sri Lankan girls. Well, this is the West Indies innings. Wickets fell at regular intervals. Williams was the first to go. Then we had Campbell. But then Taylor and the Nation put up a partnership. They were looking good. Nation in particular was very severe on the bowlers. She adjusted to the conditions well, got the measure of the surface, played a lot of shots backward of point. But then as the rain came in, Taylor was out and then wickets started to tumble. It came and went quite quickly, and that was the downfall for West Indies. Some brilliant fielding, they held on to their catchers. Some late order resistance by Aline in particular, played some shots. Joseph played a few as well, but then Nisansala was just too good for the tail enders. Kept it chipping away, just stuck to a basics, bowled a good line and length. Ramarak was then caught behind, and this was Aline who picked up a couple of boundaries before she was caught and bowled gleefully by Nisansala to pick up her 5th wicket and to bowl out the West Indies for 115. Well, of course, there will be Devot's presentation in a short while from now. And that is the summary of today's game. 275 for 6. Attapattu leading from the front at 91. De Silva 63. Sanjeevani 55. Gunaratna 44. They were all good and were dominant. Ramarak bowled well, 2 for 36. So did Fletcher. She was very good with the leg spinners. Joseph picked up 1 but was expensive. So was Cornell. And 115 West Indies is all what they got. Nation 46, Alin 27, Taylor and Joseph 16 and 11. Nissan Sela 5 for 28 of 5.5 overs. Oshadi Ranasinghe 8 overs, 2 for 14. Adapattu and Prabodhini 1 wicket apiece. Sri Lanka winning by 160 runs. So there you go. The first of the games was played last week. Sri Lanka won by 6 wickets. Then they won by 5 wickets the second game, and today by 160 runs, showing that they are willing to chase, but they also can win games batting first, and this by a mammoth margin. The T20 series, of course, coming next week on the 24th, 26th and 28th, and it will be played, of course, here down in Surya Weber and Hambantota, and I'm sure it's going to be a closely tussled between the two teams. West Indies will be looking for a comeback. Sri Lanka will be looking to once again be dominant in the T20 format. It's been amazing bringing this limited over series from Surya Weber. Picturesque surroundings around the ground, a lot of greenery, a lot of adventure, wildlife, a lot of national parks, Dudawalawe being the closest. And Paulinus, you love the wildlife, you love going and checking out these things when you're off for commentary?
Yes, definitely, Ricky, no doubt about it. I've been to the island so many times. Pretty interesting. And also before that, let's talk about the series as a whole. I think the Sri Lankan batting has really developed. Vishmi Gunaratna getting a couple of good innings. Chamari Attapattu showed her class today. And so many other batters, Ricky, like Harshita Samravikrama, Sachini Pereira. Then today we had Sanjeevani and Ilakshi De Silva all getting among the runs. And also the bowlers, Ricky. We had Achini Kulasurya and Prabodhini starting off well at the top, and then the others coming into the attack, Sugandhika Disanaika, and then today now we had Sachini Nisansala doing a lot of good work with Oshadi Ranasinghe bowling 8 very good overs and had finished off with 2 for 14.
Yes, it has been a fantastic effort. We'll be waiting for the award ceremony, which is going to start in a couple of minutes, a few minutes from now, as things get ready down there. The Sri Lankan team eagerly awaiting complete whitewash, and we will have the player of the matches, of course, player of the tournament, and or the player of the series, and of course the winners trophy. And I'm sure it's going to be a complete Sri Lanka way, no doubt about it. West Indies will be disappointed. I think they will do a lot of soul searching to see what went wrong. Particularly their batting hasn't really stood up. But less Hayley Matthews, I mean, it looks like it's half the side as well, because she's such a dominant force. But the others, I mean, they didn't really come into their own and make any big scores. Stephanie Taylor too hasn't had a good run with the bat.
Yeah, definitely they missed their captain Hayley Matthews, no doubt about that, but still then the margins they were defeated, that is what is important. Sri Lanka was really dominant in this series. Of course, we didn't know whether Hayley Matthews can make such a difference when it comes to, of course, Hayley Matthews was playing in the first game. She played in the first game, and in the last 2 games she was sick and she was unable to play, but definitely the Sri Lankans have dominated the series.
So yes, as we wait, beautiful pictures coming to you from our camera crew from Channel I, the Rupavani Corporation, who has been bringing you these games live on Channel I, and of course the YouTube channel of Sri Lanka Cricket. Amazing pictures, amazing work behind the scenes to bring you these productions, of course, and they have done a wonderful job. And yes, I think our colleague Kosala Suresh Chandra is ready with the awards presentation.
We're ready for the post-match presentation of the ODI series between the visiting West Indian women's team and the Sri Lanka women's team. The Sri Lanka women's team being victorious by winning the series 3-0. I'd like to call upon our ICC match referee, Vanessa De Silva, for the presentation. And we start off with the player of the match for the first ODI, which goes to Harshita Samaravikrama for her unbeaten 44. We now move on to the player of the match for the second ODI, and the player of the match of the second ODI goes to, for her performance of 4 for 20 and a knock of 24, to Kavisha Dilhari. And the player of the match of the third ODI, for becoming the fourth Sri Lankan women's bowler to pick up 5 wickets in an ODI game, it goes to Sachinini Sansala for her 5 for 28. And now we move on to the player of the series. She's done wonderfully with the bat in all 3 matches, with knocks of 43, 50 and 44. The player of the series goes to Vishmi Gunaratnam. And can I now have the captain of the West Indian team, Sean Campbell, for a quick chat with me, please? Being the runners-up of this series. So.
Michael, test 1, 2.
Might have been disappointed with the final outcome of the series, but what are the positives that you want to take out of this?
Obviously we get a lot of positive that we can take out of this game. I think, heading into the T20, there's a lot. So it's just for us to go and look back at the drawing board and, see where we need to improve.
The conditions, how do you find the conditions here in Sri Lanka?
Obviously, wicket is pretty good to bat, but, for us, we need to just apply ourselves and spend more time in the crease.
Would be happy to see your captain back in the side for the T20 series?
Yeah, definitely. He's a big part of us, but definitely she will be strong and ready for up.
So will it be the same team that will take part in the T20, or are you having replacements coming in?
No, we stick with our team because, we believe in the girls and we just got to come out and, play the brand of cricket that we know we can play.
Bad luck, but all the best to you in your T20 series.
All right, thanks a lot.
Can we now have the winning captain, Shamari Atapattu? Shamari, I think you'll be very happy because the team has been doing wonderfully well throughout the past few months.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy about our performance, especially youngsters playing really good cricket and the seniors as well. The all players contribute a lot, so I'm really happy as a captain. Yeah.
Well, it's been a real turnaround from the last year to this year. So what has been the main reason for that?
I think we work hard on the nets, and especially I can mention Ramesh Ratnaik, our head coach. He always talk about positive things in the dressing room. We never talk about negatives in dressing room. And also we're playing our positive cricket all the time in the middle. We execute our right plan, right time.
Yeah, and going into the next series, playing in Ireland, so your preparation will have to be a little bit different.
Yeah, definitely. Before Ireland series, we have Asia Cup as well. So we take one game, one time.
Yeah, so all the best and congratulations on your success. And you can now receive the winning trophy from our ICC match referee. Well done. Thank you very much, ICC match referee Vanessa De Silva. With that, we come to the conclusion of our post-match presentation. We wish you a pleasant evening.
Well, there you go. That was the awards presentation, and richly deserved. We had Harshika Samaravikrama, the player of the match of the first game, Kavisha Dillari for the second game, and today Nissan Salah, outstanding figures, picking up 5 wickets, the player of the match for the third game, and richly deserved Vishmi Gunaratna, the player of the series, consistent with the bat, outstanding performance. So the next game coming up is on the 24th of June, Monday, the first of the 3 match 20 series, Sri Lanka versus West Indies, and they will be looking to make a comeback, no doubt. West Indies, as Campbell said at the presentation, and Sri Lanka and Chamari Athapattu will be looking for another series win. Well, with those wonderful pictures, Sri Lanka whitewashing West Indies 3-0. It is, of course, a goodbye from all of us here in Surya Weber, for the production crew, and of course our commentators for Channel I for this one-day series. We will be back for the T20 series.